Yo, what's up? Welcome to Harry What If, where stories come alive. Buckle up because today we have What If Harry Potter fell in love with Daphne Greengrass and she became the most powerful Dark Queen. Quick favor, if you dig this content, drop a like and subscribe. It takes just a second but means so much to us. Let's roll. Chapter 1, Ice Meets Fire. Harry slammed his fist against the stone wall of the corridor, barely registering the pain shooting through his knuckles. Fifth year was turning into a complete disaster. Umbridge's latest educational decree banned students from forming any clubs without her express permission, which meant the defense group he'd barely started planning with Hermione was already in jeopardy. Temper issues, Potter, a cool female voice called from behind him. Harry spun around, ready to tell whoever it was to shove off, when he found himself face to face with Daphne Greengrass. She stood with perfect posture, school bag slung elegantly over one shoulder, watching him with an unreadable expression. He'd shared classes with her for years but rarely spoken to the blonde Slytherin who classmates nicknamed Ice Queen for her detached demeanor. "What do you want, Greengrass?" Harry growled, in no mood for Slytherin games. "Actually, I might have a solution to your extracurricular activity problem," she said, glancing pointedly at the crumpled educational decree in his hand. Harry narrowed his eyes. "And why would you help me?" "Because I need to pass my defense OWL, and Umbridge is ensuring none of us will." She stepped closer, lowering her voice. "Not all Slytherins worship the ground Malfoy walks on, Potter. Some of us have our own priorities." "Like what?" "Survival." She handed him a small piece of parchment. "Meet me here tomorrow night if you're interested in a mutually beneficial arrangement." Before he could respond, she walked away, her footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. The parchment led Harry to an abandoned classroom on the 4th floor the following evening. He debated telling Ron and Hermione, but something held him back. Their immediate distrust of anything Slytherin was exactly the kind of thinking that kept the houses divided. He pushed open the door to find Daphne sitting cross-legged on a desk, reading a worn leather-bound book. "You came," she said without looking up. "I wasn't certain you would." "I'm still not sure why I did," Harry admitted, closing the door behind him. "What's this arrangement you mentioned?" Daphne snapped her book shut. "I want to propose an exchange. I help you create your defense group right under Umbridge's nose, and you teach me what you know about defensive magic." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Why not just join the group?" "Please," Daphne scoffed. "You think your Gryffindor friends would welcome a Slytherin? Or that my housemates wouldn't notice me disappearing to Gryffindor meetings? I need private lessons. And what do you bring to the table?" A slight smile curved her lips. "Information, Potter. My family has connections in the ministry. I know how Umbridge thinks, how she operates. Plus, I excel at potions and charms that could be useful." Harry paced the room, considering her offer. "How do I know this isn't a trap?" "You don't," Daphne said simply. "But I'm willing to make an unbreakable vow that I won't betray you to Umbridge or any Death Eater." Harry stopped pacing. "You'd go that far?" "My family remains neutral in wizarding conflicts for a reason, Potter. But neutrality doesn't mean ignorance. The Dark Lord's return affects us all." Something about her direct approach struck Harry as refreshingly honest after months of being kept in the dark by Dumbledore and the Order. "No unbreakable vow," Harry decided. "We'll start with trust. But if you betray me, you'll what? Defeat me like you did the Dark Lord?" Daphne challenged, sliding off the desk. "Deal with me like an equal, Potter, not a potential enemy, and we might both get what we want." Harry studied her for a long moment before extending his hand. "All right, Greengrass. Partners." Her hand was cool in his. "Partners. Now, about that defense group." The next week found Harry and Daphne hunched over a table in the back corner of the library. Madame Pants had given them suspicious looks when they first arrived together, but they'd been model students, quietly discussing their potions assignment. At least, that's what it looked like from a distance. In reality, Harry was examining a charmed piece of parchment Daphne had created. "It works like your Marauder's map," Harry whispered, impressed despite himself. "Not nearly as sophisticated," Daphne admitted. "This only shows the 7th floor corridor and activates when Umbridge or her inquisitorial squad approaches the room of requirement. But it should give your group enough warning to escape." "How do you know about the room of requirement?" Daphne smiled. "Slytherins have secrets too, Potter. The room's perfect for your defense meetings. It'll provide everything you need and can be hidden completely when necessary." Harry nodded slowly. This could work. Hermione's been talking about using enchanted coins to communicate meeting times. "Smart," Daphne acknowledged. "But you'll need a believable cover story too. A study group would be too obvious. What about a club that Umbridge would approve? Something she'd find harmless or that supports her ministry propaganda?" Daphne tapped her quill against her lips, thinking. A ministry career preparation group. Allegedly preparing students for ministry careers, but actually, teaching them to defend themselves against what the ministry refuses to acknowledge, Harry finished. Brilliant. Their eyes met, and Harry realized with surprise that he was genuinely enjoying working with her. Behind her cool exterior, Daphne had a sharp mind and practical approach to problems. "When do I get my part of our bargain?" she asked. "The private defense lessons?" "Tomorrow night. Same classroom. I'll show you what I've been planning to teach the others." Daphne gathered her books. "Don't go easy on me, Potter. I need to learn real defense, not the watered-down version you'll teach your Hufflepuffs." Harry grinned. "Wouldn't dream of it, Greengrass." Their first practical lesson nearly ended in disaster. Harry had arrived early to set up basic cushioning charms around the room, expecting to start with simple disarming spells. Instead, the moment he demonstrated the proper stance, Daphne had fired off a stinging hex that nearly caught him in the face. "What the hell?" Harry yelped, barely deflecting it. "Never expect your opponent to play fair," Daphne said calmly, already moving into position for another spell. For the next hour, they dueled intensely. Harry quickly discovered that while Daphne knew fewer combat spells than he did, she was tactically smarter, using the environment and timing her attacks when he least expected them. "You need to be more unpredictable," she panted, after he'd finally managed to disarm her. "You have power, but you telegraph your moves." Harry wiped sweat from his forehead. "And you need to put more force behind your shields. Precision only gets you so far against raw power." Daphne retrieved her wand, a thoughtful expression on her face. "Show me again how you produced that Patronus last year." The whole school talked about it after the tournament. The request caught Harry off guard. "That's advanced magic." "Which is exactly why I want to learn it," she countered. "The ministry can't detect specific spells at Hogwarts, only that magic is being performed. We might as well practice the useful stuff." Harry hesitated, then nodded. "It's all about the memory you choose. The happiest you can find." "That might be a problem," Daphne muttered. "What do you mean?" She shrugged one shoulder elegantly. "Pure blood Slytherin family. Take a guess." Harry considered this. "It doesn't have to be a family memory. Any genuinely happy moment works." Daphne closed her eyes, concentrating. After several attempts that produced only wisps of silver smoke, her frustration was evident. "This is pointless," she snapped. "Not everyone has enough happy memories to fuel this spell." "Try a different approach," Harry suggested, stepping closer. "Instead of a specific memory, focus on a feeling. Freedom, perhaps. The way flying makes you feel untethered." "I hate flying," Daphne said flatly. "Okay, bad example," Harry laughed. "What about accomplishment? When you mastered a difficult spell or brewed a perfect potion?" Something flickered in Daphne's eyes. She raised her wand again, concentrated, and whispered, "Expecto Patronum." Silver mist flowed from her wand, stronger this time, almost taking shape before dissipating. "That's it," Harry encouraged. "Much better." Daphne lowered her wand, looking unusually vulnerable. "I felt it almost form. Like it was reaching for something." "Keep practicing," Harry said. "It took me months to get it right." She straightened her robes, composure returning. "Tomorrow night, Potter. Same time. And bring something challenging." The Ministry Career Preparation Group was approved by Umbridge with suspicious ease. Harry suspected she thought keeping tabs on his activities was better than having him operate completely under her radar. Of course, the real defense training happened in secret room of requirement meetings, while the official club discussed ministry protocols and career paths with mind-numbing boredom. Meanwhile, his private sessions with Daphne continued 3 nights a week. They established a pattern: practical defense for an hour, followed by strategy discussions where Daphne shared ministry insights gleaned from her family connections. Umbridge has been authorized to use Veritaserum on students, Daphne revealed one night in late October as they sat recovering from an intense training session. "My father heard it from Fudge himself at their last dinner." Harry's stomach twisted. "That can't be legal." "Technically, it isn't. But the educational decrees give her latitude to use any means necessary to maintain order." Daphne pulled a small vial from her robes. "Which is why I made this Veritaserum antidote. Keep it on you." Harry took the vial, surprised by her foresight. "Thanks. But won't she notice if it doesn't work?" "Not if you give partially truthful answers," Daphne explained. "The antidote doesn't completely neutralize Veritaserum, just weakens it enough that you can mislead without obvious lying." "Smart," Harry said, pocketing the vial. "How'd you learn to make this?" A flicker of pride crossed Daphne's face. "Created it myself, actually. Modified an existing formula." "Seriously? That's impressive." "Don't sound so shocked, Potter," she said dryly. "Some of us have talents beyond charging headfirst into danger." Harry grinned. "Speaking of which, want to try something new tonight?" "Always." He'd been saving this lesson, uncertain if he should share it with anyone, but something about Daphne's dedication had earned his trust. "I've been researching ways to resist the Imperious Curse," Harry explained, pulling out notes he'd made. "I can throw it off completely, and I think I've figured out how to teach others." Daphne's eyes widened. "That's not something they teach at Hogwarts." "Obviously. But with Voldemort back," he noted she didn't flinch at the name, "it's something everyone should know." "And how exactly do you practice this without using an unforgivable?" "There's a lesser version. Not as powerful, but similar mental effect. The Suggestio Charm. It's not dark magic, just rare." Daphne took the notes from him, scanning them with interest. "Banned in competitive dueling in 1932. Creates compelling suggestions rather than outright control, interesting. I figured we could try it on each other, build up resistance." "Starting with you casting on me?" Harry nodded. "Unless you'd prefer." "No," Daphne interrupted. "I trust you, Potter." Surprising as that is to admit. The words hung between them, unexpectedly meaningful. They'd moved from reluctant partners to something closer to friends over the past weeks, though neither acknowledged it openly. "Ready?" Harry asked, raising his wand. Daphne straightened her spine. "Do your worst." November brought freezing rain and the first Quidditch match of the season, Gryffindor vs. Slytherin. Harry hadn't discussed the upcoming game with Daphne, unsure where their unusual alliance stood when it came to house rivalries. The morning of the match, he spotted her at the Slytherin table wearing a green and silver scarf. Their eyes met briefly across the Great Hall, her expression impassive as always in public. They hadn't spoken outside their private sessions since their partnership began, maintaining the appearance of house separation. The game was brutal. Slytherin's team had adopted especially dirty tactics, and Ron's nerves as the new Gryffindor keeper made him an easy target for their taunts. By the time Harry caught the snitch, securing a narrow Gryffindor victory, both teams were battered and furious. Things deteriorated further when Malfoy started insulting the Weasley family. Harry and George had just barely been restrained from attacking him when Malfoy sneered, and speaking of disgraceful, Potter, rumor has it you've been meeting the Ice Queen in empty classrooms. What would your blood traitor friends think about that? The Gryffindor team fell silent, looking at Harry with confusion. Before he could respond, a cool voice cut through the tension. Projecting your fantasies again, Draco? How pathetic. Daphne stood a few yards away, apparently having approached during the confrontation. Malfoy's pale cheeks flushed. Don't play innocent, Greengrass. You've been seen. Yes, in the library, working on the potions assignment Professor Snape paired us for, she said, voice dripping with disdain. Though I understand academic discussions might be beyond your comprehension. You're choosing Potter over your own house. Malfoy snarled. Daphne stepped closer, her voice dropping so only those nearest could hear. I choose my own path. Something you might consider before following your father straight to Azkaban. Malfoy's hand flew to his wand, but Daphne was faster. Without even drawing her wand, she flicked her fingers slightly, and Malfoy's shoelaces tied themselves together. When he stepped forward aggressively, he tumbled face first into the mud. Wandless magic, Hermione whispered beside Harry, sounding impressed. As Slytherin players helped a humiliated Malfoy up, Daphne turned to leave, catching Harry's eye momentarily. The ghost of a smile touched her lips before she walked away. What was that about, Harry? Ron demanded once they were heading back to the castle. Are you really meeting Greengrass? Professor Snape paired us for potions, Harry said, which was technically true, though their partnership had evolved far beyond that. She's actually decent when Malfoy's not around. A decent Slytherin? Ron snorted. That'll be the day. Harry didn't argue, but that night, he found himself arriving early to their meeting place, curious if the Quidditch match and public confrontation would change things between them. Daphne arrived precisely on time as always. Congratulations on the catch, Potter. Though your keeper needs work. Thanks for stepping in with Malfoy, Harry said. You didn't have to do that. Malfoy's an idiot, she replied dismissively. Besides, if he exposed our meetings, it would ruin my plans as much as yours. Still. That wandless trick with his shoelaces was brilliant. A genuine smile crossed her face. Minor charm. I've been practicing wandless magic since I was 12. My father insisted we learn in case we were ever disarmed. Could you teach me? It requires patience and focus, Potter. Not exactly your strengths. Try me, Harry challenged. Daphne studied him for a moment, then nodded. We'll add it to the training. Now, shall we continue with Imperious Resistance? I nearly broke your suggestion to recite Hamlet last time. Their lesson proceeded as normal, but something had shifted. The public acknowledgement, however subtle, had changed the dynamic between them. They were no longer completely secret partners, and Harry found himself wondering where this unusual friendship might lead. December arrived with brutal cold and mounting pressure from Umbridge. The toad-like professor had instituted her inquisitorial squad, giving Slytherins like Malfoy power to dock points and report rulebreakers. Daphne had pointedly refused to join, which Harry learned had made her position in Slytherin increasingly precarious. They're watching me, she told him during one meeting. Parkinson follows me around the common room, and I found evidence someone tried to break into my trunk. Is it safe for us to keep meeting? I've taken precautions. She flicked her wand, revealing complex wards around the classroom door that Harry hadn't even noticed. But we should vary our meeting places. The room of requirement might be safest. Harry nodded, concerned by the hint of tension in her usually composed demeanor. What about Christmas break? Will you be safe at home? My family home has protections that make Hogwarts look like a playground, Daphne assured him. The question is whether you'll maintain your skills without our sessions. I'll practice, Harry promised. I've been doing the wandless exercises every night. Show me. Harry concentrated, focusing on the quill on a nearby desk. After a moment of intense focus, it rose shakily into the air. Impressive progress, Daphne acknowledged. Most wizards take months to achieve that level of control. I had a good teacher, Harry said, letting the quill drop. Speaking of which, try your Patronus again. You were close last time. Daphne hesitated, then raised her wand. Expecto Patronum. Silver mist poured forth, swirling and condensing until it formed a sleek, graceful fox that pranced around the room, its bright eyes alert and clever. You did it! Harry exclaimed. Daphne stared at the fox in wonder before it dissolved. I didn't think. What memory did you use? She didn't answer immediately, her eyes still fixed on where the Patronus had disappeared. Not a memory, exactly. More of a possibility. Their eyes met, and Harry suddenly became aware of how close they were standing. In the past weeks, something had shifted between them. The grudging respect had grown into genuine admiration, and lately, something more. The moment stretched, charged with unspoken potential, until Daphne took a deliberate step back. We should practice the shield penetration charm you mentioned last week, she said briskly. OWLS will include shield assessment. Harry nodded, trying to ignore a strange disappointment. Right. Shields. The last meeting before Christmas break coincided with the final gathering of what students had started calling Dumbledore's Army, despite Harry's protests about the name. After finishing with the larger group, Harry stayed behind in the room of requirement, which transformed from a training hall into a smaller, comfortable space with a crackling fireplace and 2 armchairs. Daphne arrived 10 minutes later, snow-dusting her cloak. Sorry I'm late. Parkinson cornered me about my holiday plans. No problem. Harry gestured to the transformed room. I thought we deserved a break after the last few weeks. Daphne raised an eyebrow but settled into one of the armchairs. Very domestic, Potter. Thought you might appreciate not getting hexed before traveling tomorrow. Harry handed her a small package. Also, this is for you. Early Christmas present. Surprise flickered across Daphne's face as she accepted the gift. I didn't get you anything. Didn't expect you to, Harry assured her. Open it. She carefully unwrapped the package to reveal a small silver compact mirror. It's lovely, but I don't understand. It's a communication mirror, Harry explained. I have its pair. If you say my name into it, mine will heat up, and we can talk face to face, no matter the distance. Might be useful if you discover something urgent over the break. Or if you get yourself into trouble and need rescuing, Daphne added dryly, but her fingers traced the mirror's surface with something close to affection. This is thoughtful. Thank you. There's something else I wanted to discuss, Harry said, suddenly nervous. Umbridge is planning something big for January. According to Hermione's ministry contacts, she's bringing in additional inquisitors to evaluate all student organizations. That would include your defense group. And potentially expose everyone involved. Harry leaned forward. I think we need a contingency plan. Something to distract Umbridge if things get bad. Daphne considered this. What did you have in mind? Remember when you mentioned your family specializes in protection charms? Could any of those be modified to create a diversion? Something spectacular but not harmful. A slow smile spread across Daphne's face. Potter, are you suggesting we orchestrate chaos? Only as a last resort, Harry clarified. A backup plan. I might have just the thing. Daphne pulled a small notebook from her robes. My grandmother developed these protective wards that respond to specific threats by creating illusions. With some adjustments. They spent the next hour plotting contingencies, their conversation flowing easily between tactical planning and lighter topics. As the evening grew late, Daphne closed her notebook and fixed Harry with a curious look. "Why did you really agree to work with me that first day, Potter? You could have dismissed me as a Slytherin trick." Harry considered the question. "Honestly, I was tired of being kept in the dark. Dumbledore's been avoiding me all year, the Order treats me like a child, and even Ron and Hermione sometimes handle me like I might break. You were the first person who approached me as an equal. I needed something from you," Daphne pointed out. "It wasn't altruism." "Exactly. It was honest. No pretense of protection or greater good, just a straightforward deal." Harry shrugged. It was refreshing. Daphne nodded slowly. "For what it's worth, you've exceeded expectations. I didn't think a Gryffindor could be so pragmatic. And I didn't think a Slytherin could be so principled," Harry countered with a smile. "Maybe we're both exceptions to our house stereotypes." "Perhaps." She stood, gathering her cloak. "I should get back before curfew. The inquisitorial squad would love an excuse to catch me breaking rules." "Use the map I showed you," Harry suggested. "Third floor corridor should be clear." Daphne hesitated at the door. "Merry Christmas, Potter. Try not to get yourself killed before January." "Merry Christmas, Greengrass. Try not to miss me too much." Her laugh, rare and genuine, echoed as she slipped out the door. Christmas at Grimmauld Place was tense. Mr. Weasley's attack and Harry's vision of it had raised uncomfortable questions about his connection to Voldemort. Sirius tried to maintain holiday cheer, but the Order members watched Harry with poorly disguised concern. 3 days after Christmas, Harry was alone in his room when the communication mirror heated up in his pocket. He pulled it out quickly to see Daphne's face reflected in the glass. "You look terrible," were her first words. "Nice to see you too," Harry replied, but couldn't help smiling. "Everything okay?" "Yes and no." Daphne's expression was serious. "My father had a ministry meeting yesterday. Umbridge is planning Educational Decree 27 immediately after break. It will allow her to use Veritaserum interrogations without prior notice." Harry swore under his breath. "That's going to be a problem for the DA. It gets worse. She's specifically targeting you and your closest friends first." Daphne lowered her voice. "But I've been working on something that might help. A modified memory charm." "You can't just erase people's memories of the defense group," Harry protested. "That's not erasure," Daphne interrupted. "Concealment. The memories would still exist, but they'd be protected by an occlumency barrier. Temporary, but enough to fool Veritaserum." Harry stared at her. "That's incredibly advanced magic." "My family has resources," she said simply. "I've been researching in our private library. Can you teach it when we get back?" "It's complex, but yes. We'll need to work quickly though." She glanced over her shoulder. "I can't talk long. My mother's hosting a soiree, and I'm expected downstairs. Just be prepared when we return. Things are accelerating." "Daphne," Harry said before she could end the connection. "Thank you for the warning." Something softened in her expression. "We're partners, Potter. Besides, seeing Umbridge fail brings me joy." The mirror went dark, leaving Harry with much to consider. The fact that Daphne had used her family resources to help protect his friends marked a significant shift in their relationship. What had begun as a transactional partnership had evolved into something far more substantial. January brought heavy snow and an atmosphere of paranoia to Hogwarts. True to Daphne's warning, Umbridge implemented Educational Decree 27 their first week back, and students were being called to her office for casual conversations that left them disoriented and confused. Harry and Daphne worked frantically in the room of requirement, teaching the memory concealment charm first to Hermione, Ron, and a reluctant Neville, then to the other DA leaders. Focus on creating a mental vault, Daphne instructed as they sat in a circle. Picture placing specific memories inside and locking it with emotion rather than logic. Veritasium targets rational thought, but emotional barriers confuse it. This is dark magic, isn't it? Hermione asked, though she continued the exercise. It's gray, Daphne corrected. Neither ministry approved nor inherently malicious. Intent matters. Like your wandless magic? Neville asked, surprising everyone. He blushed when they turned to him. I've noticed you doing it in herbology. Little things to help your plants grow. Daphne looked momentarily disconcerted by the observation. Yes, like that. Magic itself isn't dark or light. Those are ministry classifications based on control, not ethics. She's right, Harry supported, earning a quick glance of appreciation from Daphne. We're not hurting anyone. We're protecting ourselves from unjust tactics. By the third week of January, all core DA members could perform the basic memory concealment. It wasn't perfect, sustained questioning could eventually break through, but it would prevent accidental revelations under Veritasium. Then disaster struck from an unexpected direction. Harry was headed to the library when he rounded a corner to find Malfoy pointing his wand at Daphne, backed by Crabbe and Goyle. You've gone too far, Greengrass, Malfoy was saying. My father knows your family's playing both sides. The Dark Lord doesn't tolerate fence-sitters. Your father should worry about his own standing, Draco, Daphne replied coolly, though Harry could see her hand inching toward her wand. Last I heard, the Dark Lord wasn't pleased with his ministry failures. Malfoy's face contorted with rage. Crucio. Harry reacted instinctively. His wandless magic wasn't strong enough for a proper shield, but his desperation sent a powerful concussive blast down the corridor, knocking all three Slytherin boys off their feet before the unforgivable could hit Daphne. Potter. Malfoy snarled, scrambling to his feet. Harry stepped forward, wand now drawn. An unforgivable, Malfoy? That's Azkaban, even for a daddy's boy like you. You can't prove anything, Malfoy sneered, but his voice wavered. Actually, he can, came Professor McGonagall's stern voice as she strode down the corridor, eyes blazing. I witnessed the entire exchange, Mr. Malfoy. My office, immediately. You too, Mr. Crabbe and Mr. Goyle. As McGonagall marched the Slytherins away, Harry turned to Daphne. Are you okay? She nodded, her usual composure slightly shaken. That was unexpected. Malfoy's always been a coward. Using an unforgivable in Hogwarts shows desperation. What did he mean about your family? Daphne glanced around the empty corridor. Not here. Room of requirement, tonight. Harry paced the room of requirement that evening, anxiety mounting with each passing minute. Daphne was late, which had never happened before. Just as he was considering checking the Marauder's map, the door opened and she slipped in, her face unusually pale. Sorry, she said immediately. Snape called a Slytherin house meeting after the Malfoy incident. What happened? Malfoy's been suspended pending a ministry investigation, but his father will undoubtedly intervene. She sank into a chair the room provided. Snape warned us all against taking sides in conflicts beyond our understanding. Pretty clear what he meant. Harry sat across from her. Malfoy threatened your family. Yes. Daphne hesitated, then continued, my family has maintained neutrality in wizarding conflicts for generations. We don't support Dumbledore or the Dark Lord. It's been a careful balancing act, especially for families with our history. What history? She met his eyes directly. The Greengrass family practiced magic that would now be classified as dark for centuries. We stopped publicly using these arts during Grindelwald's time, when the ministry began heavily regulating certain branches of magic, but the knowledge remains in our family grimoires. Is that why you wanted defense training? For protection from both sides? Partially. Daphne's fingers traced patterns on the armchair. I also wanted to understand you. The boy who lived, supposedly Dumbledore's perfect weapon against the darkness. I wanted to see if you were just another light side zealot. And what did you find? Harry asked quietly. A small smile curved her lips. Someone far more interesting. You don't blindly follow anyone's dogma. You make your own judgments. It's refreshing. So what now? If Malfoy's exposed your family's neutrality, we'll be pressured to choose sides, Daphne confirmed. My father received an invitation to meet with Lucius Malfoy next week. A thinly veiled summons from the Dark Lord's camp. Harry felt a surge of protectiveness. There are people who could help. The Order would expect complete allegiance to Dumbledore, Daphne cut him off. Trading one master for another isn't freedom, Potter. What about a third option? Harry suggested. Your family's knowledge combined with real defensive skills. Neither Dumbledore's passive resistance nor Voldemort's terrorism. Daphne studied him with new interest. You're talking about building our own faction. I'm talking about survival on our own terms, Harry clarified. No blind following, no masters. That would make us targets for both sides eventually. We already are, Harry pointed out. At least this way, we choose the battlefield. Something changed in Daphne's expression, a spark of something like hope breaking through her careful composure. It would require resources, allies, careful planning. Good thing I have a brilliant Slytherin partner then, Harry said with a half-smile. Daphne was quiet for a long moment before she stood and moved closer to him. Why are you really suggesting this, Potter? This goes beyond our original arrangement. Harry stood as well, suddenly very aware of how close they were. Because I trust you. Because you've shown me there's more to magic than light and dark. And because, he hesitated, then pushed forward, I care what happens to you. The admission hung between them. Daphne's blue eyes searched his, looking for deception or manipulation and finding none. That's dangerously Gryffindor of you, she finally said, but her voice had softened. Maybe. Or maybe it's just smart to keep my best ally safe. A smile tugged at her lips. Always have to have the last word, don't you, Potter? Before Harry could respond, Daphne closed the distance between them. Her kiss was like her magic, precise, intentional, and unexpectedly powerful. Harry responded immediately, one hand moving to her waist while the other tangled in her blonde hair. When they finally broke apart, Daphne's usual composure was pleasantly disheveled. That was, not part of the original arrangement either, she said, slightly breathless. I'm open to renegotiation, Harry replied with a grin. Daphne laughed, a genuine sound of delight that transformed her normally guarded features. So am I, Potter. So am I. With Malfoy temporarily removed from Hogwarts, February brought a brief respite from Slytherin hostility. However, Umbridge doubled her efforts to catch rule-breakers, especially Harry and his friends. The DA meetings continued with greater caution, while Harry and Daphne's private sessions evolved to include research into alternative magic that existed in the gray areas between ministry classifications. Their personal relationship developed alongside their magical partnership. In private, they dropped the pretense of formality, though in public they maintained the appearance of distant acquaintances. Only Hermione seemed to notice the change, giving Harry knowing looks whenever Daphne was mentioned. You should tell Ron, Hermione advised one evening in the common room. He's going to figure it out eventually. And have him explode about Slytherins? Harry sighed. Not yet. Things are complicated enough. Hermione gave him a penetrating look. This is more than just an alliance, isn't it? Harry couldn't hide his smile. Yeah, it is. Be careful, Harry. Not because she's Slytherin, Hermione added quickly, but because crossing house lines like this will make you both targets if it gets out. Especially with everything else happening. We know the risks, Harry assured her. But Daphne's worth it. The truth of those words struck him as he said them. Somewhere between defensive training and philosophical discussions about magic, between strategic planning and stolen kisses in the room of requirement, Daphne Greengrass had become essential to him. Her practical approach balanced his impulsiveness, her strategic mind complemented his instinctive power. Together, they were stronger than either could be alone. Their growing connection faced its first serious test in early March when the Daily Prophet published a feature on pure-blood families, where they stand in these uncertain times. The article pointedly questioned the Greengrass family's absence from public support of ministry policies. "It's a setup," Daphne fumed, pacing their meeting room. Umbridge pressured the Prophet to publish this. "She's trying to force neutral families to declare loyalty to Fudge. What will your father do? Make political donations, attend ministry functions, say all the right things." Daphne ran a hand through her hair in frustration. "It's the game we've always played, but the stakes are higher now. The Dark Lord won't be satisfied with superficial allegiance much longer." Harry caught her hand, stopping her pacing. "Maybe it's time to implement our contingency plan." "The distraction?" Daphne frowned. "That was meant for emergencies." "This is an emergency," Harry insisted. "If we create enough chaos, it might buy your family time while Umbridge deals with the fallout." Daphne's eyes lit with understanding. "And if we implicate Umbridge herself in the mess? The ministry might recall her to handle the political damage," Harry finished. "Giving all of us breathing room." A slow, mischievous smile spread across Daphne's face. "Potter, I think you've been spending too much time with Slytherins." "Only one Slytherin," he corrected, pulling her closer. "And not nearly enough time." Their planning took on new urgency. The chaos they envisioned would require precise timing and participation from trusted members of the DA. Fred and George Weasley were natural recruits, their eyes lighting up when Harry approached them with the outline of the plan. "Magical swamp in the east corridors." Fred grinned. "Brilliant. We've been developing something similar for the joke shop," George added. "With a few modifications." "But we need more," Harry pressed. "Something that specifically targets Umbridge without being traceable to any student." The twins exchanged gleeful looks. "Leave that to us, Harry. We've been saving something special for the right moment." By mid-March, everything was in place. The trigger would be Umbridge's planned inspection of all student dormitories, a clear violation of privacy that even some teachers privately opposed. The night before the inspection, Harry met Daphne one last time to confirm details. "Timing is crucial," she reminded him, reviewing their notes. "The swamp activates at precisely 9 a.m., when Umbridge begins the Hufflepuff inspection. The enchanted fireworks follow at 9:15 from the astronomy tower. By 9:30, the portable fog fills the main corridors. And at 9:45, the piece de resistance," Harry added with a grin. Every educational decree simultaneously transformed into proclamations of Umbridge's secret love for Filch. Daphne tried to maintain her serious expression but couldn't suppress a laugh. "The twins' contribution is inspired, I have to admit. With any luck, the combined chaos will force Umbridge to request ministry assistance, pulling attention away from your family and the DA." Daphne's expression sobered. "It's a good plan, but temporary. We need something more permanent. A true alternative to both sides." "We'll find it," Harry promised. "One crisis at a time." She studied him for a moment, then pulled something from her robes, a small silver pendant on a fine chain. "This is for you. An old Greengrass protection charm. It warns the wearer of impending danger and can deflect minor curses." "Daphne, I can't take this, you can and you will." She placed it in his palm, closing his fingers around it. "It's been in my family for generations. Consider it, an investment in our future plans." The weight of her trust settled over Harry. "Thank you. Don't get sentimental on me, Potter," she said, but her eyes betrayed her. "Just try not to get caught tomorrow." I'd hate to have to break you out of detention. Harry grinned. Worried about me, Greengrass? Merely concerned about losing a valuable asset, she replied primly, but the smile tugging at her lips told a different story. The plan unfolded even better than they'd hoped. The magical swamp expanded beyond expectations, flooding 3 corridors instead of 1. The Weasley twins' fireworks proved virtually indestructible, multiplying whenever anyone tried to vanish them. By mid-morning, Hogwarts had descended into magnificent chaos. The crowning achievement came when the educational decrees transformed into flowery love proclamations, complete with animated hearts and Umbridge's trademark hem-hem sound effect. The toad-like professor's face had turned so purple with rage that several first-years fled in terror, convinced she was about to explode. By afternoon, Ministry officials had arrived to assist with the security breach. Umbridge was forced to postpone all inspections and interrogations while the castle was secured, giving everyone a much-needed reprieve. Harry watched from a safe distance as Umbridge screeched at a harried-looking Ministry employee, her perfect coiffure now singed by firework sparks. Enjoying the view? Daphne murmured, appearing beside him as if from nowhere. Immensely, Harry admitted. Have you heard from your family? Father sent an owl. The Ministry's attention has completely shifted to the Hogwarts situation. No one's pressuring neutral families at the moment. Mission accomplished then. Daphne's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. For now. But we need to use this time wisely. I've been researching in the Room of Requirement, asking it to provide books on magical theory beyond Hogwarts curriculum. Find anything useful? Perhaps. She glanced around to ensure they weren't overheard. There are branches of magic that draw power from sources besides the caster's core. Ritual magic, elemental bonding, ancient protection spells tied to bloodlines. Sounds like what Dumbledore used to protect me at my aunt's house, Harry noted. Similar principle, but with more agency for the participants. Daphne's voice dropped further. Some of these magics could potentially rival Dumbledore's power or the Dark Lord's, but they require specific circumstances. Magical compatibility between participants, astronomical alignments, sacred locations. Harry considered this. You think we could use these to create protection independent of either side? With the right preparation, yes. Her eyes met his, serious and intent. But it would require trust, Harry. Complete trust. The use of his first name wasn't lost on him. In public, they maintained last-name formality, but even in private, Daphne rarely called him Harry. The significance was clear. You have my trust, he said simply. Something powerful passed between them, a connection that transcended their initial alliance. Before either could speak further, however, a tremendous crash echoed from the Great Hall, followed by Umbridge's unmistakable shriek of outrage. That would be Phase 4, Harry grinned. The portable swamp expanding into her office. Daphne shook her head, but couldn't hide her amusement. You should go before someone connects you to this madness. Meet me tonight, usual place. We have plans to discuss. Harry watched her walk away, struck by how much had changed in the months since their first reluctant partnership. What had begun as a pragmatic alliance had evolved into something far deeper, a relationship built on shared goals, mutual respect, and genuine affection. And now, it seemed, they stood on the cusp of something even more significant, creating a third path in the Wizarding War, one that rejected both Dumbledore's passive resistance and Voldemort's tyranny. It was ambitious, perhaps even dangerous, but with Daphne at his side, Harry felt a surge of confidence he hadn't experienced before. Together, they might just change everything. April brought unseasonably warm weather and a tense standoff between Umbridge and the student body. The High Inquisitor had failed to identify the culprits behind what the students now called the Great Hogwarts Rebellion, and her increasingly desperate measures only fueled further resistance. Meanwhile, Harry and Daphne intensified their research into alternative magical traditions. The Room of Requirement proved invaluable, providing rare texts on forgotten branches of magic whenever they requested them. Look at this, Daphne said one evening, showing Harry an ancient tome written in runic script. It describes a ritual called Concordia Potestas, Harmony of Power. Used by magical partners with complementary abilities to enhance their combined strength. Harry studied the intricate diagrams. These look like the protection runes you showed me last week. Related concept, but more advanced. This isn't just about protection, it's about magical synergy. Her eyes gleamed with excitement. The ritual creates a connection that allows partners to draw on each other's magical strengths without draining either core. That sounds incredible. And probably illegal by ministry standards. Oh, entirely illegal, Daphne confirmed with a dismissive wave. Classified as dark magic in 1749 because it operates outside ministry monitoring. But there's nothing inherently harmful about it. Harry had grown accustomed to these revelations. How many supposedly dark magics were simply traditions the ministry couldn't control? Daphne's perspective had fundamentally changed his understanding of magical classification. What would we need for this ritual? Compatible magical cores, for one. Which we likely have, given how well our magic works together in training. She traced the runic circle in the book. Also, a location with natural magical convergence during the summer solstice, and... She hesitated, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. And... Harry prompted. A physical bond, she said carefully. The ritual requires intimacy between the participants. Oh. Harry felt his own face warming. That's, We don't have to decide anything now, Daphne said quickly. The solstice isn't until June, and we'd need extensive preparation regardless. Right, Harry agreed, trying to regain his composure. What about more immediate options? Something to get us through the rest of term with Umbridge breathing down our necks. Daphne looked relieved at the change of subject. Actually, I've modified the memory concealment charm we've been using. This version creates a false set of memories rather than just hiding the real ones. That would be perfect for DA members if they're questioned. Exactly. Instead of remembering defense training, they'd recall boring study sessions for upcoming OWLS. Their planning was interrupted by Harry's communication mirror heating up in his pocket. He pulled it out to find Hermione's worried face. Harry. Where are you? Umbridge knows about the DA. Marietta Edgecombe told her everything. They're looking for you right now. Harry and Daphne exchanged alarmed looks. Where's Umbridge? Harry asked urgently. Heading to Dumbledore's office with Fudge and Oars. They think Dumbledore's been building an army against the ministry. Harry, you need to hide, the mirror connection abruptly cut off. We need to warn the others, Harry said, already pulling out the Marauders map. No, Daphne grabbed his arm. That's exactly what they'll expect. We need to be smarter than that. We can't just let everyone get caught. We won't. Daphne's mind was clearly racing. Edgecombe's already talked, so the damage is done. But we can control the narrative. She pulled out her wand. Send your Patronus to warn the core members to use the false memory charm immediately. I'll create a diversion to keep Umbridge occupied. Harry nodded, summoning his stag Patronus and sending it with urgent messages to Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, and Ginny. Meanwhile, Daphne was casting a complex spell he didn't recognize, her wand movements precise and fluid. What are you doing? Triggering a cascading ward collapse in the third-floor corridor, she explained. It'll seem like accidental magic from first years, but it'll pull Filch and the Inquisitorial squad away from Dumbledore's office for at least 10 minutes. Harry stared at her in admiration. That's brilliant. It's Slytherin, she corrected with a quick smile. Now we need to establish your alibi. You've been in the library all evening, studying potions with me. Several Ravenclaws saw us there earlier, and we left our books at a table. Won't Umbridge question your involvement if she knows we were together? Let her. Daphne's expression hardened. I can handle Umbridge's interrogation. Besides, studying potions hardly constitutes building an army. They moved quickly through secret passages, consulting the map to avoid detection. When they reached the library, they found it in chaos as students rushed to return to dormitories amid rumors of ministry officials in the castle. Mr. Potter, Miss Greengrass, Madame Pants called sharply. Your belongings. She handed them their book bags from behind her desk. I suggest you return to your dormitories immediately. Thank you, Madame Pants, Daphne said smoothly. We lost track of time studying for OWLS. Has something happened? Ministry business, the librarian sniffed disapprovingly. Now off with you both. Outside the library, Harry pulled Daphne into an alcove. I should find out what's happening with Dumbledore. That's exactly what Umbridge will expect, Daphne warned. You need to be somewhere innocent and visible when the news breaks. Harry knew she was right, but the thought of hiding while others faced consequences didn't sit well with him. I can't just do nothing. Daphne's expression softened. I know. But sometimes strategic retreat is necessary for the larger battle. She squeezed his hand. Trust me on this. Go to your common room. Be seen. Act surprised when you hear the news. I'll gather information from the Slytherin side and contact you tonight. The wisdom of her approach was undeniable, however much it frustrated his Gryffindor instincts. All right. Be careful. Always am, she replied. Then, unexpectedly, she pulled him into a quick, fierce kiss. For luck, she murmured against his lips before slipping away toward the dungeons. Harry made his way to Gryffindor Tower, mind racing with contingency plans. When he entered the common room, he found it buzzing with rumors and speculation. Harry! Ron called, waving him over to where he sat with Hermione, both looking tense but composed. Where have you been? Dumbledore's gone. Library, Harry replied, loud enough for nearby students to hear. Studying potions. What happened with Dumbledore? As Hermione filled him in, how Dumbledore had claimed sole responsibility for Dumbledore's army, and disappeared before the Aurors could arrest him, Harry felt a surge of gratitude for Daphne's foresight. Had he rushed to the headmaster's office as his instincts demanded, he might now be facing expulsion or worse. Later that night, the communication mirror heated in his pocket. Daphne's face appeared, her expression grim. Umbridge's been named headmistress, she reported. And she's furious. Apparently, Dumbledore jinxed his office, she can't get in. The gargoyle won't budge for her. Good, Harry said fiercely. Any fallout for DA members? Minimal. Your memory charm worked, most of them genuinely believe they were just studying. Edgecombe's the only one who remembers the truth, and she's in the hospital wing with an impressive case of boils spelling sneak across her face. Daphne looked impressed. Granger's work, I assume. Her security measure on the member list, Harry confirmed. What about you? Any suspicion? Snape vouched for my whereabouts, surprisingly enough. Said he'd assigned us both extra potions work and Madame Pants confirmed we were in the library. Harry raised his eyebrows. Snape helped. Don't look so shocked. Slytherin House protects its own, and Snape despises Umbridge as much as anyone. Daphne's expression turned more serious. But there's something else. My father sent an urgent letter. The Dark Lord's growing impatient with neutral families. He's ordered Lucius Malfoy to persuade several pure-blood houses to declare allegiance before summer. The implications were clear. Your family's on that list. Near the top, Daphne confirmed, her voice steady despite the fear Harry could see in her eyes. We have weeks at most before they come calling. Harry felt a surge of protectiveness. We need to accelerate our plans. Agreed. I've been studying the Concordia ritual more carefully. With some modifications, we might be able to perform a preliminary version during the Beltane convergence on May 1st rather than waiting for the solstice. Would it still be effective? Not as powerful, but enough to establish a basic connection. It would give us a foundation to build on. She hesitated. There's something else. I think we should bring others into our confidence. Not everyone, but a core group we trust absolutely. Who did you have in mind? From your side, Granger definitely. Her magical knowledge and research skills are invaluable. Possibly Longbottom as well, he has stronger magical potential than most realize. Daphne considered. From Slytherin, I'd suggest Tracy Davis and Blaise Zabini. Both from neutral families with reasons to resist the Dark Lord. Harry nodded slowly. That makes sense. A small group from different houses, combining our strengths. Exactly. Not Dumbledore's army or the Dark Lord's servants, but something new. Daphne's eyes gleamed with determination. Our own path. As they discussed details for approaching their potential allies, Harry was struck by how naturally they'd fallen into this partnership of equals. Daphne's strategic mind complemented his instinctive approach, her caution balanced his impulsiveness. Together, they were forging something unique in the wizarding world, a third option beyond the binary choices they'd been presented. The challenge ahead was immense, but for the first time since Voldemort's return, Harry felt genuine hope. Not just for survival, but for creating something better than what came before. The weeks following Dumbledore's departure were among the darkest Hogwarts had seen. Umbridge's reign as headmistress brought increasingly draconian measures, banned student gatherings, monitored mail, and the formation of the Inquisitorial Squad into a full-fledged student police force. Despite these challenges, or perhaps because of them, Harry and Daphne successfully recruited their core allies. Hermione had been initially skeptical about working with Slytherins but was won over by Daphne's extensive knowledge of magical theory. Neville, surprisingly, had required the least convincing, stating simply that house divisions seemed pointless with bigger threats looming. On the Slytherin side, Tracy Davis and Blaise Zabini joined their alliance with pragmatic enthusiasm. Both came from families under increasing pressure to support Voldemort and recognized the value of an alternative option. Their group met in the Room of Requirement under the guise of an inter-house study group, technically permitted by Umbridge's rules, though closely monitored. Within this cover, they prepared for the Beltane ritual while developing individual magical strengths. The key is complementary abilities, Daphne explained during one meeting, as they sat in a circle reviewing ancient texts. Traditional magical education treats all wizards as interchangeable, but we each have natural affinities. By identifying and combining these, we create something greater than individual power. Like wandless magic for you and Harry, Hermione observed. You both have unusual aptitude for it. Exactly. And you, Hermione, have exceptional skill with magical theory and adaptation. Neville's connection to earth magic and herbology is stronger than I've seen in most wizards. Blaise has natural occlumency talent, and Tracy's charm work is nearly perfect. So we're not just learning the same spells, Neville said, understanding dawning. We're developing specialized skills that work together. Precisely, Daphne nodded approvingly. The old families understood this principle. They didn't try to standardize magic, they celebrated and combined different strengths. Harry watched as their unlikely group absorbed this concept. In just weeks, they'd begun thinking beyond house rivalries and ministry classifications, approaching magic from a fundamentally different perspective. It was revolutionary in its simplicity. As Beltane approached, Harry and Daphne focused on the modified Concordia ritual. The preliminary version would establish a basic magical connection between them, not the complete bonding the summer solstice would allow, but enough to enhance their combined abilities and create a foundation for the larger ritual. The location is crucial, Daphne explained as they reviewed the requirements. It needs natural magical convergence. Normally, I'd suggest the stone circle near Hogsmeade, but with Umbridge watching every movement. What about the Forbidden Forest? Harry suggested. There's a clearing with a natural spring about half a mile in. I found it during third year when hiding from Dementors. That could work. Natural springs often mark magical nodes. Daphne made notes in her grimoire. We'd need to slip away after curfew on Beltane Eve, perform the ritual at midnight, and return before dawn. The risk is substantial, Hermione warned. If you're caught outside the castle at night. The potential benefit outweighs the risk, Daphne countered. This connection could be the foundation for everything else we're planning. The discussion continued, refining details and contingencies. By the meeting's end, they had a workable plan. While Harry and Daphne performed the ritual, their allies would create diversions and alibis to cover their absence. As April waned, tension mounted throughout the castle. Umbridge grew increasingly paranoid, convinced student resistance continued despite her best efforts to crush it. Meanwhile, news from outside Hogwarts grew darker, disappearances reported in the Daily Prophet, thinly veiled as ordinary incidents, but clearly signaling Voldemort's growing activity. The night before Beltane, Harry met Daphne alone in the room of requirement to finalize preparations. The room had transformed into a space that resembled an ancient study, with star charts covering the walls and a circular table at the center laden with ritual components. "Are you certain about this?" Harry asked as they reviewed the ritual one last time. "Once we start this connection, it can't be undone easily." Daphne looked up from the runestone she was inscribing. "I've been certain since February, Potter. The question is whether you are." Harry considered the magnitude of what they were undertaking. The ritual would connect their magic in ways few modern wizards experienced, creating a bond that transcended ordinary partnership. It wasn't marriage in the conventional sense, but in magical terms, it was equally significant. "I'm sure," he said finally. "Not just about the ritual, but about us. About what we're building together." Something softened in Daphne's expression. She set down her carving tools and moved to stand before him, her usual composed demeanor giving way to rare vulnerability. "This isn't how I imagined my 5th year would go," she admitted. "Working with Harry Potter, planning rituals in secret, essentially declaring independence from both established factions in a brewing war. Having second thoughts?" Harry asked quietly. "No." Her certainty was immediate. "The opposite, actually. For the first time, I'm not just following the path my family has walked for generations. I'm creating something new." She took his hand, an unusually demonstrative gesture for her. "With you." The moment stretched between them, heavy with unspoken emotion. Then Daphne stepped back, resuming her practical demeanor. "We should finalize the arithmetic calculations for the ritual circle. I've adjusted the traditional design to account for the waxing moon and forest location." Harry smiled at the quick return to business. It was so characteristically Daphne, moments of openness followed by practical focus. He'd grown to appreciate this duality in her, the balance of emotion and strategy that made her uniquely herself. As they worked through the night, perfecting preparations for the ritual, Harry reflected on the journey that had brought them to this point. What had begun as a pragmatic alliance had evolved into something neither could have predicted, a partnership that challenged the fundamental divisions of the wizarding world and offered a glimpse of a different future. Whatever happened tomorrow night would irrevocably change them both. But looking at Daphne across the table, her blonde hair falling forward as she concentrated on her work, Harry felt only certainty. This was right. They were right. Together, they would forge a new path. Beltane arrived with unexpected fog, a thick mist that shrouded the castle grounds and provided perfect cover for their nighttime excursion. At 11 o'clock, Harry met Daphne at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, both carrying small bags containing ritual components. "The others have created our alibis," Daphne reported in a whisper. "Hermione's charmed your bed curtains to appear occupied if checked. Blaise convinced Snape to assign us both to the potion storeroom for inventory as punishment for our argument at dinner." Their public argument had been a calculated performance, loud enough to draw attention but vague enough to avoid serious consequences. It provided perfect cover for their absence, as everyone would assume they were avoiding each other. "Ready?" Harry asked, offering his hand. Daphne took it, her grip firm despite the night's chill. "Lead the way." They moved silently through the forest, wands illuminating just enough path to navigate by. Harry guided them confidently, remembering the route from previous excursions. After 20 minutes of careful progress, they reached the clearing with the natural spring. It was perfect for their purposes, a small, open space surrounded by ancient trees, with a clear pool fed by a bubbling spring at its center. Natural magic hummed in the air, perceptible to anyone sensitive enough to feel it. "The convergence is stronger than I expected," Daphne murmured, running her fingers through the air as if touching invisible currents. "This will enhance the ritual significantly." They worked quickly and methodically, creating a ritual circle with powdered silver and crushed herbs, placing carved runestones at cardinal points, and drawing complex symbols with wandlight that hung suspended in the air. As midnight approached, the fog seemed to recede from the clearing, leaving it in a pocket of perfect clarity beneath a star-filled sky. "It's time," Daphne said softly, checking her watch. "Are you ready?" Harry nodded, taking his position across from her in the circle. They'd practiced the ritual components extensively, but nothing could fully prepare them for the real experience. Daphne began the incantation, her voice clear and melodic in the night air. Ancient words flowed from her lips, not Latin like modern spells, but something older, more primal. Harry joined at the appropriate moment, their voices twining together as they moved in slow, precise steps around the circle. The runestones began to glow, first faintly, then with increasing brightness. The powdered silver of the circle ignited without heat, creating a ring of brilliant white light that enclosed them completely. Above, the stars seemed to pulse in rhythm with their words. As midnight struck, they met at the center of the circle, hands clasped. The final phase required blood freely given, a small cut on each palm, their bleeding hands pressed together as they spoke the culminating phrases in unison. The moment their blood mingled, magic surged around and through them. Harry gasped as he felt something new unfold within his magical core, a doorway opening to Daphne's magic, distinctive and powerful. Her essence was cool and precise, methodical where his was instinctive, controlled where his flowed wild and free. For an eternal moment, they stood suspended in perfect connection, each experiencing the other's magic as intimately as their own. Harry could feel Daphne's shock and wonder mirroring his, her usual composure completely undone by the profound communion they shared. Then, gradually, the intensity subsided. The glowing circle dimmed, though it didn't disappear completely. Their clasped, bleeding hands had healed, leaving matching silver scars across their palms, physical manifestation of the magical bond they'd created. "Did you feel?" Harry began, his voice hoarse. "Everything," Daphne confirmed, looking slightly dazed. "I felt, you. All of you." They stood motionless, adjusting to the new awareness between them. It wasn't telepathy exactly, Harry couldn't hear Daphne's thoughts, but he could sense her presence, her magical signature, in a way that transcended physical proximity. "Try casting something," Daphne suggested, stepping back slightly though keeping her scarred hand near his. Harry raised his wand and whispered, "Expecto Patronum." His stag burst forth, but unlike any previous casting, it emerged with unprecedented clarity and force, glowing so brilliantly it illuminated the entire clearing like daylight. More surprisingly, it was accompanied by Daphne's Fox Patronus, though she hadn't cast the spell herself. The two patron muses circled each other playfully before trotting together into the forest, eventually fading from sight. "That's..." Harry trailed off, astounded. "Remarkable," Daphne finished, her scientific curiosity overtaking her emotional response. "The connection is allowing magical spillover. When you cast, it drew partly on my magic as well, manifesting both patron uses. Can you feel it? The connection?" Daphne nodded, placing her hand over her heart. "Like a warm thread connecting us. I can sense your magic even though it remains separate from mine." They experimented further, discovering that while in close proximity, their spells gained significant power. More intriguingly, they could now sense magical signatures around them with greater clarity, the ancient magic of the forest, the protective wards distant at the castle boundaries, even the magical creatures moving unseen through the night. "This changes everything," Daphne said as they finally gathered their ritual components, preparing to return to the castle. "With this foundation, the solstice ritual will be far more powerful than I originally calculated." Harry nodded, still processing the profound shift in his magical awareness. "Do you think anyone will notice the change in us?" "Not unless they're looking specifically for it," Daphne assured him. "Though we should be careful around Dumbledore if he returns. His magical sensitivity is legendary." As they made their way back through the forest, Harry found himself hyper-aware of Daphne beside him. The ritual had transformed their relationship on a fundamental level. They were still themselves, still separate individuals, but now connected by something ancient and powerful. "No regrets?" he asked quietly as the castle came into view, fog still concealing their approach. Daphne stopped, turning to face him fully. In the pre-dawn light, her eyes seemed to glow with newfound power and purpose. "Not one," she said with uncharacteristic intensity. Then, more softly, "You." In answer, Harry pulled her close and kissed her, not the careful, measured kisses they'd shared before, but something deeper, fueled by the magical connection pulsing between them. Daphne responded with equal fervor, their magic swirling around them like an invisible storm. When they finally broke apart, both slightly breathless, Daphne's usual composed mask had completely fallen away. In its place was something Harry had glimpsed only in rare moments, a woman of extraordinary passion and determination, no longer hiding behind Slytherin reserve. "We should get back before sunrise," she said, though she made no move to step away from him. Harry nodded, but kept hold of her hand as they continued toward the castle. Whatever challenges lay ahead, Umbridge, OWL examinations, the looming threat of Voldemort, they would face them together, bound by magic older than Hogwarts itself. The Ice Queen and the boy who lived had forged their own path, one that would soon reshape the wizarding world in ways no one could predict. The days following the Beltane ritual brought unexpected developments. Harry and Daphne discovered that their magical connection continued to evolve, growing more nuanced with each passing day. They could sense each other's general location within Hogwarts, detect shifts in the other's emotional state when in relatively close proximity, and their combined spellwork showed remarkable enhancement. More surprisingly, both found their individual magic had been affected. Harry's spell precision improved dramatically, while Daphne discovered new reserves of raw power she could draw upon in challenging situations. It was as if the best aspects of each other's magical approach had influenced their own. "It's not just power transfer," Hermione observed during a secret meeting of their core group. "It's like your magic is learning from each other." "Magical resonance," Daphne confirmed, consulting one of the ancient texts they'd been studying. According to these accounts, the phenomenon was once common among magical partnerships. Modern wizards rarely experience it because contemporary magic focuses on standardization rather than complementary strengths. Their group continued meeting under the guise of interhouse OWL preparation, which became increasingly plausible as May advanced and examinations loomed. Even Umbridge couldn't object to academic cooperation when the results would reflect on Hogwarts standing with the Ministry. Behind this cover, they developed specialized magical approaches based on each person's natural affinities. Neville's earth magic flourished when freed from traditional wandwork expectations. Hermione's theoretical understanding translated into unprecedented spell adaptation. Blaise and Tracy developed complementary skills in mental magic and charm work, respectively. Harry and Daphne stood at the center of this evolving group, their bonded magic providing a focal point around which the others oriented. They weren't leaders in the conventional sense, there was no hierarchy in their alliance, but their connection embodied the principles they were exploring together. As OWL examinations began, the castle buzzed with nervous energy. Students crammed last-minute information, practiced spells in corners of the common rooms, and shared horror stories of previous year's tests. Amid this academic frenzy, few noticed the subtle shifts occurring within their small group. The practical examinations proved particularly revealing. In charms, transfiguration, and especially defense against the dark arts, Harry performed with a precision and control that startled his examiners. Daphne, meanwhile, demonstrated power levels in her spellcasting that raised eyebrows among the ministry officials. "Did you see Marchbank's face when you produced that shield charm?" Tracy whispered to Daphne as they left the defense practical. "I thought her eyes would pop out." "Potter's influence," Daphne murmured with a small smile. "Though I'd appreciate if you didn't broadcast that particular detail." Their final examination, History of Magic, coincided with the arrival of ominous news from outside Hogwarts. The Daily Prophet reported disturbances at the Ministry of Magic, described in deliberately vague terms that set Harry's instincts on high alert. Halfway through the written examination, disaster struck. Pain seared through Harry's scar with unprecedented intensity, bringing a vision of Sirius being tortured in the Department of Mysteries. The pain was so severe that he collapsed, disrupting the entire examination hall. As he was escorted to the hospital wing, Harry felt Daphne's concern pulse through their connection. Without words, he projected the vision toward her, using their bond to share the critical information. Her response came immediately: caution, skepticism, a request to wait until they could confer. The moment the examination ended, their group convened in an abandoned classroom. "It could be a trap," Daphne argued, pacing intensely. "The Dark Lord knows of your connection to Black." This vision was exceptionally strong and conveniently timed. "But what if it's real?" Harry countered, anxiety churning inside him. "I can't just ignore it if Sirius is in danger." "We verify first," Hermione insisted. "Use the communication mirror to contact Sirius directly." Harry had forgotten the mirror in his panic. He pulled it from his pocket, calling Sirius's name urgently. After tense moments with no response, his fear mounted. "He always carries his mirror," Harry said, desperation creeping into his voice. "If he's not answering." "We need more information before rushing to London," Daphne insisted. "Blaise, use the Floo connection in Umbridge's office to check Grimmauld Place. Your occlumency is strongest, you can resist her Veritaserum if caught." "I'll need a diversion," Blaise pointed out. "We'll handle that," Neville volunteered, surprising everyone with his confidence. "Tracy and I can create a spectacle near the entrance hall that will draw Umbridge away." They moved with practiced efficiency, each taking assigned roles in their hastily constructed plan. Harry felt Daphne's steadying presence through their bond as they waited for Blaise's return, her controlled concern helping temper his frantic worry for Sirius. When Blaise returned 30 minutes later, his news was grim. The house was empty except for that house elf, who said his master is not home, and seemed quite pleased about it. "I couldn't get more from him before I had to leave." "That settles it," Harry said, moving toward the door. "I'm going to the ministry." "We're going to the ministry," Daphne corrected firmly. "But not blindly charging in. We need a strategy." What followed was the most intense planning session they'd yet undertaken. Maps of the ministry were conjured from memory, escape routes identified, and magical approaches tailored to their specific strengths. "The Department of Mysteries will be heavily warded," Daphne warned. "We'll need to combine our magical signatures to bypass the strongest protections without triggering alarms." "How many should go?" Tracy asked practically. "A larger group offers more magical strength but less mobility." After debate, they settled on 4, Harry and Daphne as the bonded core, with Hermione and Blaise providing complementary skills in research knowledge and mental protection. "Neville and Tracy will maintain our cover here and alert the Order if we don't return by midnight," Hermione concluded, writing final notes. "We'll take Thestrals to London, they're faster than brooms and less traceable than the Floo network." As evening approached, they made final preparations. Harry felt a strange calm descend as they moved from planning to action. With Daphne beside him, their magic humming in synchronized rhythm, he faced the potential trap with clear-eyed determination rather than reckless desperation. The journey to London passed in tense silence, the Thestrals carrying them swiftly through gathering darkness. Upon reaching the ministry, they encountered the first surprise: the employee entrance was unguarded, the security desk abandoned. "This confirms it's either a trap or something significant is happening," Daphne observed as they moved cautiously through the atrium. "The ministry is never unattended, even at night." Harry nodded, senses heightened through their bond. He could feel magic pulsing around them, the building's ambient enchantments, but also something darker, more volatile emanating from the lower levels. "The Department of Mysteries is on level 9, Hermione whispered as they entered the lifts. "According to Ministry Architecture and History, it's the most heavily protected section of the building." When the lift doors opened, they faced a plain black door at the end of a corridor, deceptively simple for the entrance to the wizarding world's greatest repository of magical secrets. "Ready?" Harry asked, glancing at his companions. Daphne's hand found his, their scarred palms pressing together and amplifying their connection. Together. They approached the door, which swung open at their touch, revealing a circular room with identical black doors surrounding them. As they entered, the wall began to spin, disorienting them completely. "Defense mechanism," Hermione whispered. "It's randomizing the exits." "We need to find the right door without triggering further protections," Blaise said, studying the identical entrances. Daphne and Harry exchanged glances, then simultaneously raised their free hands, palms outward. Together, they sent a pulse of their combined magic through the room, not an offensive spell, but a sensing wave that mapped the magical signatures behind each door. "There," they said in unison, pointing to a door slightly to their right. "That's where the disturbance is coming from." Blaise and Hermione stared at them, clearly startled by the synchronized action, but followed without question as Harry and Daphne led the way through the chosen door. Beyond lay a vast chamber filled with towering shelves holding glowing glass orbs, thousands upon thousands of them, stretching into shadowy distances. Prophecies, Harry realized, remembering Dumbledore's cryptic references from years past. "Sirius should be in row 97, Harry whispered, recalling his vision. They moved cautiously through the rows, wands ready, senses alert for any sign of deception or danger. The oppressive silence was broken only by the occasional whisper from the prophecy orbs as they passed. "Harry," Daphne said suddenly, her voice tight with warning. "We're not alone." Before he could respond, dark figures emerged from the shadows ahead, Death Eaters in full masks and robes, led by the unmistakable form of Lucius Malfoy. "Mr. Potter," Malfoy's drawling voice echoed in the cavernous room. "How predictable you are. The Dark Lord understood your heroic tendencies perfectly." "Where's Sirius?" Harry demanded, though he already knew the answer. "Not here, obviously," Malfoy replied with cruel amusement. "But you are, which was the goal. Now, hand over the prophecy." "What prophecy?" Malfoy gestured to a nearby shelf where a glowing orb sat labeled with Harry's name and the Dark Lord's. "That prophecy. The one that explains why the Dark Lord came for you all those years ago. Why you alone survived his attack." Harry felt Daphne's mind touch his through their bond, caution, calculation, the beginnings of a strategy forming. Without speaking aloud, they communicated intent: stall, gather information, prepare for coordinated defense. "So Voldemort sent you to fetch it for him?" Harry asked, deliberately using the name to unsettle the Death Eaters. "Can't come get it himself?" As expected, several Death Eaters flinched at the name, their wands twitching dangerously. Malfoy's voice hardened. "You dare speak his name? You filthy half-blood." "Oh please," Daphne interrupted, her cool voice cutting through the tension. "Spare us the blood purity lecture, Lucius. Everyone knows the Dark Lord himself is half-blood. Potter at least had a wizarding father, unlike your precious master." The revelation landed like a bombshell among the junior Death Eaters, whose confused muttering suggested this information was new to them. Malfoy's mask couldn't hide his fury. "Greengrass," he hissed. "Your family's neutrality ends tonight. The Dark Lord will be most interested to learn of your allegiances. My allegiances are my own, Daphne replied calmly, though Harry could feel her gathering power through their bond. As is my magic. Through their connection, Harry sensed her plan forming, a complex magical strategy that would require perfect synchronization. As she mentally outlined it, he made slight adjustments, their magical thoughts interweaving in seamless communication. Meanwhile, Hermione and Blaise had positioned themselves strategically, following subtle cues from Harry and Daphne's stances. The Death Eaters, focused primarily on Harry and the prophecy, failed to notice this careful repositioning. Enough talk, Malfoy snapped. The prophecy, Potter. Now. Or your friends start dying. You know what, Lucius? I don't think I will, Harry replied, reaching out to take the prophecy orb from its shelf. But I am curious, what's so important about this that Voldemort risks exposing himself by sending you here? The question bought precious seconds as Malfoy launched into an explanation of the prophecy's significance. Those seconds were all they needed. Through their bond, Harry and Daphne initiated their coordinated attack. Now! Harry shouted, and chaos erupted. Harry smashed the prophecy against the floor while simultaneously casting a blinding light spell with Daphne. The combined power of their magic created a flash so intense that several Death Eaters cried out in pain. In the same moment, Hermione and Blaise cast precisely targeted spells, Hermione collapsing a shelf of prophecies onto 3 Death Eaters, while Blaise conjured disorienting fog that filled the chamber. This way! Daphne called, and the 4 students ran between the towering shelves, their retreat covered by the cascading destruction of falling prophecy orbs and the confused shouts of the Death Eaters. They burst through a door into another chamber, a strange room containing what appeared to be a stone archway on a dais, a tattered veil hanging from its center. But they had no time to investigate this curiosity, as the door behind them exploded inward, admitting furious Death Eaters. Shields! Harry and Daphne shouted in unison, their combined protection charm creating a dome of golden light that absorbed the first barrage of curses. What followed was the most intense magical battle Harry had yet experienced. The 4 students fought with remarkable coordination against superior numbers, their complementary abilities creating a defense that repeatedly surprised the Death Eaters. Harry and Daphne moved as perfect counterparts, his power amplifying her precision, her strategy enhancing his instincts. When one attacked, the other defended, when one advanced, the other covered their flank. Through their bond, they anticipated each other's needs without words, their magic flowing together in seamless harmony. Hermione's encyclopedic knowledge of obscure spells proved devastating in the unconventional environment, while Blaise's mental shields protected all 4 from legilimency attacks and disorientation curses. They're just students, a female Death Eater shrieked in frustrated rage after her 3rd attack was repelled. How are they doing this? The battle flowed through multiple chambers of the department, a room of spinning planets, another filled with time-related artifacts, a 3rd containing tanks of mysterious floating brains. Each environment presented unique challenges and opportunities that the adaptable students used to their advantage. When the Death Eaters finally cornered them in a room containing rows of time-turners, the students found themselves surrounded but not defeated. Standing back-to-back in a defensive formation, they prepared for what might be their final stand. Impressive, Lucius Malfoy acknowledged, his elegant mask now cracked, robes singed from a particularly effective fire charm Hermione had cast. But ultimately futile. Surrender now, and perhaps the Dark Lord will be merciful. Unlikely, Daphne replied coolly. He's not known for mercy. Through their bond, she communicated her next move to Harry, a desperate gambit that might create an escape opportunity. It would require channeling their combined magic in a way they'd never attempted, drawing on the full potential of their Beltane bond. Harry squeezed her hand once in agreement. Together, they began gathering magic, not outwardly visible, but building between them like a contained storm. Hermione and Blaise, sensing the magical pressure, prepared to act on whatever opening would come. Last chance, Malfoy warned, raising his wand. In response, Harry and Daphne released their gathered power in a controlled explosion of magic that radiated outward in a perfect circle. Unlike conventional spells with specific effects, this was pure magical force, raw, elemental power that disrupted every enchanted object in the chamber. Time turners shattered in their cases, releasing temporal energy that briefly distorted reality around them. The unprepared Death Eaters found themselves caught in localized time anomalies, some moving in slow motion, others experiencing moments repeatedly, still others temporarily phased out of sync with normal time. "Go!" Harry shouted, and they bolted for the exit, navigating through the chaos they'd created. They had nearly reached the atrium when reinforcements arrived, not for the Death Eaters, but for them. Order members led by Sirius and Remus burst from the fireplaces, wands drawn, faces determined. "Harry!" Sirius called, relief evident in his voice. "Thank Merlin you're alive." The arrival of adult wizards shifted the battle dramatically. Death Eaters who had pursued them from the Department of Mysteries now found themselves facing experienced Order members. Spells flew with increased intensity, the atrium's elegant architecture suffering significant damage in the magical crossfire. In the midst of this larger battle, Harry felt a cold, terrifying presence enter his awareness. Through their bond, Daphne sensed it too, her mental alarm flaring sharply. "He's here," Harry whispered, and as if summoned by the words, Lord Voldemort appeared in the center of the atrium. The Dark Lord's presence brought an immediate hush to the battle. Even the Order members paused, momentarily stunned by the materialization of a wizard many had doubted had truly returned. Voldemort surveyed the scene with cold red eyes, his serpentine face expressionless. When his gaze fell on Harry and Daphne standing together, something like curiosity flickered across his inhuman features. "Interesting," he said, his high, cold voice echoing through the atrium. "You've been busy, Harry Potter." Before anyone could react, another figure appeared with a crack of apparition, Albus Dumbledore, his power radiating like a physical force as he stepped between Voldemort and the students. "It was foolish of you to come here tonight, Tom," Dumbledore said calmly. "The Aurors are on their way. By which time I shall be gone," Voldemort replied. "And you, shall be dead." What followed was a duel of such magical magnitude that all other combatants withdrew to the edges of the atrium. Spells of incredible complexity and power flew between the two greatest wizards of the age, transforming the Ministry's grand entrance into a battleground of elemental forces. Through it all, Harry and Daphne remained connected, their bonded magic creating a protective bubble around themselves and their friends. When Voldemort briefly turned his attention from Dumbledore to attack Harry directly, their combined shield absorbed the curse that should have been fatal. The unexpected resistance visibly startled Voldemort, whose momentary confusion allowed Dumbledore to gain the upper hand. As the tide turned against him, and the sounds of arriving Aurors echoed from the entrance, the Dark Lord made a strategic retreat, disappearing in a column of dark smoke, but not before his gaze locked once more on Harry and Daphne with calculating interest. "This isn't over," his voice lingered after his physical form had vanished. "You've chosen an interesting path, Harry Potter. One I will watch with interest." In the aftermath, as Ministry officials poured into the atrium and confronted the reality of Voldemort's return, Harry and Daphne stood together, hands still joined, magic still flowing between them. The night's events had transformed them both, their bond tested in battle and proven stronger than either had imagined possible. "He noticed us," Daphne murmured, quiet enough that only Harry could hear. "Not just you. Us. What we're becoming." Harry nodded, understanding the implications. "We've declared ourselves now. Not his enemies specifically, but definitely not his followers. And not Dumbledore's soldiers either," she added, glancing to where the headmaster was speaking with Ministry officials. "A third path," Harry confirmed. "Just as we planned." As dawn broke over the Ministry atrium, illuminating the destruction left by the night's battle, Harry and Daphne stood at the threshold of something new. Their bonded magic had proven its worth, their strategy had saved lives, and their independence had been declared before both Dumbledore and Voldemort. The war had truly begun, but they would fight it on their own terms, neither light nor dark, but something entirely their own. Chapter 2, Shadows and Light. The aftermath of the Ministry battle hit the wizarding world like a bombshell. The Daily Prophet's front page screamed, "He who must not be named returns," in massive type, with photos of the destroyed Ministry atrium beneath. After a year of denial and propaganda, the Ministry had no choice but to admit the truth: Voldemort was back, and the wizarding world was at war. Harry stood at the Hogwarts entrance, trunk packed for summer holidays, scanning the crowd of departing students. Most avoided his gaze. The Prophet had painted him as vindicated but dangerous, a lightning rod for Voldemort's attention. The whispers followed him everywhere. "There he is. The one from the Ministry. They say he dueled you-know-who again. Did you hear about the Slytherin girl who was with him?" That last whisper made Harry tense. The papers hadn't named Daphne specifically, just mentioned Potter's unexpected allies from Slytherin House. But rumors spread fast at Hogwarts. A familiar presence brushed against his magical senses seconds before Daphne appeared beside him, her own trunk floating effortlessly behind her with a casual display of wandless magic. "Subtle," Harry commented with a small smile. "Why bother hiding now?" Daphne replied, though she kept her voice low. "After the Ministry, everything's changed. The old rules don't apply anymore." She was right. Their carefully maintained public separation had been shattered by the Department of Mysteries. When they returned to Hogwarts after the battle, bloodied but victorious, their united front was impossible to miss. The other students had watched in fascinated horror as Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass moved as a synchronized unit, their magic visibly resonating between them. "Have you decided what to tell your parents?" Harry asked as they boarded the Hogwarts Express. Daphne's expression tightened. "The truth. Partially, anyway. They need to understand the position our family is in now." They found an empty compartment, warding it with privacy charms before continuing their conversation. Hermione, Ron, Neville, and Luna joined them minutes later, followed by Blaise and Tracy, creating an unprecedented multi-house gathering that drew stares from passing students. "My father's furious," Blaise reported once the door was sealed. "Not at me, at the Dark Lord. Says he's accelerated the timeline and forced neutrals to choose sides prematurely. My mom's pulling us from Britain entirely," Tracy added grimly. "We're relocating to our family's estate in Switzerland next week." Hermione looked troubled. "How many neutral families are leaving?" "At least 12 that I know of," Daphne answered. "The Greengrasses won't, though. My father refuses to abandon our ancestral home." She glanced at Harry. "Which means we need to accelerate our own plans." The group spent most of the journey discussing security measures and communication methods for the summer. Regular owls would be too easily intercepted, and the Floo network would be monitored. "I've modified these," Hermione said, handing out what appeared to be ordinary Muggle notebooks. "They're paired, whatever you write in yours appears in mine and disappears after being read. Based on the communication mirrors Harry and Daphne use, but less conspicuous." Harry felt a surge of pride as he watched their unlikely alliance in action. In just months, they'd created something unprecedented at Hogwarts, a cross-house coalition based on shared goals rather than school sorting. As the train approached London, Daphne pulled Harry aside. "My parents have agreed to host you for 2 weeks in July," she said quietly. "I've convinced them it's necessary for our project." Harry raised his eyebrows. That was easier than expected. "Not easy at all," Daphne corrected with a grim smile. But the Ministry battle changed their perspective. "They witnessed our combined power through my memories in the Pensieve. They're intrigued." The train pulled into King's Cross, bringing their conversation to a close. On the platform, Harry was immediately enveloped in a crushing hug from Mrs. Weasley, while Order members formed a protective circle around him. Over Molly's shoulder, Harry caught Daphne's eye as she stood with her own family, tall, aristocratic figures whose elegant reserve matched their daughters. Her father, a distinguished man with silver-streaked dark hair, was studying Harry with undisguised curiosity. Her mother, blonde and regal, whispered something to Daphne that made her straighten her posture further. Just before disapparating with her family, Daphne touched the communication mirror in her pocket, a silent reminder of their connection. Harry mirrored the gesture, watching as she vanished with a crack. 2 weeks, he thought. Then we continue what we've started. Privet Drive was more unbearable than ever. The Dursleys, terrified by Mad-Eye Moody's threats at the station, left Harry mostly alone, which should have been a relief. Instead, it left him with too much time to think about Sirius's near death at the Ministry, Voldemort's return, and Dumbledore's continued distance. The only bright spots were his nightly conversations with Daphne through their mirrors and the knowledge that he'd be leaving for Greengrass Manor in just days. "My father spent the week upgrading our wards," Daphne reported one night, her face illuminated by wand light in the mirror. "They were already formidable, but he's added specific repellents for Death Eaters and Ministry officials alike." "Smart," Harry acknowledged. "Keeping both sides at bay. That's the Greengrass way," she said with a slight smile. "Though I believe our approach is testing even my father's commitment to neutrality." Harry hesitated before asking the question that had been bothering him. "Your parents, they know about our bond? The ritual?" Daphne's expression grew more serious. "Yes. I showed them the memory. They were surprised." "That's one word for it," Harry muttered. "They're not angry, if that's what you're worried about," Daphne assured him. "More contemplative. The type of bond we created was common in our family's history, but hasn't been performed in generations. My father sees strategic value in it." "Strategic value," Harry repeated. "Not exactly romantic." Daphne laughed softly. "Potter, you knew what you were getting into with a Slytherin family. Everything is strategic. Even love." The casual mention of love hung between them, neither addressing it directly but both aware of its implications. 3 more days, Daphne said eventually. "Be ready at midnight. Our house elf, Tilney, will apparate you directly into our receiving room. The wards are programmed to accept you. Should I bring anything specific?" "Just yourself." Her expression softened in the mirror's glow. "And perhaps that Gryffindor courage. You might need it when facing my mother's interrogation." Greengrass Manor materialized around Harry in a swirl of house elf apparition. His first impression was of understated elegance, nothing like the ostentatious displays of wealth at Malfoy Manor that Ron had described, but a refined, old-world sophistication that spoke of generations of magical heritage. "Master and Mistress be waiting in the blue parlor," the house elf Tilney announced, leading Harry through corridors lined with magical portraits whose occupants whispered as they passed. The blue parlor turned out to be a comfortable sitting room where Daphne and her parents waited. Harry had barely stepped through the doorway before Daphne crossed the room to him, their bond humming with recognition as she approached. "You made it," she said, her public reserve slipping just enough to show genuine pleasure. "Welcome to Greengrass Manor." Up close, the changes in her since leaving Hogwarts were striking. Away from school robes, she wore tailored midnight blue robes that accentuated her elegant bearing. More notably, she carried herself with newfound confidence, her magic flowing more freely around her. "Mr. Potter," Daphne's father rose from his armchair, extending a hand. "Hyperion Greengrass. We finally meet properly." Harry shook the offered hand, feeling the man's considerable magical signature brush against his own. "Thank you for having me, sir. Daphne has told us much about you," said her mother, remaining seated but inclining her head gracefully. "I am Aurora Greengrass. Please, sit." What followed was the most politely aggressive interrogation Harry had ever experienced. The elder Greengrasses asked penetrating questions about his magical education, his encounters with Voldemort, his relationship with Dumbledore, and his views on magical theory. Throughout, Daphne remained silent, watching the exchange with analytical interest. "And this bond you formed with our daughter," Aurora said eventually, her tone neutral but her gaze sharp. What do you understand of its significance? Harry glanced at Daphne, who nodded slightly, encouraging honesty. I understand it's a magical partnership traditionally formed between equals, he answered carefully. It enhances our combined abilities while maintaining our individual magic. And he hesitated, then continued, it creates a connection that can't be easily broken. Cannot be broken at all, to be precise, Hyperion corrected, though his tone wasn't unkind. Such bonds were once common among magical partnerships, before the ministry began regulating ancient practices. The Concordia Potestas is particularly powerful. Not marriage in the conventional sense, but in many ways, more binding. Harry felt heat rise in his face but maintained eye contact. I wouldn't have agreed to it if I didn't respect and care for Daphne. Aurora's expression softened marginally. Respect and care are good foundations, Mr. Potter. Better than many marriages begin with. She exchanged a glance with her husband. We have agreed to support your unconventional alliance, though we have concerns about the paths it might lead you both down. We're creating our own path, Daphne spoke finally, her voice quiet but firm. Neither Dumbledore's nor the Dark Lord's. A dangerous ambition, her father noted. But perhaps a necessary one, in these times. He stood, signaling the end of the conversation. It's late. Daphne will show you to your quarters. We'll continue our discussions tomorrow, after you've rested. As they left the parlor, Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. That was intense. Daphne smiled slightly. Actually, that went better than expected. They didn't mention once that you're a half-blood or raise concerns about political alliances. Progress. She led him through the manor's east wing to a spacious guest suite overlooking extensive gardens. My rooms are across the hall, she added, gesturing to a door with subtle protection runes carved into its frame. We can speak freely here, this wing has additional privacy wards. Once inside his room, Harry turned to face her properly. You look different. Different how? She asked, raising an eyebrow. More yourself somehow, he attempted to explain. Less, contained. Daphne considered this. Being home allows certain freedoms. The Greengrass estate exists outside most ministry monitoring. Here, I can practice magic as it should be practiced, not the watered-down curriculum Hogwarts permits. You've been training, Harry realized, sensing the enhanced flow of her magic. Every day. She stepped closer, their bond vibrating with proximity. And now you can join me. There are things I need to show you, Harry. Magic our ancestors understood that has been systematically suppressed by modern wizarding governance. Her intensity was captivating. This was the real Daphne, Harry realized, passionate about magical knowledge, unburdened by the constant performance required at Hogwarts. When do we start? He asked. Her smile was both beautiful and slightly dangerous. Dawn tomorrow. The family libraries first, then practical applications. She moved toward the door. Rest well, Potter. You'll need your strength. After she left, Harry explored the guest suite, finding his belongings already unpacked and arranged. The room itself was a curious blend of antique furnishings and practical magical enhancements, self-adjusting lamps, climate-controlling runes embedded in the walls, and a small fountain in the corner that produced water with refreshing magical properties. Through the window, he could see the vast Greengrass estate stretching into the distance, surrounded by rolling hills and protected by wards that shimmered faintly in the moonlight. It was beautiful, isolated, and heavily protected, the perfect environment for what they were planning. Harry touched the silver scar on his palm, feeling the magical connection to Daphne pulse in response. Despite the intimidating formality of her parents, despite the growing dangers of the wizarding world, he felt more centered than he had in months. Here, with Daphne, they could build something new, a different kind of power, a different kind of future. The Greengrass family library isn't a single collection, Daphne explained as she led Harry through the manor the following morning. It's actually three distinct archives developed over different periods of our history. They stopped before an ordinary-looking bookshelf in a quiet corridor. Daphne placed her palm against it, and the shelf shimmered, revealing a hidden doorway. This is the first library, containing works from the 12th to 16th centuries, when the Greengrasses were court wizards to both magical and Muggle nobility. The room beyond took Harry's breath away. Unlike the Hogwarts library with its practical organization, this space felt like stepping into another century. Illuminated manuscripts floated in protected stasis fields, ancient grimoires were chained to reading stands with silver links that hummed with preservation magic, and glass-fronted cabinets held artifacts labeled in languages Harry didn't recognize. Most of these texts exist nowhere else, Daphne said, running her fingers reverently along a shelf. When the ministry began its first registrations of questionable magical knowledge in the 1600s, my ancestors removed our rarest works from circulation. Harry approached one of the floating manuscripts, its pages open to detailed illustrations of ritual circles similar to what they'd used for their bonding. These are incredible. And technically illegal to possess, Daphne added matter-of-factly. The ministry classifies pre-standardization magical texts as historically sensitive materials requiring authorized access. Meaning they want to control who learns from them. Exactly. Daphne's eyes gleamed with approval at his quick understanding. History is written by the victors, Harry. And magical history is no different. The rise of the ministry system fundamentally changed how magic is practiced and understood. These books contain the knowledge they wanted suppressed. For the next several hours, they explored the first library, with Daphne selecting specific texts for Harry to examine. He discovered accounts of communal magic practices, complex rituals that harnessed natural forces, and approaches to wandless magic that differed dramatically from what Hogwarts taught. "This changes everything I thought I knew about magical history," Harry said as they finally left the first library. "Why isn't any of this taught at Hogwarts?" "Control," Daphne answered simply. "Independent magical practice is harder to regulate. The standardization of education ensures predictable, traceable magical signatures that the ministry can monitor." She led him to a different section of the manor, where a circular room housed the second library, a collection spanning the 17th to 19th centuries. As ministry restrictions increased, magical practice became more codified, Daphne explained. "This collection shows the transition. You'll notice more wand-focused spellwork, but still with elements of the older traditions." The second library contained more conventional-looking books, though still rare and valuable. Harry noted extensive sections on magical theory, political histories of wizarding governance, and detailed family grimoires. "My father's research focuses on this period," Daphne said, indicating a well-used desk in the corner. "He believes understanding the transition from independent to regulated magic is key to preserving our family traditions." By late afternoon, Harry's head was swimming with new information that challenged everything he'd learned at Hogwarts. As they paused for tea served by Tilney, he tried to organize his thoughts. So the Greengrass family maintained these older magical practices while publicly conforming to ministry standards. Daphne nodded, sipping her tea. "Like many old families. The difference is that some, like the Malfoys, embraced the darker aspects of ancient magic, while others focused on different traditions. The Greengrasses specialized in protection magic, warding, and magical connections to land and bloodlines. Is that why your family has remained neutral in wizarding conflicts? To protect this knowledge?" "Partially," she acknowledged. "But also because we recognize that the traditional divisions of dark versus light are ministry constructs that serve political ends rather than magical ones." She set down her teacup, leaning forward intently. "That's what makes our bond so significant, Harry. You were raised in a modern system, taught to view magic through the ministry's lens. Yet you've been open to older understandings. It's unprecedented for someone with your background." Harry considered this. "Maybe because the light side hasn't exactly done right by me. Dumbledore's Secrets, the ministry's smear campaign last year, it makes you question the whole framework." Daphne's smile held genuine warmth. And that questioning is precisely what makes you different from both Dumbledore and the Dark Lord. They both operate within the existing paradigm, just from opposite ends. You're willing to step outside it entirely. The conversation shifted to practical matters as they finished their tea. Tomorrow we'll begin applying what you're learning, Daphne said. The theory's important, but the magic itself. She gestured expressively, that needs to be experienced. The following days established a pattern. Mornings were spent in the libraries, afternoons in practical application, and evenings in discussion with Daphne's parents, who gradually relaxed their formal demeanor as they observed Harry's genuine interest in their family traditions. Harry's magical education advanced more in those days than in entire years at Hogwarts. He learned to sense and manipulate magical energies in ways Hogwarts never taught, discovered how intent and emotion could shape spells beyond their standard forms, and began to understand magic as an interconnected force rather than discrete spells. Most significantly, his bond with Daphne continued to evolve. Their synchronized magic became more intuitive, requiring less conscious effort to maintain. During practice duels in the Manor's warded training room, they moved with such coordinated precision that Hyperion Greengrass watched with undisguised appreciation. Remarkable, he commented after a particularly impressive display where they had simultaneously cast complementary spells to create an effect neither could have achieved alone. The bond has integrated more fully than I anticipated. Is that unusual? Harry asked, catching his breath. For a preliminary bonding, yes. Hyperion studied them thoughtfully. Traditionally, the Beltane connection serves as a foundation, with the full Concordia performed at the summer solstice. Your bond already shows characteristics of a completed Concordia. Daphne exchanged a glance with Harry. We felt something different during the Ministry battle, she admitted to her father. When we combined our magic against the Death Eaters, it was like the bond deepened. Combat magic can accelerate magical connections, Hyperion confirmed. Especially defensive magic performed to protect each other. The intent strengthens the bond. That evening, Aurora Greengrass joined them in the third library, the most recent collection, containing books from the late 19th century to the present. Unlike the historical collections, this space included international magical texts, theoretical works banned in Britain, and extensive research journals. I understand you've been making excellent progress, she said, selecting a slim volume bound in midnight blue leather. Perhaps it's time to discuss the summer solstice ritual. Harry felt Daphne tense slightly beside him. Mother, we haven't decided, the signs are quite clear, Daphne, Aurora interrupted gently. The bond is progressing naturally toward completion. Fighting that progression would be both difficult and potentially harmful to your magic. She handed the book to Harry. This contains the full Concordia Potestas ritual, with notes from the last Greengrass couple who performed it in 1919. I suggest you both review it carefully. After she departed, leaving them alone in the library, Harry opened the book to find detailed ritual instructions written in an elegant hand, with annotations in the margins. As he scanned the requirements, his face grew warm. This is more involved than the Beltane ritual, he said carefully. Daphne took the book, her own cheeks slightly flushed as she reviewed the text. Yes. The complete Concordia requires a deeper connection. Physically and magically. The unspoken implication hung between them. Unlike their first ritual, which required only blood and proximity, the full Concordia called for complete intimacy, a true joining in every sense. We don't have to decide now, Daphne said, closing the book. We still have weeks before the solstice. Harry nodded, though part of him had already decided. The connection between them had grown into something essential, a bond that felt right on a fundamental level. The ritual would simply formalize what was already developing naturally. Let's focus on the practical training for now, he suggested. We still have a lot to learn before considering the next step. Daphne's relief was evident. Agreed. Tomorrow I want to show you the ward boundaries. Understanding the property's protections will be crucial if... She hesitated. If what? Harry prompted. If we need to bring others here, she finished. Depending on how events unfold, Greengrass Manor might become a sanctuary for our allies. The implication wasn't lost on Harry. They were preparing for full-scale wizarding war, creating a third faction with its own headquarters and protections. Your parents are okay with that possibility? Daphne's expression turned complex. They're pragmatists, Harry. They recognize that neutrality may no longer be sustainable in this conflict. If they must choose sides, they prefer one of our making. In the days that followed, Harry learned the complex ward structure protecting Greengrass Manor, layers of ancient magic reinforced through centuries, tied to both the land and the family bloodline. Unlike Hogwarts wards, which relied on the castle's inherent magic and the headmaster's authority, the Greengrass protections were living defenses that responded intelligently to threats. The outer boundaries recognize intent, Daphne explained as they walked the perimeter one morning. Someone approaching with hostile purpose triggers the first defensive layer, which confuses and misdirects rather than outright repels. Like Muggle-repelling charms. Similar principle, but more sophisticated. The intruder maintains the belief they're proceeding correctly while actually being led in circles away from the property. Only if they overcome this confusion, which requires significant magical resistance, do the more aggressive wards activate. Harry felt the layers as they passed through them, subtle magical currents that recognized and accepted him, partly due to Daphne's presence, partly because the wards had been adjusted to include him. These feel different from Hogwarts protections, he observed. More, alive somehow. Daphne nodded approvingly. That's because they are, in a sense. Traditional family wards incorporate the magical signatures of generations of family members. They evolve and learn. Ministry-approved wards, by contrast, are standardized and static. They reached a small stone circle hidden within a grove of ancient oaks. 7 waist-high standing stones surrounded a flat central altar, with runic inscriptions spiraling across each surface. This is the heart of the property's magical defenses, Daphne said, her voice dropping almost reverently. Established when the first Greengrass claimed this land in 1189. The wards are anchored here, drawing power from the ley lines that intersect beneath the circle. Harry approached the central altar, feeling intense magical energy radiating from the stones. Without thinking, he placed his palm on the cool surface. Immediately, the runes illuminated with silver light that spread to the surrounding standing stones. Harry! Daphne gasped. What are you? She fell silent as the light formed a dome over the circle, pulsing in perfect resonance with their bonded magic. After several seconds, the glow receded, leaving a single new rune etched into the altar's surface where Harry's hand had rested. That's unprecedented, Daphne whispered, examining the new marking. The circle accepted you. Not as a guest, but as family. Is that bad? Harry asked, concerned by her shocked expression. Not bad. Just, significant. She traced the fresh rune with her fingertip. This is your magical signature, integrated into our family protections. It means the manor now recognizes you as Greengrass. The implications settled over Harry slowly. Your parents will be okay with this. They'll be fascinated, Daphne assured him. And probably take it as confirmation that completing the Concordia is inevitable. They stood in silence for a moment, the weight of the moment settling between them. Then Daphne took his hand, her usual composure giving way to genuine emotion. You've changed everything, you know, she said softly. My family has maintained the same careful balance for centuries. Now, in just months, we're rewriting generations of tradition. For better or worse? Harry asked. Her smile was answer enough. Different. And necessary, I think. Magic has been stagnating under ministry constraints. What we're doing, what we're becoming together, it's how magic was meant to be experienced. As they walked back to the manor, Harry felt a deepening certainty about their path. Whatever challenges lay ahead, Voldemort, the war, the competing factions that would try to control them, they were creating something powerful enough to withstand it all. The second week at Greengrass Manor brought new developments. Owl Post arrived daily with reports from their allies, Hermione researching magical law from her parents' home, Neville cultivating rare defensive plants in his family greenhouses, Blaise monitoring Death Eater movements through his mother's social connections. Voldemort's been quiet publicly, but recruiting actively, Harry summarized as they reviewed the latest intelligence with Daphne's parents. The Giants have joined him, and the werewolves are considering his offers. Dumbledore's order is responding reactively, not proactively, Daphne added, sorting through Hermione's notes. They're focused on protecting Harry and securing prophecies, not building alliances. Hyperion nodded grimly. Classical light side strategy. Defensive rather than offensive. It failed in the First War and will likely fail again. The Death Eaters have approached 3 more neutral families this week, Aurora reported, setting down a letter bearing the Davis family seal. The Devisas have officially departed for Switzerland. The Macmillans are wavering between Dumbledore's faction and ours. The Zabinas continue their precarious neutrality. And the Greengrasses? Harry asked directly. Hyperion and Aurora exchanged a measured look before Hyperion answered. We have received an invitation to discuss mutually beneficial arrangements with Lucius Malfoy next week. You can't go, Daphne said immediately, tension evident in her posture. It's clearly a trap. Not attending would be interpreted as outright rejection of the Dark Lord's overtures, Aurora countered. Which would place targets directly on our backs before we're fully prepared. So what's the alternative? Pretend to consider his offer? Harry asked. Precisely, Hyperion confirmed. We negotiate, express cautious interest, request time to consider family implications. Standard delaying tactics that buy us weeks, possibly months. Meanwhile, we accelerate our preparations, Aurora continued. The solstice approaches, and with it, an opportunity to significantly enhance our position. The pointed reference to the Concordia ritual wasn't subtle. Harry and Daphne had been carefully avoiding definitive discussions about it, despite reviewing the procedures together each evening. We haven't decided about the solstice yet, Daphne said stiffly. Perhaps you should, her father suggested mildly. Given recent developments, having the full strength of a completed bond would provide significant advantages. After the somewhat tense family meeting, Harry and Daphne retreated to the gardens, finding privacy beneath a willow tree beside a small ornamental pond. They're pushing because they're afraid, Daphne said once they were alone. The Death Eater approach has them concerned that our timeline is compressing. Are they wrong? Harry asked. Everything is accelerating, Voldemort's recruitment, the Ministry's response, Dumbledore's actions. We need every advantage. Daphne sighed, trailing her fingers through the pond's surface, watching ripples spread outward. The Concordia isn't just about magical advantage, Harry. It's permanent. A lifelong connection. I know, he said quietly. Do you? She looked up, her usual composure cracking slightly. We're 16, Harry. Making decisions that will shape our entire futures. Doesn't that terrify you even slightly? Harry considered the question seriously. 2 years ago. Absolutely. But now. He touched the scar on his palm, feeling their bond pulse in response. Now it feels like the clearest choice I've ever made. Daphne stared at him, searching his expression for doubt or hesitation. Finding none, something in her own expression softened. You continue to surprise me, Potter, she said, a small smile playing at her lips. Most wizards would run screaming from the kind of commitment we're discussing. I'm not most wizards, Harry replied with a slight grin. And you're certainly not most witches. The moment of lightness eased the tension between them. As twilight settled over the garden, they discussed practical considerations rather than emotional ones, the ritual requirements, the timing, the potential magical outcomes. If we decide to proceed, Daphne said as they finally headed back to the manor, there are preparations we should begin now. The ritual requires attunement of our magical cores through specific meditations and preliminary enchantments. Then let's start, Harry said simply. Whether we complete the Concordia or not, the preparations will strengthen what we already have. Daphne nodded, her decision apparently made. Tomorrow morning, then. We'll begin with synchronizing our magical rhythms through joint meditation. As they reached the manor's entrance, a house elf appeared with a letter bearing the Hogwarts seal. Urgent owl just arriving for Master Harry Potter, sir, the elf announced, presenting the envelope with a deep bow. Harry opened it to find Dumbledore's distinctive handwriting. Harry, I will arrive at your relative's home on Friday next to escort you to the Burrow for the remainder of summer. Critical matters to discuss. Please be ready at 8 p.m. sharp. Albus Dumbledore, he doesn't know you're here, Daphne observed, reading over his shoulder. Interesting that he assumes you're still at your aunt and uncle's. He's been keeping his distance all year, Harry said, frustration evident in his tone. Now suddenly there are critical matters to discuss. The timing is suspicious, Daphne agreed. Right as we're deepening our independent work. Harry considered his options. I could simply not be there when he arrives. That would raise immediate alarms. The Order would launch a search, and our activities might be exposed before we're ready. Daphne thought for a moment. A better approach would be to meet him briefly, then make an excuse for why you can't accompany him yet. What excuse would Dumbledore possibly accept? Daphne smiled, a calculating glint in her eye. Leave that to me. I believe we can arrange a magical commitment that even Dumbledore can't easily override. The preparations for the Concordia ritual began the next morning in a secluded meditation chamber beneath the manor. Unlike the austere training rooms they'd been using, this space was designed for magical attunement, walls embedded with resonance crystals, floor inscribed with subtle guidance patterns, and enchanted sensors that released aromatic compounds known to enhance magical perception. The first stage focuses on aligning our magical rhythms, Daphne explained as they sat cross-legged in the center of the chamber. Every witch and wizard has a unique magical signature that pulses at a specific frequency. Bonded magic works best when these rhythms harmonize. The process was unlike anything Harry had experienced at Hogwarts. Rather than manipulating magic externally through wand work and incantations, they turned their awareness inward, sensing the flow of magic within their own cores. Harry found, to his surprise, that his magical rhythm had a distinct pattern, powerful surges followed by steady flows, like a heartbeat but more complex. Daphne's, by contrast, maintained a more constant, measured pace with subtle variations. Now, Daphne instructed after they'd spent time recognizing their individual patterns, extend your awareness toward me. Feel my magic through our existing bond, but don't try to change anything yet. Just observe. The exercise continued for hours, gradually progressing from passive observation to active attunement. By midday, Harry could sense both his own magical rhythm and Daphne's simultaneously, feeling the points where they aligned naturally and where they diverged. Excellent progress, Aurora Greengrass commented when she joined them for lunch in the garden. Your magical signatures are already showing preliminary harmonization. Is it normally this, straightforward? Harry asked between bites of cold soup. Aurora shook her head. Traditionally, this phase takes weeks. Your existing bond has accelerated the process significantly. She studied them with analytical interest. The Concordia may prove more powerful than anticipated, given this foundation. That afternoon, they moved to practical applications of their morning's work, casting spells in deliberate synchronization to test their growing attunement. The results were immediately apparent. Paired spellwork flowed more smoothly, required less conscious coordination, and produced stronger effects. Try maintaining independent spells simultaneously, Hyperion suggested as he observed their practice. Different effects that complement rather than mirror each other. Harry cast a shield charm while Daphne simultaneously conjured offensive projectiles, their magic working in perfect tandem despite the contrasting purposes. The shield didn't interfere with her attack magic passing through it, while automatically blocking return fire. Remarkable, Hyperion murmured, taking notes. The spells recognize each other as friendly without explicit modification. By evening, they were both exhausted but exhilarated by the day's progress. The magical attunement had advanced far more quickly than the Greengrass parents had predicted, suggesting that the preliminary Beltane bond had created a stronger foundation than anyone realized. At this rate, you'll be fully prepared well before the solstice, Aurora noted over dinner. Which raises another consideration, timing. The traditional date holds significant power, Daphne pointed out. Midsummer amplifies bonding magic naturally. True, her father acknowledged. But your situation is hardly traditional. The strength of your current connection suggests you might achieve comparable results on an astrologically significant date before the solstice. Like what? Harry asked. The new moon next week coincides with a rare conjunction between Mars and Venus, Aurora explained. An alignment historically associated with magical partnerships. Less conventional than the solstice, but potentially equally effective for your specific circumstance. The implication was clear: accelerating the timeline would give them the advantages of a completed bond before Dumbledore's planned intervention or the Malfoys' invitation to the Greengrass family. We'll continue with the preparations as scheduled, Daphne decided after consideration. If our progress maintains this pace, we can evaluate the new moon as an alternative. Later that night, as they reviewed the day's achievements in the library, Harry broached the subject they'd been dancing around. Are we really considering this? Completing the bond next week instead of waiting? Daphne set aside her notes, meeting his gaze directly. The magical preparation is advancing quickly enough to make it viable. The question is whether we're personally ready for that acceleration. The Concordia's more intimate requirements hung unspoken between them. Their relationship had progressed naturally from alliance to friendship to genuine affection, with moments of physical connection that grew increasingly meaningful. But they hadn't yet crossed the threshold that the complete bond would require. I think, Harry said carefully, that the timeline was always artificial. The bond itself has been progressing at its own pace. Daphne considered this, absently tracing the silver scar on her palm. That's insightful, actually. We've been thinking of the Concordia as something we decide to create, but perhaps it's more accurate to view it as recognizing and formalizing what's already developing naturally. Exactly, Harry agreed, relieved she understood. The magic itself seems to be guiding the process. Still, Daphne said, her practical nature reasserting itself, the ritual itself requires specific preparations beyond our magical attunement. There are considerations we haven't addressed. Like what? She gestured vaguely, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. The physical aspects. The ritual space. The aftermath. Harry reached across the table, taking her hand. The contact sent a pleasant hum of magic between them, their attunement making even casual touch more significant. We have a week, he said softly. We can prepare properly, make decisions together. But I don't want external pressures, Dumbledore, Voldemort, even your parents, dictating our timeline. This should be our choice. Daphne's expression softened into a smile. When did you become the voice of reason, Potter? I thought that was my role. You're rubbing off on me, he grinned. Must be the bond. Her laugh, rare and genuine, lightened the moment. Fine. We'll continue preparations and make the final decision based on our progress, not external factors. The following days intensified both their magical training and ritual preparations. Each morning began with attunement meditation that grew progressively deeper, allowing them to synchronize their magical cores with increasing precision. Afternoons were spent in practical application, complex spell work, defensive techniques, and magical theory far beyond Hogwarts curriculum. In the evenings, they studied the Concordia ritual itself, understanding each component and its purpose. Unlike many traditional rituals that relied on rigid formulas, the Concordia required intuitive adaptation to the specific magical signatures of the participants. That's why it can't be standardized or regulated, Daphne explained as they reviewed the ritual text. Each Concordia is unique to the couple performing it. The basic structure remains constant, but the magical execution varies based on the individual's cores. Which is exactly why the ministry classifies it as unstable magic, Harry noted, understanding dawning. They can't predict or control the outcome. Precisely. Unpredictable magic frightens bureaucrats. Their discussions often continued late into the night, covering not just the ritual itself but its implications for their future. The Concordia would create a permanent magical partnership with significant advantages but also responsibilities. They would be able to share power, sense each other across distances, and combine their magical strengths in ways modern wizards rarely experienced. 3 days before the new moon, Aurora Greengrass approached them after breakfast. "Your progress has been exceptional," she said without preamble. "Hyperion and I believe you're prepared to proceed with the Concordia during the planetary alignment, should you choose that timing." Daphne glanced at Harry before responding. "We've been discussing that possibility." "Then you should know we've prepared the ritual space in the stone circle." Aurora's typically reserved expression softened slightly. "This decision remains yours, of course. But should you proceed, everything will be ready." After she departed, Daphne turned to Harry with a mix of emotions playing across her face. "They're certainly eager. Does that bother you?" Harry asked carefully. "Their involvement?" "Not their involvement specifically," Daphne clarified. "Just, the weight of family expectations. The Greengrass line has performed this ritual for generations. There's a legacy I'm expected to honor." Harry considered this. Would it be better to wait for the traditional solstice date? Remove some of that pressure? "No," Daphne said after a moment's reflection. "The new moon timing makes strategic sense. And..." She hesitated, then continued more softly, "and I believe we're ready." "Our magic certainly thinks so." The certainty in her voice settled something in Harry's own mind. "Then let's do it." The new moon. They spent that afternoon visiting the stone circle, now subtly transformed for the upcoming ritual. The central altar had been cleansed and inscribed with preliminary enchantments. The surrounding standing stones gleamed with freshly activated runes. Buried beneath the earth at precise intervals were crystalline nodes that would help channel and stabilize the magical energies. "It's beautiful," Harry said, feeling the latent power humming through the circle. "It's been prepared this way for every Greengrass bonding since the 12th century, Daphne replied, a touch of reverence in her voice as she traced the altar's inscriptions. "My parents were joined here. And their parents before them." The history of the place added weight to their decision. This wasn't just about magical advantage in the coming conflict, it was about connecting to traditions that predated modern wizarding divisions of dark and light, ministry regulations, and political factions. That evening, they joined Daphne's parents for a more formal dinner than usual. The conversation flowed easily between magical theory, political developments, and historical precedents for times of wizarding conflict. Throughout, Harry noted subtle changes in how the elder Greengrasses addressed him, a growing respect and inclusion that suggested they truly saw him as a future member of their family. After dinner, Hyperion invited Harry to his study while Aurora and Daphne discussed something privately. The Greengrass patriarch poured 2 glasses of amber liquid that sparkled with magical highlights. "Distilled basilwood sap," he explained, handing one to Harry. "Traditional before significant magical undertakings. Help stabilize one's core." Harry accepted the glass, sipping carefully. The liquid warmed his chest and sent a pleasant tingle of magic through his system. "I wish to speak plainly, Mr. Potter," Hyperion said, settling into a leather armchair. "The path you and my daughter have chosen is unconventional by modern standards, though historically quite traditional. It carries both great potential and significant risk." "I understand that, sir. Do you?" Hyperion's gaze was penetrating but not unkind. "The wizarding world has functioned on a delicate balance of power for centuries. The Ministry, Hogwarts, the old families, the various magical factions, all maintain their positions through carefully negotiated boundaries. What you and Daphne represent threatens that entire structure. Harry considered this. Because we're creating something outside established categories. Precisely. Hyperion nodded approvingly. A Potter, symbol of the light since your defeat of the Dark Lord, bonded to a Greengrass, from a traditionally neutral old family, practicing magic the Ministry has spent centuries trying to regulate out of existence. The implications are profound. We didn't set out to challenge the entire system, Harry said honestly. We just wanted a better option than what was offered. Often the most significant changes begin that way, Hyperion observed. Nevertheless, you should be prepared for the response when your partnership becomes fully known. Neither Dumbledore nor the Dark Lord will appreciate the emergence of a third path. The Ministry will view your bonded magic with suspicion at best, hostility at worst. So why support us? Harry asked directly. Why allow this in your family? Hyperion's expression turned thoughtful. The Greengrass family has maintained its position through careful adaptation to changing times. We recognize when old systems are failing, and the current magical governance is indeed failing. What you and Daphne represent may be exactly what Wizarding Britain needs, whether it knows it or not. He raised his glass in a subtle toast. Besides, I've observed you carefully these past weeks, Mr. Potter. Your character, your approach to magic, your treatment of my daughter. I find little to object to and much to admire. The unexpected approval caught Harry by surprise. Thank you, sir. You should know, Hyperion continued, that after the Concordia, you will be considered Greengrass in magic if not in name. Our family protections, knowledge, and resources will be available to you. We take such connections seriously. As do I, Harry assured him. I believe you do. Hyperion finished his drink and set the glass aside. Now, to practical matters. Aurora has arranged for the ritual circle to be prepared according to tradition. The new moon occurs at precisely 11:42 tomorrow night. You should enter the circle no later than 11:30 to begin the preliminary invocations. The conversation shifted to specific ritual details, with Hyperion providing insights from his own experience that weren't included in the written instructions. By the time they rejoined the others, Harry felt both better prepared and more certain of their path. Daphne was waiting for him in the hallway outside her mother's study, her expression suggesting her own conversation had been equally significant. Walk with me, she suggested, leading him toward the gardens. The summer night was warm and fragrant with magical blooms that only released their scent after sunset. They followed a winding path to a small gazebo overlooking the property's eastern boundary, where distant hills were silhouetted against the starlit sky. My mother shared some family history I hadn't known, Daphne said once they were seated within the privacy-warded structure. About her own Concordia with my father. Good things, I hope. Illuminating things. Daphne's expression was thoughtful. The ritual itself creates a foundation, but how the bond develops afterward depends entirely on the couple. Some Greengrass partnerships maintained clear separation in their magical practices despite the bond. Others became true magical partners, developing joint workings and shared power. And your parents? Somewhere between. They each maintain individual magical specialties while collaborating on family protections and major workings. She turned to face him more directly. My point is that the Concordia doesn't dictate how we use our connection afterward. We define that ourselves. Harry nodded, understanding her concern. You're worried about losing your individual magical identity. Perhaps, she acknowledged. I've spent years developing my own approach to magic. The bond already influences that. I find myself incorporating your more instinctual techniques, your raw power approach. And I've definitely become more strategic, Harry pointed out. More precise. That's your influence. Exactly. The question is how we balance that exchange while maintaining our core magical identities. Harry considered this carefully. Maybe that's exactly what makes our bond valuable. Not merging into a single magical approach, but creating something new that draws from both traditions. Daphne studied him with newfound appreciation. "That's surprisingly insightful, Potter. My mother said something similar, that the strongest concordias embrace complementary differences rather than trying to eliminate them." "So we'll make our own rules," Harry said, taking her hand. "Like we've been doing from the start." Daphne's smile in the moonlight was both relieved and determined. "Our own path." "Yes." As they walked back to the manor, their decision solidified between them without further words needed. Tomorrow night, under the new moon and rare planetary alignment, they would complete the bond that had been growing since their first unlikely alliance in that abandoned Hogwarts classroom. The day of the ritual passed in careful preparation. Final attunement meditation in the morning, review of the exact ritual procedures, and rest in the afternoon to ensure their magic would be at full strength by nightfall. As twilight approached, they separated to prepare individually. Harry was provided with ritual robes of deepest blue, embroidered with silver runes around the collar and cuffs. After a purification bath infused with magical herbs and essences, he dressed and waited in his room until Tilney the house elf appeared to escort him to the stone circle. The night was perfect for their purpose, clear, still, and unusually warm for early summer. The new moon meant complete darkness except for stars that seemed to burn with exceptional brightness. As Harry approached the ritual site, he saw that floating magical lights had been placed at intervals along the path, guiding the way without disrupting the natural darkness necessary for the ceremony. Hyperion Greengrass waited at the edge of the stone circle, formally dressed in ceremonial robes that marked him as both family patriarch and ritual witness. "Mr. Potter," he greeted with a slight bow. "Are you prepared?" "Yes, sir," Harry replied, surprised by how calm he felt. The nervous anticipation he'd expected had been replaced by a sense of rightness, of inevitability. "Then you may enter the circle. Daphne will join you momentarily." Harry stepped through the entrance gap between two standing stones, feeling a subtle shift in magical pressure as he crossed the boundary. The circle's interior had been transformed since his last visit. The ground was covered in a pattern of crushed herbs and minerals that released fragrant oils as he walked across them. The central altar gleamed with embedded crystals that pulsed with soft light in rhythm with his heartbeat. He took his position on the western side of the altar as instructed, facing east where Daphne would enter. Minutes later, she appeared at the circle's eastern entrance, accompanied by her mother. Harry's breath caught at the sight of her. Daphne wore robes similar to his but in silver gray, her blonde hair loose around her shoulders and adorned with small crystal pins that captured starlight. She looked both familiar and transformed, still the practical, strategic partner he'd come to know, but also something more, something elemental and powerful. As she took her position opposite him, their eyes met across the altar, and Harry felt their bond pulse with recognition. Even without the ritual, they were already connected in ways that transcended ordinary magical relationships. Aurora Greengrass spoke from the circle's edge, her voice carrying clearly in the night air. "Under stars uncounted and powers ancient, we witnessed the joining of magical souls. As it was in our beginning, so may it continue through you." With those traditional words, she and Hyperion stepped back, remaining present as witnesses but outside the active ritual space. The ceremony itself would be performed solely by Harry and Daphne. Daphne began, her voice clear and confident as she spoke the opening invocation, words in an ancient magical language that felt familiar though Harry had never studied it. Their bond allowed him to sense the meaning, an acknowledgement of magic's fundamental nature, its presence in all things, its flow between all living beings. Harry responded with his portion of the invocation, the words coming naturally as though prompted by the magic itself. Together, they called upon the elemental forces, earth beneath the circle, air moving gently around them, the fire of stars above, and water flowing in their own bodies. As they spoke, the crushed herbs and minerals on the ground began to glow softly, illuminating the circle from below while leaving the space above the altar in shadow. The standing stones responded with subtle resonance, humming at a frequency just below audible range but perceptible through magical senses. They proceeded through the ritual's early phases with fluid coordination, calling the quarters, establishing the magical boundaries, preparing the central space for the bond's formation. With each step, the ambient magic grew denser, more responsive, creating a pocket of pure magical potential within the circle. When the preparatory phases were complete, they moved to the central component, the magical joining itself. Here, the formal structure gave way to intuitive magic guided by their intent and connection. Daphne extended her hands across the altar, palms up in offering. Harry placed his hands over hers, palms down, creating a circuit of contact between them. Where their scarred palms met, silver light sparked and flowed along their arms. Blood freely given, Daphne said softly, magic freely shared. Two paths joined as one, Harry continued, yet each remaining whole. The ritual text had provided framework phrases, but the exact words emerged spontaneously, shaped by their specific intentions for the bond. As they continued the exchange, the light between their hands intensified, spreading outward to surround them in a cocoon of silver-blue energy. The next phase required them to move around the altar, maintaining contact as they drew closer, eliminating the barrier between them. Harry stepped to his right as Daphne moved left, their eyes locked, hands still joined. When they stood side by side, the altar no longer separating them, the magical energy condensed further, creating pressure that hummed against their skin. The ritual robes responded to this condensation, the embroidered runes glowing with internal light. What magic divides, magic can join, they spoke in unison, the words emerging without conscious thought. The final phase of the ritual required the physical union that would complete the magical bonding. With a subtle gesture from Daphne, the ground beneath them transformed, the crushed herbs and minerals rearranging to create a soft, cushioned space within the protective circle of stones. They sank down together, the ritual robes dissolving into mist as the magic intensified around them. What followed transcended ordinary physical experience, each touch amplified by their magical connection, each moment of joining reflected in their magical cores. As the planetary alignment reached its zenith directly overhead, their magic and bodies united completely. The silver-blue energy surrounding them pulsed once, blindingly bright, then collapsed inward, absorbing into their joined forms. The sensation was overwhelming. Harry felt Daphne's magic flowing through his core, while his own power circulated through hers. Their separate magical signatures remained distinct but perfectly harmonized, creating a resonance that expanded beyond their physical forms to connect with the ancient magic of the circle itself. For a timeless moment, they existed in perfect magical communion, with each other and with the fundamental forces they had invoked. Then, gradually, the intensity subsided, leaving them physically entwined at the circle's center, their magic forever altered by the experience. "It's done," Daphne whispered, her voice filled with wonder. "The Concordia is complete." Harry could only nod, overwhelmed by the transformation. He could feel their bond now as a constant presence, a silver cord connecting their magical cores that pulsed with shared power and purpose. More than that, he could sense Daphne's magical signature as clearly as his own, could draw upon her precision and control as naturally as his own raw power. They remained in the circle until dawn, exploring the immediate effects of their completed bond. With first light, Hyperion and Aurora returned, bringing fresh robes and a traditional breaking fast meal to be shared within the ritual space. "The bond has taken exceptionally well," Aurora observed as they ate. "The magical resonance is already stabilizing at a level that usually takes weeks to achieve." "How do you feel?" Hyperion asked, studying them with professional interest. Harry and Daphne exchanged glances, communicating wordlessly through their enhanced connection. "Complete," Daphne answered for both of them. "As though a missing piece has been restored." "And the magical effects?" her father pressed. Harry demonstrated by casting a simple lumos without his wand. The light that appeared above his palm was perfectly controlled, neither too bright nor too dim, a precision he'd never achieved in wandless casting before. "I can access Daphne's control," he explained. "It's there whenever I need it." Daphne, in turn, cast a shield charm that expanded with significantly more power than her previous efforts. "And I can draw on Harry's raw strength," she confirmed. "Not taking from him, but channeling it through our connection. Hyperion nodded with satisfaction. The Concordia has created true magical synergy. With practice, you'll learn to combine these advantages instinctively. They left the stone circle mid-morning, returning to the manor for rest and recovery. The bond required time to settle fully, a process that would continue for several days as their magic adjusted to the new connection. In the privacy of Daphne's rooms, they spent the afternoon exploring the bond's immediate effects. They discovered they could sense each other's location precisely within the manor grounds, could feel significant emotional shifts through the connection, and could perform previously challenging magic with newfound ease. Try wandless transfiguration, Daphne suggested, pointing to a decorative pillow. Harry focused, drawing on their combined magical approach, his power guided by her precision, and the pillow smoothly transformed into a crystal vase. That was effortless, Daphne finished, eyes wide. You're channeling my transfiguration affinity. They continued experimenting, finding that proximity enhanced the effect but distance didn't break it. Even from opposite ends of the manor, they could access aspects of each other's magical abilities, though with reduced intensity. This changes everything, Harry realized as they compared notes that evening. Not just our personal magic, but our strategic position in the conflict. Daphne nodded, her analytical mind already cataloging possibilities. We present an unprecedented magical profile now. Neither purely light nor dark, with capabilities that transcend standard classification. How will we explain this when we return to Hogwarts? Harry wondered. It won't exactly be subtle. We don't explain, Daphne replied with Slytherin practicality. We demonstrate. Actions rather than justifications. Harry smiled, feeling her strategic approach filtering through their bond, influencing his own thinking. Show, don't tell. I like it. First, though, she continued, we need to deal with Dumbledore. His scheduled visit to your relatives is in 2 days. I almost forgot about that, Harry admitted. I haven't. Daphne's expression turned calculating. In fact, I believe our newly completed bond provides the perfect solution to his unwanted intervention. 2 days later, Harry stood in the familiar confines of his bedroom at Privet Drive, having been transported there by Greengrass house elf for his meeting with Dumbledore. The room felt alien after weeks at the manor, cramped, mundane, devoid of the magical ambience he'd grown accustomed to. Through their bond, he could sense Daphne hundreds of miles away, her presence a reassuring constant despite the distance. They had discovered that while physical proximity enhanced their magical sharing, the fundamental connection remained intact regardless of separation. At precisely 8 o'clock, the doorbell rang. Harry heard his uncle's irritated grumbling, followed by Dumbledore's calm, authoritative voice. Footsteps on the stairs, then a knock at his bedroom door. Come in, Harry called, bracing himself for the confrontation. Albus Dumbledore entered, resplendent in midnight blue robes spangled with silver stars. His long beard was neatly groomed, his half-moon spectacles perched precisely on his crooked nose. Only his right hand, blackened and withered as though burned, suggested anything amiss in the headmaster's composed appearance. Good evening, Harry, Dumbledore greeted warmly. You're looking well. Better than expected, I must say. Professor, Harry nodded, deliberately neutral. What happened to your hand? A story for another time, Dumbledore replied, dismissing the question with practiced ease. We have much to discuss and a schedule to maintain. Are you packed for departure? About that, Harry said, feeling Daphne's encouraging presence through their bond. I won't be going to the Burrow tonight. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. No. I've made arrangements with the Weasleys. They're expecting you. I have other commitments, Harry stated firmly. Educational opportunities that can't be postponed. I see. Dumbledore studied him with increased intensity. May I ask the nature of these opportunities? Harry met the headmaster's gaze directly, feeling Daphne's occlumency knowledge flowing through their bond, strengthening his mental shields. Independent study with a wizarding family. Advanced defensive magic and theory. Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, surprise, perhaps, at encountering resistance to his plans. While I appreciate educational initiative, Harry, there are security considerations. The protective magic at the Burrow has been specifically enhanced for your safety. My current arrangements have adequate protection, Harry countered. In fact, I'd argue they're more comprehensive than what's available at the Burrow. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. You've been studying occlumency, he observed. And quite successfully, it appears. May I ask with whom? Harry felt a subtle probe against his mental shields, not a full legilimency attack, but a gentle testing of his defenses. With Daphne's expertise guiding him, he maintained his protection effortlessly. That's private, Professor. Harry, Dumbledore sighed, shifting tactics. After the events at the Department of Mysteries, I promise to be more forthcoming with you. In that spirit, I must insist that we proceed with our planned discussion. Certain information can't wait, regardless of your other commitments. I'm happy to have that discussion, Harry agreed reasonably. But it doesn't require relocation to the Burrow. A tense silence stretched between them, broken only when Dumbledore seated himself in the room's single chair, his expression turning grave. Something has changed, the headmaster observed. Something significant. Your magical signature is altered. Harry hadn't expected Dumbledore to sense the Concordia so quickly, though in retrospect, he should have anticipated the wizard's perceptiveness. Through their bond, he felt Daphne's calm assessment, better to acknowledge without elaborating than attempt deception. Yes, Harry confirmed simply. I've undergone magical development this summer. Development, Dumbledore repeated carefully. An interesting choice of words. Not training or education, but development. His penetrating blue eyes studied Harry with renewed focus. May I ask what form this development has taken? Harry chose his words with care. I've formed a magical partnership that enhances my abilities and provides new perspectives. A partnership. Dumbledore's expression revealed nothing, though his magical presence in the room shifted subtly. With the Greengrass family, perhaps? The direct hit surprised Harry, though he maintained his composure. What makes you say that? The wards around this house report when you leave and return, Harry. They noted your departure weeks ago and your return only hours ago. Dumbledore's tone remained gentle despite the implicit rebuke. As for the Greengrass connection, there were rumors after the Ministry incident. Whispers about unexpected alliances. Harry nodded, acknowledging the point. Then yes. I've been studying with the Greengrass family. A historically neutral house with an extensive private library and traditional magical practices, Dumbledore mused, seemingly to himself. Interesting. His gaze returned to Harry with renewed intensity. But there's more than simple study at work here. Your magic has been fundamentally altered. Through their bond, Harry consulted silently with Daphne. After brief deliberation, they decided on limited honesty, enough to establish their position without revealing the full extent of the Concordia. Daphne Greengrass and I have formed a magical bond, Harry stated directly. A traditional partnership that enhances our respective abilities. Dumbledore went very still, only his eyes betraying surprise. A bond, he repeated. What specific bonding ritual was performed, if I may ask? One from Greengrass family tradition, Harry replied, deliberately vague. Predating modern Ministry classifications. I see. Dumbledore's tone remained measured, though his magical presence in the room intensified perceptibly. Such bonds are typically considered adult magic, Harry. They carry significant magical and social implications. We were fully informed of those implications, Harry assured him. The decision was made carefully, with proper preparation and supervision. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment before sighing deeply. I fear I have underestimated the consequences of my distance this past year. In attempting to protect you from Voldemort's influence, I may have inadvertently pushed you toward other influences entirely. No one influenced my decisions, Professor, Harry stated firmly. For once, I chose my own path, with complete information and clear purpose. A path that aligns you with traditionally neutral magics, Dumbledore observed. Neither light nor dark, by conventional definitions. Exactly, Harry confirmed, sensing Daphne's approval through their bond. A third option. Dumbledore rose slowly, his expression thoughtful rather than angry. This development complicates matters. The information I intended to share with you takes on new dimensions in light of your magical bonding. I'm still willing to hear it, Harry offered. But my plans remain unchanged. I'll continue my studies with the Greengrass family until term begins. And Miss Greengrass? Dumbledore inquired. Is she party to this conversation? Harry smiled slightly. In a manner of speaking. Understanding dawned in Dumbledore's eyes. Ah. A resonant bond, then. Interesting choice. Such connections were once common among magical partnerships but fell out of practice centuries ago. Too unpredictable for ministry standardization, I believe. Too independent, Harry corrected. Perhaps, Dumbledore acknowledged with a slight inclination of his head. Well, Harry, it seems we find ourselves at an unexpected crossroads. I had planned a series of meetings to share critical information about Voldemort's past, knowledge essential to understanding how he might be defeated. That offer still stands, Harry assured him. I'm not rejecting your guidance, Professor. Just choosing a broader education than what's been made available to me previously. Indeed. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. Very well. I propose a compromise. Continue your studies with the Greengrass family, but agree to meet with me regularly once term begins. The information I need to share cannot wait indefinitely. Agreed, Harry said immediately, sensing Daphne's approval through their bond. And the Burrow? I will explain to the Weasleys that your educational commitments require your presence elsewhere this summer. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled briefly. Though I suspect Miss Granger, at least, has some inkling of your activities. Harry nodded, not confirming or denying. Thank you for understanding, Professor. Understanding may be premature, Dumbledore cautioned, his expression turning serious once more. I have concerns about this path you've chosen, Harry. Not because the magic itself is problematic, but because it places you in a complex position relative to the coming conflict. I'm already in a complex position, Harry pointed out. This partnership gives me advantages I wouldn't otherwise have. True, Dumbledore acknowledged. Though it also creates new vulnerabilities. Bonded magic has unique characteristics, strengths and weaknesses that differ from individual magical practice. We're aware, Harry assured him. The Greengrass family has extensive historical records of similar bonds. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I'm sure they do. The Greengrasses have maintained traditional magical practices longer than most old families. Their neutrality has served them well in that regard. He moved toward the door, then paused. One last question, if I may. Does Voldemort know of this development? Harry exchanged a silent consultation with Daphne before answering. He knows something has changed. At the Ministry, he noticed our combined magic. But the specific nature of our bond? No, we don't believe so. That, at least, is fortunate, Dumbledore said. I suggest maintaining that information as closely as possible. Voldemort's interest in rare magical connections has historically been intense. With that sobering advice, the headmaster took his leave, promising to contact Harry again before term began. As his footsteps receded down the stairs, Harry felt Daphne's presence strengthen through their bond. That went better than expected, her thoughts came clearly through their connection. He was surprisingly accepting, Harry agreed silently, still marveling at their ability to communicate over distance. Not accepting, calculating, Daphne corrected. He's reassessing how to incorporate our bond into his plans. At least he's not trying to separate us. He knows he can't, came Daphne's pragmatic response. The Concordia can't be broken by outside interference. Besides, he's too shrewd to create unnecessary opposition. Better to work with us than against us. Harry moved to the window, watching as Dumbledore departed the house and disappeared with a quiet crack of apparition. How soon can I return to the manor? Tilney will collect you in an hour, Daphne promised. We wanted to ensure Dumbledore didn't linger or place additional monitoring charms. Harry nodded, though she couldn't see him. Through their bond, he sensed her analyzing the encounter, cataloguing Dumbledore's reactions and planning their next moves. Her strategic mind was one of the many qualities he'd come to value, a perfect complement to his more instinctual approach. Dumbledore mentioned sharing information about Voldemort's past, he noted. Could be valuable. Agreed, Daphne responded. We'll incorporate his insights without committing to his methods. Knowledge from all sources, allegiance to none. Harry smiled at the elegant summation of their developing philosophy. In just months, they had created something unique in the wizarding world, a partnership that transcended traditional categories, drawing strength from multiple magical traditions while remaining independent of existing factions. When Tilney appeared to transport him back to Greengrass Manor, Harry left Privet Drive without a backward glance. The mundane suburban house had never been home, merely a temporary shelter. Now, bonded to Daphne through the Concordia, he had found something far more meaningful, a magical partnership founded on mutual respect, shared purpose, and genuine connection. The path ahead remained challenging, fraught with dangers from both Voldemort's forces and potentially from those who would consider their independent stance threatening. But for the first time, Harry faced those challenges not as a reluctant symbol or a manipulated piece in others' games, but as one half of a powerful magical partnership, charting their own course through the gathering storm. The remainder of July passed in intensive magical development. With their Concordia fully established, Harry and Daphne explored the extensive capabilities of their bonded magic, discovering strengths, limitations, and unexpected applications almost daily. They learned that proximity enhanced their ability to share magical attributes but wasn't required for basic connection. They could sense each other's general location and emotional state across significant distances, could communicate telepathically within a range of several miles, and could draw on aspects of each other's magical signatures regardless of separation. More significantly, they discovered that their combined spellcasting created effects that transcended standard magical theory. When casting simultaneously with coordinated intent, their spells didn't simply add together, they multiplied in power and precision, creating results that neither could achieve independently. It's like the magic itself recognizes the bond, Hermione observed when she visited Greengrass Manor in early August. Your separate signatures remain distinct but harmonize perfectly. Hermione's arrival had coincided with another significant development, the gradual expansion of their alliance beyond the initial core group. As Voldemort's forces became more active throughout Britain, neutral families increasingly sought alternatives to the binary choice between Death Eaters and Dumbledore's Order. The Greengrass family, with their ancient manor and extensive protective wards, emerged as a natural gathering point for this growing third faction. Weekly meetings began in the manor's Grand Hall, bringing together representatives from families seeking a middle path in the escalating conflict. The strategic landscape is shifting, Hyperion Greengrass explained during one such gathering, addressing 24 witches and wizards from traditionally neutral families. The Dark Lord demands allegiance through terror. Dumbledore offers protection at the cost of autonomy. We propose a third option, collective security through ancient magics the Ministry has long suppressed. The response was cautiously enthusiastic. Old families like the Greengrasses, Zabinus, and Davis had maintained traditional knowledge despite Ministry regulations. Others had preserved fragments of ancient practices as family magic. Together, they began sharing these techniques, creating a magical framework distinct from both Death Eater brutality and the Order's restrictive approach. At the center of this developing alliance stood Harry and Daphne, their Concordia bond serving as both symbolic and practical foundation. Their ability to seamlessly combine different magical traditions demonstrated the potential of this third path, neither dark nor light, but something more nuanced and adaptable. "We're creating a new magical paradigm," Daphne explained to their expanding inner circle one evening. "Not based on ministry classifications of acceptable magic, but on intent, ethics, and results." The traditional divisions were always artificial, Blaise Zabini added, his usual casual demeanor replaced by genuine engagement. "Dark versus light, pure blood versus muggleborn, these categories serve political purposes, not magical ones. But how do we define ethical boundaries without those categories?" Hermione questioned, ever the analytical thinker. "What prevents this approach from sliding toward harmful applications?" "Transparent accountability," Harry suggested. "Unlike Dumbledore's secretive order or Voldemort's fear-based control, we operate on shared principles and mutual oversight." This philosophy formed the core of their developing approach, a magical meritocracy where practices were evaluated based on purpose and effect rather than arbitrary classification. Within this framework, Harry and Daphne continued refining their bonded abilities, pushing boundaries of what modern wizards believed possible. By mid-August, their progress had attracted attention beyond neutral families. Luna Lovegood arrived with her father, Xenophilius, both bringing unique magical perspectives from their extensive travels. Neville Longbottom joined them regularly, sometimes accompanied by his formidable grandmother, who viewed their alliance with guarded interest. Most surprisingly, Bill Weasley visited in his capacity as a Gringotts Cursebreaker, officially to consult on ward enhancements but clearly assessing this new faction with professional curiosity. Through him, indirect contact with certain Order members was established, creating an informal information exchange while maintaining operational independence. "Ron's furious you didn't come to the Burrow," Bill reported during one visit, his tone light but his eyes watchful. "Mum's worried sick, naturally. And Ginny." He trailed off meaningfully. "Tell them I'm safe and training," Harry replied. "And that I'll explain everything when term starts." "Will you?" Bill asked pointedly. "Explain everything?" Harry exchanged a glance with Daphne, their silent communication now so natural it was almost unconscious. "Not everything," he acknowledged honestly. "Some things need to be experienced to be understood." Bill nodded, his Cursebreaker's sensitivity to magic allowing him to perceive something of their bond without fully comprehending its nature. "Just be careful, Harry. Independent factions have historically fared poorly in wizarding conflicts. Caught between larger forces, used by both sides." "We're aware of the precedents," Daphne assured him coolly. "We're also implementing safeguards previous neutral alliances lacked." As August waned, preparations intensified for their return to Hogwarts. The school environment would present unique challenges, maintaining their independence while under Dumbledore's authority, navigating house politics with their cross-house alliance, and managing the inevitable scrutiny their changed magical signatures would attract. "We need to establish our position immediately," Daphne advised during a planning session with their core group. "Not aggressively, but clearly enough that both Dumbledore's supporters and the Junior Death Eaters understand we represent a distinct third option." "The DA could serve as our foundation," Hermione suggested. "Many members already respect Harry's leadership independent of Dumbledore. And we need to establish protection for younger students caught in the crossfire," Neville added, his confidence having grown substantially over the summer. "That's something neither the Order nor Death Eaters prioritize." Their discussion was interrupted by the arrival of an official-looking owl bearing Hogwarts letters, standard book lists for the upcoming term, plus an unexpected addition for Harry, a parchment indicating his appointment as Quidditch captain. "Interesting timing," Daphne observed as Harry examined the captain's badge. "Dumbledore offering traditional rewards while assessing your new position." Harry nodded, understanding the subtle politics at play. "Maintaining my connection to Gryffindor traditions even as our alliance transcends house boundaries." "Will you accept?" Blaise asked practically. Harry considered the question seriously. Yes, he decided. Refusing would create unnecessary friction. Better to maintain positive connections where possible while establishing our independence in more significant areas. This pragmatic approach characterized their final preparations for term. Rather than rejecting existing structures entirely, they would work within them while gradually introducing alternatives, building influence through demonstrated competence rather than direct confrontation. 2 days before their scheduled return to Hogwarts, an unexpected development disrupted their careful planning. The Daily Prophet's morning edition carried alarming headlines: Death Eaters attack Diagon Alley, multiple casualties as Dark Mark appears over shopping district, ministry calls for heightened vigilance. It's begun in earnest, Hyperion Greengrass observed grimly as they gathered in the manor's breakfast room. The Dark Lord is moving from shadow operations to public terror. Harry scanned the article, noting the strategic targets: Ollivander's wand shop raided, the wand maker himself missing, Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor destroyed, its owner reportedly killed, several other businesses damaged in what appeared to be coordinated attacks. They're targeting independents, Daphne analyzed. Small business owners, craftspeople who serve the broader community rather than specific factions. Creating an atmosphere where neutrality becomes impossible, Aurora agreed. Forcing the binary choice, join us or become victims. Harry felt a cold determination settle over him. Through their bond, Daphne's matching resolve resonated with his own. Then we need to demonstrate that a third option exists, he said quietly. Not just in theory but in practice. How? Blaise asked. We're not ready for direct confrontation with Death Eaters. Not militarily, Harry agreed. But there are other forms of opposition. Protection rather than aggression. Sanctuary rather than battle. The concept crystallized through rapid discussion, creating safe passages and secure locations for those targeted by Death Eater intimidation. Not fighting Voldemort's forces directly, but systematically undermining their strategy of isolating potential victims. The Room of Requirement could serve as a sanctuary within Hogwarts, Harry suggested. And we can establish secure communication networks for families under threat. My father's publishing connections could distribute emergency port keys disguised as ordinary items, Luna offered, her dreamy manner belying the practicality of her suggestion. As plans formed and responsibilities were assigned, Harry felt a surge of purpose unlike anything he'd experienced before. This wasn't Dumbledore's chess game of sacrifice and secretive planning, nor was it the Ministry's bureaucratic approach to security. It was something new, a community-based response that empowered people to protect themselves and each other. Through it all, his bond with Daphne provided both emotional anchor and magical amplification. Their connected magic hummed with potential, responding to their shared intent with a depth and nuance neither could achieve alone. Whatever challenges lay ahead at Hogwarts, they would face them not as isolated individuals but as partners in the truest sense, magically, strategically, and personally united. The evening before their departure, they walked the manor grounds one last time, committing the peaceful sanctuary to memory before returning to the more complicated environment of Hogwarts. Everything changes tomorrow, Daphne observed as they reached the stone circle where their bond had been completed. At school, we'll be under constant observation, our every interaction analyzed for political meaning. Harry nodded, feeling the weight of what lay ahead. No more privacy. No more freedom to practice as we choose. No more this, Daphne added softly, gesturing to the space between them where their magic flowed freely. At least not openly. Harry took her hand, their scarred palms connecting with familiar warmth. We'll find ways, he promised. Secret rooms, forbidden forests, hidden passages, Hogwarts has plenty of places for us to be ourselves. Daphne smiled, her usual composure softening in the twilight. Always the optimist, Potter. One of us has to be, he replied with a grin. Besides, we've already achieved what everyone thought impossible, a Gryffindor and Slytherin creating something new together. Hogwarts will just have to adapt. As darkness fell around them, they sealed this promise with a kiss that sent ripples through their bonded magic, a private commitment to maintain what they'd built, regardless of the challenges awaiting them at Hogwarts. The wizarding world's established order was about to encounter something unprecedented, a magical partnership that transcended traditional boundaries, neither light nor dark but something entirely new. The Dark Queen and her chosen partner were ready to emerge from the shadows, bringing with them a third path in a world desperately needing alternatives. Chapter 3, The Queen ascends Platform 9 and 3/4 buzzed with tense energy as students boarded the Hogwarts Express. Parents clustered in tight groups, wands visible in hand or holster, eyes constantly scanning for threats. Ministry aurors patrolled in pairs, their crimson robes standing out against the steam billowing from the scarlet engine. Harry and Daphne arrived separately, a strategic decision to ease their transition back into the public eye. Daphne came with her parents, maintaining the Greengrass family's traditional dignified entrance. Harry fled in with Remus Lupin as his order-assigned escort, a compromise arranged after declining the full security detail Dumbledore had offered. Their eyes met briefly across the crowded platform, their bond humming with recognition despite the distance. No words were necessary, they'd planned this carefully. Establish normal patterns first, then gradually reveal their alliance rather than shocking everyone immediately. Blimey, Harry. Ron's voice cut through Harry's awareness of Daphne. His red-headed friend pushed through the crowd, followed closely by Hermione. Where've you been? Mum's been worried sick. Training, Harry answered simply, accepting Ron's enthusiastic backslap and Hermione's more restrained hug. Through their bond, he felt Daphne's amusement at the display of Gryffindor affection. Training? Ron repeated skeptically. Bill mentioned something about that, but wouldn't give details. Said you were exploring alternative approaches, whatever that means. I'll explain on the train, Harry promised, spotting Neville approaching with his grandmother. Let's find a compartment. As they moved toward the train, Harry maintained peripheral awareness of Daphne boarding further down the platform, flanked by Blaise Zabini and Tracy Davis. Their growing inner circle had carefully choreographed their return, visible as distinct groups while maintaining subtle connections. Once aboard, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville secured a compartment, soon joined by Luna, who drifted in with her usual dreamy demeanor. The familiar grouping felt both comforting and somehow insufficient to Harry, who had grown accustomed to the broader alliance at Greengrass Manor. So, Ron said once they were settled, what's this training everyone's being so mysterious about? And why weren't you at the Burrow? Mum had your room all ready. Harry exchanged a glance with Hermione, who gave him an encouraging nod. I've been studying different magical approaches, he began carefully. Working with people who have alternative perspectives on the coming conflict. Alternative to Dumbledore, you mean? Ron frowned. Alternative to the entire light versus dark framework, Harry clarified. There are other ways to understand magic, Ron. Older traditions that don't fit neatly into ministry classifications. Ron's confusion was evident, but before he could press further, the compartment door slid open. Daphne Greengrass stood in the doorway, her posture regal, expression carefully neutral. Potter, she acknowledged with a slight nod. May I join you? There's a matter we should discuss before arrival. The compartment went silent. Ron gaped openly, while Neville and Luna watched with varying degrees of interest. Only Hermione seemed unsurprised. Of course, Harry replied, keeping his tone casual despite the leap of their bond at her proximity. We were just catching up. Daphne entered, closing the door behind her and casting a privacy charm with a casual flick of her fingers, wandless magic that didn't go unnoticed by the compartment's occupants. Bloody hell, Ron muttered. Since when do Slytherins do wandless magic? And why is she here? That's part of what I was explaining, Harry said, feeling Daphne's calm influence through their bond, helping him navigate this delicate moment. Daphne and I have been working together on alternative magical approaches. Along with others from different houses. Working together, Ron repeated flatly. With Greengrass. The Ice Queen of Slytherin. A reductive nickname I've never particularly appreciated, Daphne noted, seating herself beside Luna with perfect composure. But essentially correct. Potter and I have formed an alliance based on mutual interests and complementary magical approaches. Harry felt her amusement through their bond. She was deliberately understating their connection, allowing the others to adjust gradually rather than overwhelming them with the full truth. It's quite brilliant, actually, Hermione interjected supportively. They've been developing magical techniques that combine different traditions, creating options beyond what either Dumbledore or Voldemort offers. Ron looked between them, bewilderment giving way to suspicion. You knew about this? He asked Hermione accusingly. I've been corresponding with them, she acknowledged. And visiting occasionally. The magical theory alone is fascinating, ancient practices the Ministry has systematically excluded from standard education. It's like rediscovering that Raxperts are actually visible if you use the right crystalline filters, Luna added helpfully. Knowledge that was hidden, not because it was dangerous, but because it didn't fit the preferred narrative. Ron turned to Neville, who had remained quiet. Did you know too? Neville nodded. Gran and I visited Greengrass Manor in August. Their greenhouse has plant specimens that haven't been cultivated in Britain for centuries. Magical varieties the Ministry restricted because their properties were too versatile. Ron's face reddened with hurt and confusion. So everyone knew except me. What happened to, we're in this together? We are, Harry assured him quickly. This is me bringing you in, right now. We had to be careful about communications all summer, both sides are monitoring mail. Both sides, Ron repeated. So you're what, creating a third side? Against Dumbledore and you know who? Not against Dumbledore specifically, Harry clarified. But independent of his approach. And definitely against Voldemort. Ron winced at the name but seemed to be processing the concept. And you trust her? He asked bluntly, jerking his head toward Daphne. Through their bond, Harry felt Daphne's calm acceptance of the question. She'd anticipated this reaction and wasn't offended. With my life, Harry answered simply. Something in his tone must have conveyed his absolute certainty, because Ron's aggressive posture eased slightly. That's a lot to take in, he said finally. It's just the beginning, Harry told him honestly. There's more, but we'll get to it gradually. For now, you should know that Daphne and several other Slytherins are working with us, not against us. And we're building something different than what either side is offering. The tension in the compartment gradually dissipated as conversation shifted to more immediate concerns, classes, Quidditch, and speculation about who would replace Umbridge as defense professor. Throughout, Harry marveled at how naturally Daphne integrated herself into the group, her usual Slytherin reserve softening just enough to engage meaningfully without seeming out of character. Well played, he communicated through their bond. Basic diplomacy, she replied silently, though he sensed her satisfaction at the relatively smooth introduction. Though your Weasley friend remains skeptical. He'll come around, Harry assured her. Ron values loyalty above all else. Once he sees that this doesn't threaten our friendship, he'll adapt. As the train journeyed northward, other members of their alliance visited briefly, Blaise stopping by with potions questions, Tracy Davis discussing prefect matters with Hermione. To casual observers, these might seem like ordinary school interactions, but they established subtle connections between previously segregated house groups. By the time they approached Hogsmeade Station, they had laid groundwork for what would follow, the gradual emergence of their third faction within Hogwarts walls. The Great Hall glittered with floating candles as students settled at their house tables for the welcome feast. Harry took his usual place at Gryffindor, while Daphne sat with the Slytherins, their physical separation doing nothing to diminish their magical connection. Through their bond, they maintained constant awareness of each other, sharing observations and impressions. Harry noted the increased security presence, Auror stationed at entrances, enhanced magical detectors glowing softly along the walls. Daphne catalogued subtle shifts in Slytherin dynamics, Malfoy surrounded by a tighter circle of supporters, several traditionally neutral students displaying newfound independence. At the staff table, changes were equally evident. Snape had moved positions, now occupying the defense against the dark arts chair. Beside Dumbledore sat a rotund, balding man with an enormous silver mustache who Harry recognized from the headmaster's brief description as Horace Slughorn, returning to teach potions. Most notably, Dumbledore himself had changed. The headmaster's right hand remained blackened and withered, now partially concealed by his sleeve. His general appearance seemed more strained, though his eyes remained sharp as they swept across the student body, lingering momentarily on Harry and then, interestingly, on Daphne. "He's assessing our connection," Daphne noted through their bond. "Trying to determine its nature and extent." "Let him wonder," Harry replied, feeling uncharacteristically unbothered by Dumbledore's scrutiny. Their bond had fundamentally shifted his perspective. No longer was he the isolated pawn in others' games, but half of a powerful partnership with its own agency and purpose. After the sorting ceremony and Dumbledore's unusually brief welcome speech, which included pointed warnings about security and unity, the feast appeared. As students ate and conversations flowed around them, Harry and Daphne continued their silent exchange, finalizing plans for the coming days. "The room of requirement tomorrow evening?" Harry suggested. "We should establish our base before classes get too demanding." "Agreed," Daphne confirmed. "I'll bring Blaze and Tracy. You bring your core group. Time to formalize what we started at the manor." Their planning was interrupted by Dumbledore rising again to make announcements about banned items. The list had grown considerably, and Quidditch tryouts. As the feast concluded, the headmaster made one final statement: "In these challenging times, I encourage all students to look beyond traditional boundaries and find common ground with those you might previously have considered different or separate from yourselves. Unity within Hogwarts has never been more essential." The message seemed pointed, almost as if addressing Harry and Daphne's emerging alliance directly. Through their bond, they shared a moment of wry amusement at Dumbledore's characteristic blend of encouragement and subtle manipulation. As students filed out toward their dormitories, Harry felt a gentle magical summons: "Dumbledore," requesting his presence. He caught the headmaster's eye across the hall and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "He's calling me up to his office," he communicated to Daphne. "As expected," she replied calmly. "Remember our approach, respectful independence, not confrontation." "I remember," Harry assured her, drawing strength from their connection as he separated from his housemates and made his way toward the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was waiting at the stone gargoyle, which leapt aside without a password being spoken. "Harry," he greeted warmly. "Thank you for joining me. I thought we might begin our discussions sooner rather than later." "Of course, Professor," Harry replied politely, following him up the spiral staircase. The headmaster's office looked much as Harry remembered, though with subtle changes: additional silver instruments whirring on tables, enhanced protective wards shimmering faintly around the perimeter, and most notably, the sword of Gryffindor now displayed prominently behind the desk. "Please, sit," Dumbledore invited, settling himself behind his desk with a slight wince that suggested his injured hand caused him pain. "How was your journey to Hogwarts?" "Uneventful, I hope." "Very smooth," Harry confirmed. Though the security presence was noticeable. "Necessary precautions, I'm afraid." Dumbledore studied him with those penetrating blue eyes. "I notice your magical signature has stabilized quite remarkably since our meeting at Privet Drive. The bond you mentioned has progressed, I take it?" Harry nodded, seeing no reason to deny what was magically evident. "It has. Daphne and I completed the primary connection before returning to Hogwarts." "The Concordia Potestas," Dumbledore stated rather than asked, surprising Harry with his specific knowledge. "A remarkable magical tradition, preserved by certain families despite ministry discouragement. The Greengrasses have maintained the practice longer than most." "You're familiar with it?" Harry asked, curiosity overcoming caution. "I'm an old man, Harry," Dumbledore smiled slightly. "I've encountered many magical traditions in my long life, including some the ministry would prefer remained forgotten. The Concordia was once common among magical partnerships before standardization efforts pushed such practices into privacy." Harry felt Daphne's interest through their bond. Dumbledore's knowledge of ancient practices was apparently more extensive than they'd anticipated. "May I ask why you pursued such a connection?" Dumbledore continued. "It represents a significant magical commitment, particularly for one your age. Because it offers advantages neither traditional light nor dark magic provides, Harry answered honestly. A different approach that's suited to our specific circumstances. Indeed. Dumbledore tented his fingers, his injured hand partially concealed by his good one. And this different approach, does it extend beyond your partnership with Miss Greengrass to the alliance you appear to be forming? Harry maintained his composure, though he was impressed by Dumbledore's perceptiveness. We believe there's value in exploring magical traditions beyond what's currently taught at Hogwarts or practiced by the Order. Or by Voldemort's followers, Dumbledore added. Especially not their approach, Harry confirmed firmly. Dumbledore nodded slowly. A third path, then. Neither light nor dark by conventional definition, but something you're creating yourselves. He sighed, looking suddenly tired. I cannot pretend I'm not concerned, Harry. Such independent magical exploration carries risks, particularly when undertaken by young people still developing their core beliefs and ethical frameworks. With respect, Professor, Harry replied carefully, Daphne and I aren't operating without guidance. The Greengrass family has centuries of experience with these traditions. We're not blindly experimenting. The Greengrasses are indeed knowledgeable, Dumbledore acknowledged. And historically neutral in wizarding conflicts, a position that requires both principle and pragmatism. However, neutrality itself is becoming increasingly difficult to maintain as Voldemort's influence spreads. We're not seeking neutrality, Harry clarified. We're actively opposing Voldemort, just through different means than the Order. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment before speaking again. I see. And these different means, do they involve recruiting other students to your approach? We're offering an alternative for those who don't feel fully aligned with either existing option, Harry said carefully. Especially students from traditionally neutral families who are under increasing pressure to choose sides. The headmaster nodded thoughtfully. I cannot forbid such association, of course. Hogwarts has a long tradition of student groups and alliances. I would, however, request that you exercise particular care regarding magical practices outside the approved curriculum. Not all ancient traditions were abandoned without good reason. We understand the difference between suppressed knowledge and genuinely dangerous magic, Harry assured him, feeling Daphne's approval through their bond at his diplomatic yet firm response. I hope so, Dumbledore said gravely. Now, to the matter I originally wished to discuss with you. He reached into his desk drawer and withdrew a shallow stone basin inscribed with runes, a pensive. I believe it's time you learned more about Voldemort's past and the nature of the task that will ultimately fall to you. For the next hour, Harry witnessed memories of Tom Riddle's origins, his mother's desperate use of love potions, his birth in an orphanage, and his earliest manifestations of magical power. Throughout, he maintained his connection with Daphne, sharing key insights while absorbing Dumbledore's narrative. When they finally concluded, Harry had a clearer understanding of Voldemort's beginnings but also a sense that Dumbledore was still withholding critical information. We will continue these sessions throughout the term, Dumbledore explained as Harry prepared to leave. There is much more you need to understand about Tom Riddle's journey to becoming Lord Voldemort. Thank you, Professor, Harry said sincerely. The context is helpful. As he reached the door, Dumbledore added, one last thing, Harry. Your bond with Miss Greengrass, it creates certain vulnerabilities along with its advantages. I urge you to study the specific protections traditionally associated with such connections. The Greengrass Library should have relevant texts. The warning, delivered with genuine concern rather than manipulation, caught Harry by surprise. We'll look into it, he promised. Returning to Gryffindor Tower, Harry maintained constant communication with Daphne, sharing details of Dumbledore's memories while processing the headmaster's unexpected knowledge of their bond. He knows more about the Concordia than he initially let on, Daphne observed. And his warning about vulnerabilities seems genuine. Do you think there's something specific he's concerned about? Harry asked as he navigated the moving staircases. Possibly. He felt her mentally sorting through possibilities. Most bonded magic creates shared strengths but also linked weaknesses. We should review the traditional protections before our meeting tomorrow. By the time Harry reached the fat lady's portrait, they had established a clear plan for the following day: classes in the morning, research during free periods, and their first formal alliance meeting in the room of requirement that evening. As he entered the Gryffindor common room, he was immediately surrounded by curious housemates demanding details about his summer disappearance and the rumors of his connection to Slytherin students. With Daphne's calming presence flowing through their bond, Harry navigated the questions with newfound diplomatic skill, neither confirming nor denying specific details while making clear that traditional house rivalries were luxuries they could no longer afford in the face of Voldemort's return. But they're Slytherins, Seamus Finnegan protested. Their families support you-know-who. Some do, Harry acknowledged. Others don't. Judging entire houses by their worst members is exactly what Voldemort wants. Division makes us easier to control. His reasonable tone and clear confidence silenced many objections. Even Ron, still processing the revelations from the train, supported him with a grudging, "Harry knows what he's doing. If he says some Slytherins are all right, I reckon we should at least hear them out." As conversations gradually shifted to more typical first-night topics, class schedules, Quidditch prospects, summer adventures, Harry felt a deep satisfaction flow through his bond with Daphne. Their first day back had laid crucial groundwork, establishing their independent position while maintaining respect for existing structures. The true test would come tomorrow, when they formally convened their alliance and began implementing the plans developed over summer. But for tonight, they had successfully navigated the first hurdle, returning to Hogwarts not as isolated individuals bound by house loyalties, but as partners in a new approach that transcended traditional boundaries. "Rest well, Potter," Daphne's thoughts reached him as he finally prepared for bed. "Tomorrow we begin in earnest." "Good night, Greengrass," he replied, smiling at their continued use of last names despite their profound connection. Some habits remained comforting even as everything else transformed around them. The first day of classes established new patterns immediately. In every shared lesson, Harry and Daphne sat near each other, not together, which would have been too dramatic a break from tradition, but close enough that their bond hummed with comfortable proximity. Their magical connection manifested in subtle ways that didn't escape notice from more observant professors. In charms, their spells resonated at identical frequencies, creating harmonics that caused Professor Flitwick's eyebrows to rise dramatically. In Transfiguration, McGonagall observed with narrowed eyes as they unconsciously synchronized their wand work, achieving identical results despite using slightly different techniques. Most notably, in Defense Against the Dark Arts, Snape's attempt to demonstrate Harry's vulnerability by pairing him against Daphne for dueling practice backfired spectacularly. Rather than the Slytherin-Gryffindor conflict Snape clearly anticipated, they demonstrated perfectly complementary defensive techniques, each anticipating the other's moves with uncanny precision. Enough, Snape had finally snapped, his sallow face pinched with suspicion. "Potter, Zabini. Greengrass, Granger. New pairings." Even these adjustments failed to disrupt their rhythm, as both Harry and Daphne found their natural flow with allies who understood their approach. By day's end, whispers circulated throughout the castle about the strange new dynamic between previously opposed house members. As evening approached, selected students made their way to the 7th floor in small groups, carefully timed to avoid drawing attention. The room of requirement, responding to their specific need, transformed into the perfect space for their alliance, a circular chamber with comfortable seating arranged around a central hearth, walls lined with relevant reference materials, and subtle privacy wards embedded in the stone. Harry and Daphne arrived last, having monitored the Marauder's map to ensure all invited members reached the location safely. As they entered together, conversation dimmed, the assembled students watching with varying degrees of curiosity and wariness. The group represented all 4 houses, the core members who had trained together over summer, plus carefully selected additions who had shown interest in their approach. From Gryffindor, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Ginny Weasley, whose presence Harry had insisted on despite Daphne's reservations about her obvious feelings for him. From Slytherin, Daphne, Blaise, Tracy, and surprisingly, Millicent Bulstrode, whose family had recently refused Death Eater recruitment. Ravenclaw contributed Luna, Padma Patil, and Terry Boot, while Hufflepuff was represented by Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott, and Justin Finch-Fletchley. "Thank you all for coming," Harry began, standing beside Daphne at the room's center. "Some of you were part of the DA last year. Others are new to our group. What we're creating now is both similar and different from that original organization." "Different how?" Terry Boot asked directly. Daphne stepped forward, her presence commanding attention without effort. "The DA was primarily about learning defensive magic the Ministry didn't want taught. This alliance has broader goals, exploring magical approaches beyond what either the traditional, light, side or Voldemort's forces utilize." Several students flinched at the name, but none objected to her directness. "What exactly does that mean?" Susan Bones questioned, her aunt's position in magical law enforcement clearly influencing her caution. "Magic outside the curriculum is usually restricted for good reasons. Some restrictions exist for safety," Harry acknowledged. "Others exist for control. The Ministry has systematically suppressed certain magical traditions not because they're dangerous, but because they're difficult to regulate and monitor." "Like what?" Justin asked skeptically. "Wandless magic," Daphne demonstrated by conjuring dancing lights above her palm. "Synchronized casting," she continued as she and Harry simultaneously created a protective dome over the gathering without verbal coordination. "Intention-based spellwork rather than rigid incantations." Hermione stepped forward supportively. "Think about it, why do we need Latin words for magic? Our ancestors didn't speak Latin. Magic responds to intent and will, shaped by tradition but not fundamentally dependent on specific words." "That's actually a good point," Padma acknowledged, looking intrigued. "So you're teaching alternative magic," Ron summarized. "But what's the larger purpose?" "The DA was about fighting Death Eaters. This is about creating a third option in the coming conflict," Harry explained. "Not Dumbledore's approach, which relies heavily on sacrifice and secrecy, and certainly not Voldemort's. Something that draws from multiple traditions to create new possibilities. And protects those caught in the middle," Daphne added. "Particularly students from neutral families who face pressure from both sides." The concept resonated visibly with several members, especially those from traditionally neutral families like Susan Bones and the Patil twins. For the next hour, Harry and Daphne outlined their vision, creating a network that offered both magical development and practical protection, operating within Hogwarts while maintaining connections to their growing alliance outside school walls. "This room will serve as our primary meeting place," Harry explained. "But we'll also establish secondary locations throughout the castle, secure areas where members can retreat if threatened or where smaller study groups can practice specific techniques." "What about Dumbledore?" Ginny asked, speaking for the first time. "Is he aware of this group?" Harry nodded. "He knows we're forming an independent alliance. He hasn't endorsed it, but he hasn't forbidden it either." "And Snape?" Blaise inquired practically. "Suspects but can't confirm," Daphne replied. "As long as we maintain reasonable discretion and don't explicitly break school rules, he has limited grounds to interfere." As the meeting progressed, skepticism gradually gave way to cautious interest. The practical benefits were obvious: cross-house protection in an increasingly tense environment, access to magical knowledge beyond standard curriculum, and connection to a growing network of like-minded wizards outside Hogwarts. By the session's end, all present had committed to at least exploring the alliance further. Harry and Daphne assigned initial areas of focus based on individual strengths. Hermione and Padma would research theoretical foundations, Neville and Susan would organize secure meeting locations, Blaise and Ron, an unlikely but potentially effective pairing, would develop communication protocols. "We'll meet twice weekly initially," Daphne concluded. "Smaller practice groups can arrange additional sessions as needed." As members departed in carefully staggered intervals, Harry felt Daphne's satisfaction flowing through their bond. Their first formal gathering had achieved its primary objectives, establishing the alliance's existence, outlining its purpose, and beginning to build the operational structure that would support their broader goals. That went better than expected, Harry observed once they were alone in the room. Most responded to the practical benefits, Daphne analyzed, pacing thoughtfully. The theoretical framework matters less to them than immediate advantages. That's fine for now, Harry said. Understanding will develop with experience. Daphne nodded, her expression thoughtful. We should accelerate the next phase, demonstrating practical applications beyond defensive magic. Show them what's possible when traditional restrictions are removed. Starting with what? Protection charms for their personal belongings, she suggested. Simple but effective magic the ministry discourages because it can't be monitored. Followed by communication methods that bypass conventional detection. They continued planning late into the evening, refining their approach based on the group's initial response. Throughout, their bond hummed with shared purpose and deepening connection, magical partners creating something neither could have achieved alone. September accelerated quickly, establishing new rhythms at Hogwarts. Classes proceeded with increased intensity as professors emphasized practical applications over theory, a clear response to the growing conflict outside school walls. Security measures tightened further, with Aurors now regularly patrolling corridors and grounds. Within this environment, Harry and Daphne's alliance flourished discreetly. Twice-weekly meetings expanded in scope and attendance as word spread through trusted channels. What began as 20 selected students grew to nearly 50 by month's end, representing all houses and years. Their approach evolved organically, beginning with practical protective magic before gradually introducing more complex concepts from traditional magical systems. Members learned in mixed house groups organized by magical affinity rather than age or house, creating unexpected collaborations that transcended conventional boundaries. Most significantly, their bond continued developing in ways neither had anticipated. As they practiced more advanced applications of the Concordia, their magical connection deepened beyond simple enhancement of existing abilities. They discovered they could create entirely new magical effects through their combined intention, spells that existed neither in standard curriculum nor in the ancient texts they studied. It's like the magic itself is evolving through your connection, Hermione observed after witnessing one such innovation, a protective barrier that adapted intelligently to specific threats rather than providing generic shielding. The Concordia traditionally does produce magical evolution, Daphne explained as they researched in the Room of Requirement one evening. Historical accounts mention unique manifestations specific to each bonded pair. But nothing quite like what you're demonstrating, Hermione noted, indicating the ancient text they'd been consulting. According to this, most manifestations were enhanced versions of existing magic, not entirely new effects. Harry and Daphne exchanged glances, their silent communication now so natural they barely noticed it. We think it might relate to our different magical backgrounds, Harry suggested. Daphne was raised with traditional magical practices outside standard classification. I was trained exclusively in ministry-approved methods. The combination creates hybrid effects, Daphne continued. Neither purely traditional nor conventionally modern, but something new that draws from both approaches. This magical evolution became increasingly evident in their leadership of the Alliance. Where Harry once relied primarily on instinct and raw power, he now incorporated sophisticated magical theory into his approach. Daphne, traditionally precise and methodical, found herself embracing more intuitive applications that amplified her natural abilities. Together, they demonstrated possibilities many students had never imagined: wandless magic performed with wand-like precision, protective enchantments that responded intelligently to specific threats, communication methods that bypassed conventional monitoring. The effects extended beyond magical practice to their broader influence within Hogwarts. Traditional house rivalries began dissolving around them as students recognized the practical benefits of cooperation in an increasingly dangerous environment. Common rooms remained separate, but the boundaries between them grew more permeable as Alliance members established cross-house study groups and social connections. Not everyone welcomed these changes. Within Slytherin, a faction led by Draco Malfoy maintained rigid opposition to Daphne's group, employing increasingly aggressive tactics to intimidate potential allies. Similarly, certain Gryffindors viewed Harry's cross-house initiative as betrayal of house loyalty, creating tensions within his own dormitory. "They called you a traitor," Ron reported glumly after overhearing a heated common room discussion. "Said you're turning your back on Gryffindor traditions by working with snakes." "Let them talk," Harry replied, unbothered. "Actions matter more than labels right now." His calm response reflected another change the bond had produced, greater emotional equilibrium that allowed him to assess situations strategically rather than reacting impulsively. Meanwhile, Daphne found herself more willing to express authentic responses rather than maintaining constant Slytherin reserve. "We're balancing each other," she observed through their bond as they navigated these challenges. "Each adopting useful aspects of the other's approach." "Isn't that the point?" Harry replied. "Not merging into identical copies, but complementing each other's natural tendencies." October brought the first significant test of their approach. The Daily Prophet reported increased Death Eater activity throughout Britain, disappearances, targeted attacks on ministry officials, and systematic intimidation of neutral families. Within Hogwarts, tensions rose as students received troubling news from home, creating an atmosphere of fear and uncertainty. During this period, Dumbledore was frequently absent, leaving the school for days at a time without explanation. In these intervals, Harry and Daphne's alliance provided stability that official channels lacked, creating safe spaces for affected students, establishing communication networks with families under pressure, and developing practical protective measures for those most vulnerable. "My aunt says the ministry's barely functioning," Susan Bones reported during one emergency meeting. "Half the departments are infiltrated, the other half paralyzed by indecision." "My father's been ordered to register our family's magical artifacts," Anthony Goldstein added grimly. "Including personal heirlooms that have never been subject to ministry oversight." Similar reports came from multiple sources, painting a picture of systematic erosion of independence throughout Wizarding Britain. In response, Harry and Daphne accelerated their most ambitious initiative, creating a functional sanctuary within Hogwarts for students whose families faced immediate threats. The Room of Requirement, responding to their specific intention, expanded to include living quarters separate from house dormitories, a neutral space where students could remain temporarily when returning to their common rooms might expose them to targeted intimidation or worse. "It's not permanent," Harry explained to McGonagall when the arrangement inevitably came to faculty attention. "Just emergency accommodation for students whose safety can't be guaranteed in regular dormitories." The Transfiguration professor's lips had thinned to a severe line, but she offered no direct objection. "I presume you've implemented appropriate supervisory measures." "Mixed-gender accommodations require specific oversight." "Of course," Daphne assured her smoothly. "House prefects from our alliance monitor the space in shifts. All standard curfew and behavioral expectations are maintained." McGonagall had studied them both with penetrating intensity before nodding curtly. "See that it remains orderly. These are unusual times, requiring unusual measures." Her tacit approval represented growing recognition among certain faculty members that Harry and Daphne's alliance served necessary functions the school's traditional structure couldn't provide. Even Snape, while maintaining public disdain, had notably refrained from directly interfering with their activities. As Halloween approached, a new development accelerated their plans significantly. During breakfast one crisp October morning, Daphne received a formal-looking letter bearing the Gringotts seal. Her expression remained neutral as she read it, but through their bond, Harry felt her immediate surge of excitement. "It's confirmed," she communicated silently. "The inheritance ritual can proceed on my birthday next week. Gringotts has verified the bloodline requirements and magical prerequisites." Harry maintained his casual demeanor at the Gryffindor table while absorbing the significance of this news. They had been planning for Daphne's magical inheritance since summer, a traditional ceremony performed by certain old families when a magically significant heir turned 16. Unlike conventional birthdays, this ritual would allow Daphne to access family magic normally restricted until formal adulthood. "Will you need to leave Hogwarts?" he asked through their bond. "No, the goblins have agreed to conduct it here," she replied. Apparently, Dumbledore approved a private ceremony in the ancestral ritual chamber beneath the castle. This was unexpected. "Dumbledore knows about this?" "Not the specific details," Daphne clarified. "Just that I'm undergoing a traditional family ceremony. Such accommodations are standard for old families, though rarely requested in recent decades." As breakfast concluded and students moved toward morning classes, they arranged to meet during their free period to discuss preparations. The inheritance ritual would represent a significant advancement in their plans, particularly because Greengrass family magic included powerful protective enchantments that could strengthen their alliance considerably. When they convened in their private corner of the library, Daphne provided additional details gathered from the Gringotts' correspondence. "The ritual will take place at midnight on my birthday," she explained, showing Harry the formal documents. "In the old ceremonial chamber beneath the Eastern Tower, a space specifically designed for family magic that predates Hogwarts itself." "Who can attend?" Harry asked, scanning the technical requirements listed in formal goblin script. "Traditionally, only blood family," Daphne replied. "However, the Concordia creates an exception. As my bonded partner, you're considered magically family for ritual purposes." Harry nodded, feeling both honored and slightly overwhelmed by the responsibility. "What exactly happens during the ceremony?" "I access the accumulated magical legacy of the Greengrass line," Daphne explained. "Not just knowledge, but magical affinities, specialized abilities, and connection to family enchantments maintained over centuries." "Is it dangerous?" "Not inherently," she answered thoughtfully. "Though it is intense. Family magic responds differently to each heir, some receive specific gifts, others broader connections to ancestral enchantments." They spent the next hour reviewing historical accounts of previous Greengrass inheritance ceremonies, noting patterns and variations that might help prepare for Daphne's experience. Throughout their research, Harry sensed growing excitement through their bond. This represented not just personal advancement for Daphne but significant expansion of their alliance's capabilities. The week leading to Daphne's birthday brought unexpected complications. Death Eater activity intensified throughout Britain, with the Daily Prophet reporting attacks on 3 previously neutral families who had refused Voldemort's recruitment efforts. Within Hogwarts, Malfoy's faction grew more aggressive, targeting younger students associated with Harry and Daphne's alliance. They cornered Dennis Creevey outside the greenhouses, Neville reported grimly during an emergency meeting. Threatened to make an example of anyone associating with what they called blood traders and their pets. No actual hexes were cast, Susan Bones clarified. But the intimidation is escalating. They're getting bolder with Dumbledore absent so frequently. Harry and Daphne exchanged concerned glances, their bond resonating with shared determination. "We need to accelerate the protection protocols," Harry decided. "Full escort rotations for younger students, secure communication channels active at all times. And demonstration of consequences," Daphne added, her expression hardening. "Not retaliation, but clear evidence that targeting our members carries meaningful repercussions." This led to their most visible action yet, the implementation of alliance-wide protective enchantments that activated automatically when members faced threats. Based on modified versions of traditional Greengrass family magic, these protections manifested as subtle magical markers visible only to those who knew to look for them, indicating that harming the bearer would trigger proportional magical response. "It's not offensive magic," Hermione explained carefully to concerned prefects from non-aligned houses. "Purely protective, and compliant with school rules against unauthorized hexes." "Technically compliant," Ron muttered under his breath. "The response bit has some serious teeth if triggered." The protections proved immediately effective, creating a noticeable reduction in hallway intimidation as potential aggressors recognized the markers and calculated the risks. By the eve of Daphne's birthday, a new equilibrium had established throughout the castle, an uneasy truce between opposed factions that provided breathing room for their alliance to continue developing. As midnight approached on November 3, Harry met Daphne outside the entrance to the old ceremonial chamber. She wore formal robes of greengrass silver blue, embroidered with family symbols that shifted subtly in the torchlight. Her blonde hair was arranged in an intricate style featuring crystal pins that resonated with magical energy. "Ready?" Harry asked, feeling her mix of excitement and nervousness through their bond. "As I'll ever be," she replied with a small smile. 16 generations of Greengrass heirs have undergone this ritual. The family magic is particularly responsive to female heirs, something about our founder being a powerful witch who established specific magical affinities. They descended the narrow spiral staircase that led deep beneath the eastern tower, emerging into a chamber Harry had never known existed. The circular room featured walls of ancient stone carved with magical symbols predating modern runic systems. At its center stood an altar of black marble veined with silver, surrounded by 7 pillars of varying heights. Waiting beside the altar were 3 figures, a Gringotts ceremonial master in formal goblin regalia, and to Harry's surprise, Daphne's parents, Hyperion and Aurora Greengrass. "Special permission from the Board of Governors," Aurora explained, embracing her daughter briefly. Family magic of this significance traditionally requires blood relatives to witness and stabilize the transfer. "Mr. Potter," Hyperion acknowledged with a respectful nod. "Your presence adds a unique element to tonight's ceremony. The Concordia bond should enhance rather than disrupt the inheritance flow." The Goblin Master, introducing himself as Right Collar Silvertooth, directed them to specific positions around the altar. Daphne stood at the center point, her parents flanking the northern and eastern positions, while Harry was stationed at the western pillar. The Greengrass inheritance flows through maternal and paternal lines simultaneously, Silvertooth explained in the precise tones of a magical professional. "With bonded partnership present, we create a triangular flow rather than the traditional dual channel. More stable, potentially more powerful." The ritual began with ceremonial invocations in gobbledygook, establishing the formal magical framework required for family magic transmission. As the ancient words echoed through the chamber, the carved symbols on the walls began to glow with silver-blue light identical to the color of Harry and Daphne's bond. "Heir Greengrass," Silvertooth intoned, switching to formal English, "approach the altar of your ancestors and present your claim to the family magic." Daphne stepped forward with perfect composure, though Harry felt her inner tension through their bond. She placed both hands on the black marble surface, which immediately responded with ripples of silver light spreading outward from her touch. "I, Daphne Ophelia Greengrass, heir by blood and magic to the ancient house of Greengrass, claim my birthright on this, the 16th anniversary of my birth," she stated clearly. "I seek the wisdom, power, and protection of those who came before me, to honor their legacy and extend their purpose." The traditional words triggered an immediate magical response. The silver veins in the altar illuminated brilliantly, sending columns of light upward that engulfed Daphne in a spinning cocoon of magical energy. Through their bond, Harry felt her momentary alarm transform into wonder as the family magic responded to her presence. For several minutes, the magical transfer continued in silence, the light pulsing in rhythm with Daphne's heartbeat. Harry maintained his position at the western pillar, but extended his awareness through their bond, providing stability as waves of unfamiliar magic flowed through Daphne's core. Then, unexpectedly, tendrils of silver light extended from Daphne toward each of the witnesses. Her parents received brief touches of recognition, while a stronger current flowed directly to Harry, connecting with their bond and creating a secondary circuit of magical energy. "Remarkable," Silvertooth murmured. "The family magic recognizes the Concordia and is integrating it into the inheritance pattern." Through their connection, Harry experienced fragments of the inheritance directly, ancestral knowledge flowing in bursts of insight rather than coherent information, magical affinities awakening like dormant senses suddenly activated, protective enchantments linking to Daphne's core and, by extension, to their shared bond. After what seemed both moments and hours, the light began to recede, withdrawing into the altar and then into Daphne herself. As the final energies settled, she remained standing at the altar center, though her appearance had subtly transformed. Her natural magical aura, normally controlled and contained, now radiated visible power that shimmered around her in delicate patterns of silver and deep blue. "It is complete," Silvertooth announced formally. "The inheritance is accepted and integrated. Daphne Ophelia Greengrass is recognized by blood, magic, and law as full heir to the ancient house of Greengrass, with all rights, powers, and responsibilities thereof." Aurora moved forward first, embracing her daughter with visible pride. "Well done," she murmured. "The magic responded more strongly than we anticipated. You've received a full measure of the family gifts." Hyperion joined them, his usual reserve softened by genuine emotion. "Your ancestor Calidora would be proud. The protective enchantments have transferred completely, I can sense them activating already." When they stepped back, Harry approached, feeling the significant change in Daphne through their bond. Her magical signature remained distinctly hers, but now contained harmonic elements that resonated with ancient power, deeper, more complex, and considerably stronger than before. "How do you feel?" he asked quietly as they connected both physically and through their bond. "Like myself, but more so," she answered with wonder in her voice. "I can access magical knowledge I never formally learned, family spells, protective enchantments, warding techniques passed down for generations." Through their connection, she shared glimpses of what she'd received, not just information but intuitive understanding of magical systems beyond standard education. Most significantly, she'd gained access to the Greengrass family's specialized protection magic, including powerful wards that could be extended to shield allies beyond blood relations. The ceremonial aspects concluded with formal documentation provided by Silvertooth, officially registering Daphne's inheritance with both Gringotts and the Ministry's bloodline office. As a registered heir of an ancient house, she now held legal status equivalent to magical adulthood despite her physical age, a significant advantage for their plans moving forward. "This changes our timeline," Hyperion noted as they prepared to leave the chamber. With full heir status, Daphne can now access the secondary family vaults and properties without restriction, including the Western Sanctuary. The reference held special meaning for their alliance plans. The Western Sanctuary was a Greengrass property in Wales, a magically hidden estate that had served as refuge during previous wizarding conflicts. They had discussed establishing it as a potential headquarters for their growing network, but had expected access would require adult magical supervision until Daphne's 17th birthday. "How soon can we inspect the property?" Harry asked as they ascended the spiral staircase back to the main castle. "As early as this weekend, if you can arrange to leave the school grounds," Aurora replied. As full heir, Daphne can now authorize portkey creation to family properties. A significant advantage given current travel restrictions. They parted at the entrance hall, the elder Greengrasses returning home via secure flu connection, while Harry and Daphne made their way toward their respective dormitories. As they walked, Harry sensed Daphne processing the profound changes the inheritance had created in her magical core. "You're different," he observed quietly. "Not just stronger, but more integrated somehow." She nodded, her eyes reflecting inner adjustment to her new capabilities. "The family magic provides context I never had before, connections between magical systems that seemed separate in conventional education. I understand now why certain traditions were preserved despite ministry disapproval." Before they separated at the junction leading to their respective houses, Daphne paused, turning to face Harry fully. Through their bond, he felt her newly enhanced magic reaching for his, creating deeper resonance between them. "We need to accelerate our plans," she said, her voice low but intense. "The inheritance gives us capabilities we didn't expect to have for months. We should use this advantage while Voldemort still believes we're just students playing at independence." Harry nodded, feeling the rightness of her assessment. "The Western Sanctuary first, then expanding our network beyond Hogwarts. With your heir status and my public position, we can establish legitimate standing independent of both Dumbledore and the Ministry." "Precisely." Her eyes gleamed with purpose in the dim corridor light. "Not just a student alliance anymore, but a genuine third faction with its own territory, resources, and magical approach. As they briefly clasped hands before parting, their bond vibrated with shared vision and determination. The inheritance ritual hadn't just enhanced Daphne's individual magic, it had transformed the potential of their partnership, creating possibilities neither had fully anticipated when they began this journey. The following weekend brought their first major action as a formally established faction. Using Daphne's newly acquired authority as Greengrass heir, they arranged a controlled excursion to the Western Sanctuary, officially listed as a family visit for educational purposes, approved by Professor Slughorn in his capacity as Slytherin head of house. Delighted to accommodate such a distinguished family tradition, the potions master had gushed, clearly hoping to strengthen his connection to the influential Greengrass family. Educational enrichment is so important in these troubled times. Their core group, Harry, Daphne, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Luna, Blaise, and Tracy, traveled via authorized port key to the hidden property in Western Wales. What they discovered exceeded expectations. A magically concealed estate encompassing several acres of land protected by ancient wards, centered around a modest manor house built to accommodate up to 30 residents comfortably. The sanctuary was established during Grindelwald's rise, Daphne explained as they toured the property. My great-grandfather created it as neutral territory where threatened families could find refuge regardless of political affiliation. These wards are incredible, Hermione observed, studying the property's magical protections with professional interest. They're not ministry standard at all, more organic, almost sentient in how they assess intent. Greengrass family specialization, Daphne confirmed. Protection magic that evaluates purpose rather than identity. Visitors with genuine need for sanctuary can find this place even without specific directions, while those with harmful intent are redirected regardless of whether they know the location. The group spent the day assessing the property's potential as headquarters for their expanding alliance. The manor itself needed minimal renovation to become fully functional, while the grounds offered natural resources including magical plants, a spring with minor healing properties, and sufficient space for practical training. Most significantly, the sanctuary existed outside conventional magical monitoring, neither the ministry's trace nor Hogwarts' regulatory enchantments extended to this location. Here, they could practice all forms of their evolving magical approach without restriction or oversight. This changes everything, Ron acknowledged as they gathered in the manor's central hall to finalize plans. We're not just a school club anymore. This is, well, it's a proper headquarters for whatever we're becoming. A third option in the coming conflict, Harry stated simply. Not fighting directly against either established faction, but creating alternative protection for those caught in between. We need a name, Luna suggested dreamily. Something that represents our approach without aligning with existing terminology. After considerable discussion, they settled on the Concordant, a subtle reference to Harry and Daphne's bond while emphasizing harmony between different magical traditions. The name was formal enough for official correspondence but vague enough to avoid immediate categorization by potential allies or opponents. By day's end, they had established basic operational protocols for the sanctuary, rotation schedules for maintaining presence at the property, communication methods between Hogwarts and the headquarters, and criteria for offering refuge to threatened families. Daphne, using her inherited authority, designated specific members as sanctuary keepers with limited access rights to the property's protections. We'll need to register as an official magical organization eventually, Hermione pointed out as they prepared to return to Hogwarts. To have legal standing independent of individual family affiliations. Already in progress, Daphne revealed. As heir to an ancient house, I've filed preliminary documentation with the Ministry's Magical Association's office. Given current chaos in governmental functions, approval is likely to proceed with minimal scrutiny. Their return to Hogwarts coincided with disturbing news. The Daily Prophet reported 3 more disappearances of prominent neutral figures, including a Wisengamot member who had recently voted against expanded detention powers for Aurors. The school buzzed with tension as students absorbed the implications of escalating conflict beyond the castle walls. In this environment, Harry and Daphne's alliance gained further significance. Students increasingly turned to their network for reliable information, protection from intimidation, and practical preparation for the worsening situation. Membership expanded rapidly, approaching nearly 100 students from all houses by mid-November. What began as theoretical exploration had evolved into functional infrastructure, a genuine alternative to the binary choice between Dumbledore's approach and Voldemort's terror. With the Western Sanctuary established as headquarters and Daphne's inheritance providing legal foundation, the Concordant transformed from student group to legitimate faction with growing influence both within and beyond Hogwarts. This transition brought increased attention from both sides of the existing conflict. Dumbledore, returning from one of his frequent absences, requested a private meeting with Harry and Daphne in late November. "I understand congratulations are in order, Miss Greengrass," the headmaster began once they were seated in his office. "An inheritance ritual is a significant milestone for an heir to an ancient house." "Thank you, headmaster," Daphne replied with perfect composure. It was a meaningful experience for both magical and family reasons. Dumbledore's penetrating blue eyes studied them both carefully. "And I see the effects have extended beyond traditional parameters. Your bond appears to have integrated aspects of the Greengrass family magic quite effectively, Mr. Potter." Harry nodded, unsurprised by Dumbledore's perceptiveness. "The Concordia creates magical resonance that allowed partial transfer through our connection." "Fascinating," Dumbledore murmured. "Such integration between family magic and bonded partnership is documented in older texts but rarely observed in modern times." He steepled his fingers thoughtfully, his injured hand still partially concealed by his sleeve. "I also understand you've established more permanent headquarters for your association." "The Concordant," Daphne supplied the name deliberately. "Yes, we've activated a family property as sanctuary space for those requiring neutral territory during the current conflict." A significant escalation from student study group to formal organization, Dumbledore observed mildly. "With corresponding legal and magical implications." "The situation demands more structured response," Harry stated simply. "Hogwarts students and their families need options beyond the binary choice currently presented." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "I don't disagree with your assessment, Harry. Indeed, I've long believed that presenting complex situations as simple dichotomies does disservice to magical society's diverse perspectives." He sighed, suddenly looking his considerable age. "I am concerned, however, about the timing and visibility of your initiative." "You think we're making ourselves targets," Daphne intuited. "Precisely, Miss Greengrass. Voldemort tolerates only followers or enemies. By establishing a visible third position, you place yourselves, and those who associate with you, directly in his path." "With respect, Professor," Harry countered, "we were already targets. This way, at least we create infrastructure to protect others similarly situated." "A noble intention," Dumbledore acknowledged. "Though I fear Voldemort's response will be neither noble nor measured." He leaned forward slightly, his expression grave. "There is information I've been gathering, contexts regarding Voldemort's sources of power and vulnerability, that becomes increasingly relevant to your expanded activities." What followed was Dumbledore's most direct sharing of information yet. Through carefully selected memories and a pensieve, he revealed crucial insights about Voldemort's creation of Horcruxes, soul fragments embedded in objects that anchored him to physical existence despite mortal injury. "This is why he didn't truly die when the killing curse rebounded," Dumbledore explained as they emerged from a particularly disturbing memory featuring a much younger Tom Riddle questioning Professor Slughorn about soul fragmentation. "His physical form was destroyed, but his spirit remained earthbound, capable of eventual return." "How many did he make?" Harry asked, feeling Daphne's analytical mind already processing the implications through their bond. "I believe 6 were intended, creating a 7-part soul including the portion remaining in his reconstituted body," Dumbledore answered grimly. "I have confirmed and destroyed one, a ring that once belonged to his maternal grandfather. The process," he gestured to his withered hand, "was not without consequence." "And the others?" Daphne questioned, her strategic assessment evident through their bond. I have theories about their likely forms and possible locations, Dumbledore replied. Items of significance to Hogwarts founders, objects with personal meaning to Tom Riddle. I've been using my absences from the school to investigate these possibilities. The revelation transformed Harry and Daphne's understanding of the conflict's parameters. Through their bond, they shared immediate recognition that the Concordance activities needed to incorporate this critical information, not by directly hunting Horcruxes themselves, but by creating support infrastructure for those who could. Why tell us now? Harry asked directly. Dumbledore's expression was both serious and sad. Because your expanded activities will inevitably intersect with this quest, whether intentionally or not. Better you proceed with full context than inadvertently disrupt delicate investigations. Or duplicate efforts, Daphne added perceptively. Indeed, Miss Greengrass. Dumbledore nodded approvingly. Resources are precious in conflict. Coordination, even between independent parties with different approaches, serves the greater purpose. By the meeting's conclusion, an unspoken arrangement had been established. Dumbledore would continue his Horcrux investigations with Harry and Daphne's informed awareness, while the Concordant would develop complementary infrastructure that could support eventual confrontation with Voldemort without directly challenging either existing faction. As they left the headmaster's office, Harry and Daphne immediately began processing this significant development through their bond. This changes our strategic position, Daphne assessed as they walked through the quiet evening corridors. We're not just creating an alternative faction anymore, we're potentially critical infrastructure for the eventual resolution of the entire conflict. If Dumbledore is right about the Horcruxes, Harry agreed. And I think he is. It explains too much about Voldemort's survival and behavior. We need to adjust our development priorities, Daphne continued, her mind already reorganizing their plans. Focus on creating secure channels for information exchange, safe locations for recovery between operations, specialized magical support for those directly engaging with these objects. Their silent planning continued as they made their way toward the Room of Requirement, where the core members of the Concordant waited for their report on Dumbledore's meeting. By the time they arrived, they had outlined significant adjustments to their approach, maintaining independence while strategically positioning their growing organization to support the eventual confrontation with Voldemort in ways neither Dumbledore's order nor the Ministry could achieve. December brought intensified Death Eater activity throughout Britain, with the Daily Prophet reporting attacks on Muggle villages and systematic intimidation of Ministry officials who resisted Voldemort's influence. Within Hogwarts, tension mounted as students received increasingly troubling news from home, creating an atmosphere of barely contained fear beneath the traditional holiday decorations. In this environment, the Concordant's relevance grew exponentially. Their Western sanctuary received its first refugees, 3 families with Hogwarts students who had refused Death Eater recruitment and consequently faced direct threats. The organization's communication network expanded to include reliable contacts within the Ministry, Gringotts, and key commercial establishments throughout magical Britain. Most significantly, Daphne's inheritance and their completed Concordia bond produced increasingly powerful magical manifestations. During a confrontation with Malfoy's faction in mid-December, they demonstrated capabilities that transcended conventional dueling when several Slytherins attempted to ambush younger Concordant members returning from study sessions. "You blood traitors need a lesson in respect," Malfoy had snarled, wand aimed at a second-year Hufflepuff wearing the Concordant's subtle identification marker. Before his spell completed, Harry and Daphne arrived, responding to their alert system's notification of threatened members. What happened next became immediate legend throughout Hogwarts. Without speaking or obvious coordination, they created a protective barrier that not only absorbed Malfoy's attack but reflected its energy in a controlled pattern that immobilized all 6 would-be attackers simultaneously. The magic manifested visibly as interlocking patterns of silver-blue energy that flowed seamlessly between them, neither purely defensive nor overtly offensive, but something altogether different, protective magic that responded intelligently to specific threats rather than following predetermined patterns. Professor Flitwick, arriving moments later, had stared in undisguised fascination at the magical effect still shimmering around the immobilized Slytherins. "Extraordinary," the charms master had murmured. Bonded magic manifesting as intelligent response rather than fixed enchantment. I haven't seen such work since. He had stopped himself, but the impression was made. Throughout the castle, whispers spread about what students had witnessed, magic beyond standard classification performed by two teenagers working in perfect synchronization. "They're calling you the Dark Queen," Blaze reported to Daphne with barely suppressed amusement during their next sanctuary visit. It started in Slytherin, but the name's spreading. "Dark Queen?" Daphne repeated, raising an eyebrow. "Interesting choice of terminology." "It's the magic," Hermione explained, reviewing reports from their information network. "What you and Harry demonstrated wasn't conventional, light magic by Ministry standards, but it wasn't dark arts either. People are struggling to categorize it. And, Queen, because you're clearly in charge," Ron added with a grin. "No offense, Harry." "None taken," Harry replied easily. "It's an accurate assessment." The nickname spread rapidly, transforming from potential insult to acknowledged identity. Within the Concordant, members began referring to Daphne as the Queen, with a mixture of respect and affection, recognizing her strategic leadership while acknowledging Harry's complementary role as magical partner rather than subordinate. What began as casual terminology gradually acquired more formal significance as the Concordant structure evolved. Daphne's inheritance had provided legal foundation as Greengrass heir, while her magical partnership with Harry created unprecedented practical capabilities. Together, they established a leadership approach that balanced traditional authority with innovative application, neither hierarchical domination nor leaderless collective, but something that drew strengths from multiple governance traditions. This balanced leadership proved crucial as they faced their first major crisis in late December. 3 days before Christmas holidays, devastating news reached Hogwarts. Death Eaters had attacked Diagon Alley in broad daylight, causing significant casualties and demonstrating Voldemort's growing boldness. Among the injured were family members of several Concordant students, creating immediate need for coordinated response. "We need secure transportation for affected students directly to the sanctuary," Daphne directed during an emergency meeting in the Room of Requirement. "Ministry channels are compromised, and the attack was clearly timed to target families during holiday travel." "What about the Hogwarts Express?" Neville asked practically. "Most students will still use it to return home." "Too vulnerable," Harry assessed. "Death Eaters have demonstrated willingness to attack public transportation before. We need alternatives for our members, especially those with targeted families." What followed was the Concordant's most ambitious operation to date, creating a secure transportation network independent of both ministry oversight and Hogwarts administration. Using Daphne's authority as Greengrass heir, they established emergency port keys to the Western Sanctuary, from which affected families could then connect to safer locations. "This crosses into direct opposition to ministry policy," Hermione warned as they finalized arrangements. "Unauthorized port keys carry significant legal penalties. The Greengrass family has ancient right of sanctuary that predates ministry regulation," Daphne countered confidently. "My inheritance activated that right in full legal force. We're operating within historical precedent, if not current bureaucratic preference." The operation proceeded with remarkable efficiency. 27 students with vulnerable family situations were transported safely to the sanctuary before holiday break officially began, bypassing both Death Eater surveillance and ministry monitoring. From there, secure connections were established to protected locations throughout Britain and, in several cases, international destinations beyond Voldemort's immediate reach. What they hadn't anticipated was the symbolic impact of this action. The Daily Prophet's holiday edition featured a front-page story with a dramatic headline: "Third Faction Emerges in Wizarding Conflict, the Concordant Establishes Independent Protection Network led by Dark Queen and the Boy Who Lived." The article, while riddled with factual errors and sensationalism typical of Prophet reporting, correctly identified the essential development: the emergence of organized, effective opposition to Voldemort that operated independently from both ministry control and Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix. "Well, subtlety is no longer an option," Daphne observed dryly as they reviewed the article at the Western Sanctuary, which had become their holiday headquarters. Though I take issue with their characterization of our magical approach as neither light nor dark but a disturbing hybrid that challenges fundamental magical classifications. Actually, that part's fairly accurate, Hermione pointed out. Your combined magic does challenge conventional categories. The publicity, while potentially problematic for security, brought unexpected advantages. Inquiries arrived daily from families seeking alternatives to the binary choice between Death Eater subjugation and Ministry ineffectiveness. The Concordance communication network expanded rapidly, creating connections throughout magical Britain and beyond. Most significantly, the Prophet's coverage forced formal acknowledgement from both existing factions. The Ministry issued a carefully worded statement recognizing the Concordant as a private protective association operating within ancestral rights of certain founding families, effectively granting tacit legal standing without endorsing their activities. Dumbledore's response came through less official channels, a private letter delivered to Harry and Daphne at the sanctuary, expressing qualified support for their protective network while gently cautioning against direct confrontation with Death Eater forces before certain fundamental vulnerabilities, clearly referencing Horcruxes, had been addressed. They're both trying to position us as subordinate allies, Daphne analyzed as they discussed these developments with their core leadership group. The Ministry wants to claim we're operating under their implicit authority. Dumbledore suggests we're complementary to his approach but should defer to his strategic timing. And Voldemort? Blaise questioned practically. Will view us as direct opposition regardless of how we position ourselves, Harry answered. The Prophet's coverage ensures that. The question is how he'll respond, immediate attack or strategic assessment before acting. Their answer came during the final days of December. Reports reached the sanctuary of systematic attacks on families connected to known Concordant members, not deadly assaults, but precise intimidation designed to isolate their growing network from potential supporters. This is calculated response, Daphne assessed, reviewing incident reports from their information network. Testing our protective capabilities while sending clear message to potential allies that association carries consequences. We need to demonstrate equally calculated counter-response, Harry determined after consulting with their leadership council. Not direct confrontation, but clear evidence that our protection is effective and our reach extends beyond what they've targeted. What followed was the Concordant's most coordinated operation to date, simultaneous activation of protective enchantments at 27 locations throughout Britain, creating visible evidence of their magical approach that couldn't be dismissed as isolated incident or exaggerated reporting. Based on modified Greengrass family magic enhanced through Harry and Daphne's bonded capabilities, these protections manifested as silver-blue wards visible to magical perception, distinctive in both appearance and function from either Ministry standard protections or Death Eater corruptions. Not conventional shields or barriers, Hermione explained to regional coordinators before the synchronized activation. These respond intelligently to specific threats, permitting normal activity while automatically countering hostile intent. They don't prevent entry by designated individuals but render harmful magic ineffective within their boundary. The January 1st edition of the Daily Prophet featured dramatic magical photographs of the Concordance protections activating across Britain, silver-blue energy patterns forming distinctive shields around homes, businesses, and public spaces associated with their network. The visual impact was undeniable, concrete evidence of a third magical approach functioning effectively at scale. Dark Queen's protection network activates nationwide unprecedented magical manifestation challenges existing paradigms. Ministry officials, evaluating the implications. As students returned to Hogwarts for spring term, the Concordance position had fundamentally transformed. What began as unofficial student alliance had evolved into recognized third faction with demonstrated magical capabilities, legal standing through Daphne's inheritance, and functional infrastructure extending throughout magical Britain. Within the castle, this evolution manifested in subtle but significant ways. The defensive training that originated with Dumbledore's army expanded to incorporate magical approaches drawn from multiple traditions. Protection networks that began as simple buddy systems developed into sophisticated magical monitoring that alerted members to potential threats anywhere in the castle. Most visibly, Harry and Daphne's leadership acquired formal acknowledgement beyond their immediate alliance. Students from all houses recognized their unique position, not through typical school hierarchy or pure popularity, but through demonstrated capability and effective protection when conventional authorities failed. The Dark Queen nickname solidified into something approaching a formal title, acknowledging Daphne's distinctive magical approach that incorporated traditionally restricted practices without embracing dark magic's corrupt applications. Alongside her, Harry established complementary identity not as subordinate but as essential partner, their bonded magic creating possibilities neither could achieve independently. This evolving dynamic faced its most significant test in late January when Death Eaters launched a coordinated attack on Hogsmeade during a scheduled student weekend. The assault began without warning, masked figures operating simultaneously at multiple locations throughout the village, targeting areas known to be frequented by Hogwarts students. The Concordance alert system activated immediately, warning members through enchanted communication devices developed by their research team. Within minutes, their emergency protocols engaged, older students guiding younger ones to designated safe locations while defense teams moved to strategic positions throughout the village. Harry and Daphne, who had been meeting with local business owners about extending their protection network, responded instantly to the attack. Through their bond, they coordinated without words, operating directly to the village center where the most intensive fighting had erupted. What followed demonstrated the full potential of their bonded magic. Moving in perfect synchronization, they created protective barriers around threatened students while simultaneously establishing countermeasures that disrupted Death Eater coordination. Their combined magic manifested visibly as silver-blue patterns that flowed between them, neither conventionally offensive nor purely defensive, but something entirely different, adaptive magic that responded intelligently to specific threats. "It's like they're conducting an orchestra," Hermione would later describe to Daily Prophet reporters. Different magical elements responding to their joint direction rather than individual spells being cast. The Death Eaters, expecting conventional resistance, found themselves facing unfamiliar magical approach that their standard tactics couldn't counter effectively. Spells that should have shattered shields were absorbed and redirected. Curses intended to incapacitate found themselves precisely reflected toward their casters. Anti-apparition jinxes dissolved before fully forming. Most significantly, the Concordance coordinated response demonstrated effectiveness beyond what either Ministry Aurors or Order members had achieved in similar situations. Their distribution of protective resources, prioritization of civilian safety over direct confrontation, and strategic use of terrain all reflected the distinctive approach they had developed, neither aggressive dominance nor passive defense, but intelligent protection that adapted to specific circumstances. When Aurors finally arrived 15 minutes after the attack began, they found a fundamentally different situation than expected. Rather than chaotic battle or overwhelming Death Eater advantage, they encountered organized resistance led by students demonstrating magical capabilities that transcended their presumed education level. At the center of this response stood Harry and Daphne, their bonded magic creating effects that drew astonished attention from even experienced Aurors. As the Death Eaters retreated, defeated not through direct combat but through systematic neutralization of their tactical advantages, witnesses focused increasingly on the young woman whose silver-blue magic had coordinated the entire defense. "That's her, the Dark Queen," whispers spread through gathered observers as Daphne directed final protective measures around injured students. Her natural authority, enhanced by the Greengrass inheritance and magnified through her bond with Harry, created undeniable presence that commanded attention even from those who had initially dismissed student leadership as exaggerated reporting. In the battle's aftermath, as Ministry officials attempted to establish control of the narrative, the Concordant demonstrated final evidence of their evolved position. They simply bypassed official channels entirely, implementing their own response protocols without seeking permission or validation from traditional authorities. Injured students were transported directly to their sanctuary's healing facilities rather than St. Mungo's compromised emergency services. Communication networks activated to inform families through secure channels rather than waiting for ministry notifications. Protective enchantments extended around key locations in Hogsmeade without requiring bureaucratic approval or registration. The message was clear to all observers: the Concordant operated as fully independent faction with its own magical approach, organizational structure, and strategic priorities. Neither subordinate to ministry authority nor aligned with Dumbledore's methods, they had established genuine third option in a conflict previously defined by binary opposition. When they returned to Hogwarts that evening, summoned to the headmaster's office to discuss the incident, Harry and Daphne arrived not as students expecting reprimand but as equal partners in the broader conflict. Their bond hummed with shared purpose and confidence built through demonstrated effectiveness rather than theoretical position. "I must acknowledge the effectiveness of your response today," Dumbledore began once they were seated, his tone balancing concern with genuine respect. "Many lives were likely saved through your intervention and coordination." "The Concordance emergency protocols functioned as designed," Daphne replied with composed dignity. "Our members responded with discipline and appropriate prioritization of civilian safety." "Indeed." Dumbledore studied them both carefully. The magical techniques demonstrated were, particularly noteworthy. Not standard defensive spellwork by any conventional definition. Bonded magic enhanced by Daphne's inheritance, Harry explained simply. Applied with specific protective intent rather than aggressive purpose. Dumbledore nodded slowly. A distinctive approach that appears to confound Death Eater tactics quite effectively. He leaned forward slightly, his injured hand carefully positioned on his desk. "You should be prepared for significant escalation in response. Today's events will not go unanswered by Voldemort." "We've anticipated increased targeting," Daphne acknowledged. "Our protection network continues expanding accordingly." "Beyond Hogwarts and its immediate vicinity," Dumbledore noted, neither questioning nor criticizing, simply acknowledging reality. "The conflict extends beyond these walls," Harry pointed out. "Our response must do the same." The conversation continued with unprecedented frankness, Dumbledore sharing intelligence about Death Eater movements and likely targets, while Harry and Daphne outlined the Concordance growing capabilities without revealing operational specifics. By discussion's end, an unspoken arrangement had crystallized, mutual recognition of independent but potentially complementary approaches to the shared threat Voldemort represented. As January progressed into February, this arrangement faced increasingly severe tests. Death Eater activity intensified throughout Britain, with systematic attacks on anyone perceived as supporting alternatives to Voldemort's agenda. The Ministry, now heavily infiltrated, responded with bureaucratic measures that restricted legitimate defense while doing little to counter actual threats. Within this deteriorating situation, the Concordant expanded rapidly from student organization to functional resistance network. Their western sanctuary reached capacity with displaced families seeking alternatives to ministry protection, necessitating activation of secondary locations throughout Britain and beyond. Their communication system evolved from emergency alerts to comprehensive intelligence network that often provided more reliable information than official channels. Most significantly, Harry and Daphne's bonded magic continued developing in ways that transcended conventional classification. Their combined capabilities manifested increasingly as distinctive magical signature recognizable throughout Britain, silver-blue protective enchantments that adapted intelligently to specific threats while permitting normal activities to continue unimpeded. "It's unlike anything in standard magical theory," Hermione reported after extensive research into their evolving capabilities. "Not simply enhanced versions of existing spells, but fundamentally different approach to magical interaction with environment and intent." This distinctive approach became the hallmark of what observers increasingly called concordant magic, neither light nor dark by traditional definition, but something that incorporated elements from multiple magical traditions while maintaining clear ethical boundaries. Protection rather than domination, intelligent response rather than brute force, adaptive security rather than rigid barriers. By mid-February, public recognition of this third magical approach had spread throughout Wizarding Britain. The Daily Prophet ran regular features analyzing the Dark Queen's revolutionary magic, while international magical publications sent correspondents to document this emerging tradition. Even the Quibbler, under Xenophilius Lovegood's eccentric direction, published surprisingly insightful assessment of the philosophical implications of magic that transcended conventional classification. Within Hogwarts, the Concordance influence transformed traditional structures in ways both subtle and profound. House rivalries diminished as practical cooperation demonstrated clear advantages in volatile environment. Educational approaches expanded beyond curriculum as students recognized value in magical techniques not covered in standard coursework. Social hierarchies shifted based on demonstrated capability rather than traditional status markers. At the center of these transformations stood Harry and Daphne, their partnership embodying the possibilities of their distinctive approach. Through their bond, they continued developing magical applications that combined their complementary strengths. His intuitive power harmonized with her precise technique, his adaptive flexibility enhanced by her strategic foresight. The Dark Queen title evolved from casual nickname to acknowledged identity, recognizing Daphne's unique position as heir to ancient magical tradition while pioneering innovative applications through her bond with Harry. Rather than rejecting the designation, she incorporated it into the Concordance developing narrative, reclaiming terminology previously associated with corruption and redefining it through demonstrated ethical application. This redefinition reached its most visible expression in early March, when the Concordant implemented its most ambitious protection network yet, synchronized enchantments activating simultaneously at key locations throughout Britain, creating visible evidence of their distinctive approach that couldn't be dismissed as isolated phenomena or exaggerated reporting. Based on modified Greengrass family magic amplified through Harry and Daphne's bonded capabilities, these protections manifested as silver-blue patterns visible to magical perception, distinctive in both appearance and function from either Ministry standard enchantments or Death Eater corruptions. The Daily Prophet's coverage featured magical photographs of silver-blue protective patterns forming distinctive shields around homes, businesses, and public spaces throughout Britain. The visual impact was undeniable, concrete evidence of third magical approach functioning effectively at national scale. Dark Queen's protection network activates nationwide unprecedented magical manifestation challenges existing paradigms. The Concordant demonstrates alternative to Ministry failure as spring approached, tensions escalated toward inevitable confrontation. Voldemort's forces, frustrated by the Concordant's effective protection of previously vulnerable targets, shifted toward more aggressive strategy, direct assault on their leadership and infrastructure rather than gradual intimidation of their support network. Intelligence reached the Western Sanctuary in late March warning of coordinated Death Eater operation targeting the Concordant's core leadership. Through their extensive information network, Harry and Daphne received specific details. Voldemort had designated their elimination as priority objective, assigning his most capable followers to locate and neutralize them directly. This validates our approach, Daphne observed during emergency council meeting at the sanctuary. We've become significant enough threat to warrant direct targeting rather than peripheral harassment. Validation we could do without, Ron muttered, though his tactical assessment was already analyzing potential countermeasures. The council debated appropriate response, increased security, temporary withdrawal from public operations, or strategic relocation of key resources. Throughout discussion, Harry and Daphne maintained constant communication through their bond, evaluating options while developing alternative approach neither purely defensive nor unnecessarily confrontational. We need to demonstrate capability without engaging directly, Harry finally proposed. Not fighting on their terms or retreating from established position, but creating conditions that make direct assault counterproductive. Specifically, Hermione questioned. We make ourselves more valuable as observation targets than elimination objectives, Daphne elaborated, developing the concept through their shared connection. Create situation where our continued operation provides more strategic information about Voldemort's vulnerabilities than our elimination would prevent. What emerged from this council was the Concordant's most sophisticated operation to date, deliberate exhibition of their ability to detect and potentially counter Horcrux magic without directly engaging specific objects. Based on their understanding from Dumbledore's information combined with independent research, they implemented detection network that responded visibly to magical signatures matching soul container properties. The operation served multiple strategic purposes simultaneously, demonstrating advanced magical capability that would give Voldemort pause before direct confrontation, providing useful intelligence about potential Horcrux locations through pattern analysis, and establishing clear value proposition for leaving their leadership intact to observe rather than eliminating them immediately. Its calculated risk, Hermione acknowledged as they finalized implementation details. Revealing knowledge of Horcruxes without directly threatening specific containers. Calculated revelation, Daphne corrected. Providing exactly enough information to create strategic uncertainty without exposing operational capabilities. The detection network activated in early April, creating distinctive magical signatures at locations throughout Britain that corresponded with suspected Horcrux concealment patterns. Not precise enough to identify specific objects, but sufficiently accurate to demonstrate awareness of the general approach and potential vulnerabilities. Response came more quickly than anticipated. Rather than Death Eater attack, they received direct communication from Dumbledore requesting immediate confidential meeting at secure location outside both Hogwarts and their sanctuary. The urgency suggested significant development beyond their deliberate revelation strategy. When Harry and Daphne arrived at the designated meeting point, a magically secured cottage on Britain's northern coast, they found not only Dumbledore but also unexpected allies including Remus Lupin, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and Bill Weasley. The gathering represented informal coalition of Order members, Ministry officials, and independent operators aligned against Voldemort but not formally affiliated with existing factions. Your detection network identified something critical, Dumbledore began without preamble once privacy enchantments were established. A magical signature consistent with Horcrux properties at Gringotts, specifically, the Lestrange Vault. This was unexpected development. Their network had been calibrated for general detection rather than specific identification. That it had produced actionable intelligence suggested greater effectiveness than they had anticipated. The timing is significant, Kingsley added in his deep, measured voice. We have intelligence suggesting Voldemort has ordered inventory of his most valuable magical objects following your demonstration of detection capability. He's checking his Horcruxes, Harry intuited immediately. Precisely, Dumbledore confirmed. Which provides rare opportunity to monitor his movements and potentially access certain locations during his distraction. What followed was unprecedented strategic discussion between previously separate factions, Dumbledore sharing specific intelligence about confirmed Horcruxes while Harry and Daphne provided details about their detection methodology and protective capabilities. The informal coalition assembled in the cottage represented potential alignment of complementary approaches against common threat. We're not suggesting organizational merger, Kingsley clarified as discussion progressed. Each group maintains operational independence while coordinating on specific objectives where capabilities complement effectively. Exactly our preference, Daphne confirmed, exchanging glances with Harry through their bond. The Concordant functions most effectively as independent entity with collaborative partnerships rather than subordinate role in existing structure. By meeting's conclusion, tentative operational framework had been established. The Concordant would maintain its distinctive protective network and detection capabilities while sharing critical intelligence with Dumbledore's focused Horcrux investigation. The Order would provide experienced personnel for specific operations requiring their expertise, while certain ministry officials would create bureaucratic cover for activities that might otherwise trigger official interference. Most significantly, the gathering acknowledged Harry and Daphne's leadership of genuine third faction with valuable capabilities neither existing approach could replicate. No longer were they viewed as students exploring alternative magic or symbolic figures challenging conventional categories, they had demonstrated practical effectiveness at scale that demanded serious consideration from all parties. As they prepared to depart, Dumbledore requested brief private conversation with Harry and Daphne. Once others had moved beyond hearing range, the headmaster addressed them with unusual directness. What you've created extends beyond current conflict, he observed, studying them both with penetrating blue eyes. The magical approach you've developed through your bond represents potential evolution beyond the restrictions that have limited wizarding society for centuries. That wasn't our initial intention, Harry acknowledged. We were seeking practical alternatives for immediate circumstances. The most significant transformations often begin that way, Dumbledore noted with hint of smile beneath his silver beard. Revolution disguised as pragmatic adaptation. Do you oppose this direction? Daphne asked directly, her perception noting subtle ambivalence in Dumbledore's assessment. The headmaster considered her question carefully before responding. I recognize its necessity, he finally answered. Whether magical society was prepared for such evolution or not, circumstances have forced reconsideration of traditions that no longer serve their original purpose. Before they could discuss further, alarms activated, their communication network signaling emergency at the Concordant Secondary Sanctuary location in Scotland. Without hesitation, they bid rapid farewell to Dumbledore and activated emergency portkey transport directly to the threatened location. They arrived amid chaos. Death Eaters had bypassed outer protections through unknown means and were systematically attacking the sanctuary's main building where several families had taken refuge. The Concordance defense team was responding effectively but faced superior numbers and unexpected magical approach that seemed designed specifically to counter their protective enchantments. Without words or conscious coordination, Harry and Daphne moved into synchronized response position. Through their bond, they assessed the tactical situation while simultaneously activating their combined magical capabilities. What manifested surprised even their own defense teams. Their bonded magic had evolved beyond previous demonstrations, creating effects that transcended standard combat applications. Silver-blue energy flowed between them in complex patterns before expanding outward in precise configuration. Rather than conventional shield or offensive spell, this magic manifested as environmental transformation, the very terrain around the sanctuary responding to their combined intent, shifting to create defensive advantages while systematically neutralizing attack positions. Death Eaters found their carefully planned assault disrupted by ground that literally moved beneath them, vegetation that responded intelligently to contain threatening movements, and atmospheric conditions that selectively impeded hostile magic while enhancing defensive capabilities. Not direct attack against individuals, but comprehensive reconfiguration of battlefield parameters to render their approach ineffective. Most remarkably, this environmental control extended to magical conditions as well as physical ones. Areas where Death Eaters had established anti-apparition jinxes suddenly permitted selective transportation for sanctuary defenders. Locations where they had created curse concentrations found those energies redirected into protective barriers. Magical traps they had constructed triggered beneficial effects for sanctuary residents rather than intended harm. It's like they're rewriting the magical rules of the space itself, one astonished defender would later report. Not fighting within established magical parameters but changing those parameters directly. The Death Eaters, encountering magical approach unlike anything in their experience, found their tactical advantages systematically neutralized without direct confrontation. Their coordinated assault dissolved into disorganized retreat as sanctuary defenses not only withstood their attack but actively reconfigured to render their methods counterproductive. In the aftermath, as the Concordant implemented recovery protocols and enhanced security measures, Harry and Daphne examined their unexpected magical manifestation through their bond. What had emerged wasn't planned or practiced capability but intuitive response to specific threat, their bonded magic evolving to meet immediate need rather than following predetermined patterns. This changes our understanding of what's possible, Hermione observed as they analyzed the magical signatures still lingering around transformed terrain. Not just enhanced versions of standard spells, but fundamental manipulation of magical environment itself. Environmental transmutation, Daphne identified, her inherited knowledge providing theoretical framework for what they had instinctively performed. Ancient texts mention it as potential application of certain bonded magics, but practical demonstrations were considered theoretical rather than achievable. As April progressed, this evolving capability transformed the Concordant's strategic position. No longer merely protective network with alternative magical approach, they now demonstrated environmental control capabilities that fundamentally changed conflict parameters. Their sanctuaries became not just physically secure locations but magically sovereign territories where conventional rules could be selectively modified to benefit residents while disadvantaging potential attackers. This development attracted increased attention from all factions. Dumbledore's research focused intensely on historical precedents for such manifestations, while ministry officials debated regulatory implications of magic that could selectively alter enforcement parameters within defined territories. Most significantly, Voldemort's approach shifted from direct confrontation to more cautious assessment, recognizing potential threat that transcended his existing tactical frameworks. Within the Concordant itself, Harry and Daphne's position evolved beyond organizational leadership to something approaching magical sovereignty. Their bonded capabilities created possibilities previously considered theoretical, establishing precedents that challenged fundamental assumptions about magical limitations and regulatory boundaries. The Dark Queen designation transformed from casual nickname to acknowledged identity, recognizing Daphne's unique position at this transformative junction. Neither conventional authority figure nor revolutionary leader in traditional sense, she embodied new magical paradigm emerging through her partnership with Harry: protection through environmental harmony rather than dominant control, security through adaptive response rather than rigid barriers. Their complementary partnership demonstrated alternative to both Dumbledore's sacrificial approach and Voldemort's dominance model: magical evolution through balanced connection rather than hierarchical power structures. Not light versus dark in traditional sense, but entirely different conceptual framework that incorporated elements from multiple traditions while transcending their limitations. By late April, this alternative had demonstrated sufficient practical effectiveness to force reconsideration from all parties. Rather than student organization or temporary alliance, the Concordant had established itself as legitimate third faction with distinctive magical approach, functional infrastructure, and demonstrated capability to protect its members effectively against direct assault. The inevitable confrontation came in early May, when intelligence from multiple sources confirmed Voldemort's planned attack on the Ministry of Magic. After months of infiltration and gradual subversion, he had prepared decisive strike to establish formal control over Wizarding Britain's governmental functions, consolidating power previously exercised through proxies and manipulation. This impending attack created unprecedented alignment between previously separate factions. Dumbledore's order mobilized to protect key ministry officials and secure critical departments. Uncompromised Aurors established defensive positions around high-priority locations. The Concordant activated its most extensive protection network, creating secure evacuation routes for civilians while establishing environmental controls around vulnerable access points. Harry and Daphne, now recognized as essential participants rather than auxiliary support, joined Strategic Planning Council that included Dumbledore, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and other resistance leaders. Their distinctive capabilities provided options unavailable through conventional defensive approaches, particularly environmental transmutation that could selectively modify magical conditions within the Ministry building itself. Not preventing entry entirely, Daphne explained, as they developed coordinated response, but creating conditional parameters that disadvantage specific magical signatures associated with Death Eater tactics while enhancing effectiveness of defensive capabilities. Essentially tilting the magical playing field, Harry simplified for those struggling with the concept. Not changing the rules completely, but adjusting environmental conditions to favor certain approaches over others. The plan that emerged combined conventional defensive positioning with the Concordant's environmental modifications, creating layered response that maintained normal ministry functions while establishing selective disadvantages for hostile intrusion. Rather than obvious barriers that would simply be targeted directly, these adjustments operated subtly at fundamental magical level, altering how specific types of magic functioned within designated areas. Implementation required Harry and Daphne's direct participation, as their bonded magic created effects no other magical partnership could currently replicate. Accompanied by core team from the Concordant providing support and protection, they entered the Ministry the evening before anticipated attack, establishing environmental modifications throughout the building's critical sections. The operation proceeded with remarkable efficiency until they reached the Department of Mysteries, the likely primary target given its strategic significance and valuable magical resources. As they began establishing modifications within this department, they encountered unexpected resistance not from human opposition but from the environment itself. "The magic here is different," Daphne observed, sensing the distinctive properties through their bond. "Self-aware in ways other locations aren't. It's evaluating our intentions rather than simply responding to our modifications." This sentient response from the department's inherent magic created unique challenge. Rather than implementing standard modifications, Harry and Daphne found themselves engaged in something resembling magical negotiation, their bonded capabilities interacting with the environment's existing awareness to establish collaborative parameters rather than impose changes. Through this unexpected interaction, they discovered critical information. The Department of Mysteries contained magical resources Voldemort specifically sought, including artifacts that could potentially stabilize his soul fragments against conventional destruction methods. Their environmental modifications shifted accordingly, creating specific protections around these resources while establishing detection networks that would reveal Horcrux signatures if brought within department boundaries. Their work completed shortly before dawn, they joined defensive forces positioning throughout the Ministry in anticipation of imminent attack. The Concordance members integrated with Order participants and loyal Aurors, creating unified response while maintaining distinctive operational approaches based on their specific capabilities. The attack began at mid-morning, coordinated assault through multiple entry points, combining frontal force with infiltration through compromised access methods. Death Eaters materialized throughout the building, expecting to overwhelm scattered resistance through superior numbers and tactical surprise. Instead, they encountered environment that actively resisted their presence. Their specialized curses functioned at reduced effectiveness while defensive magic operated with enhanced power. Spatial relationships shifted subtly, causing prepared attack formations to become disoriented. Magical signatures they had carefully disguised became increasingly visible to defenders while their own detection methods produced conflicting information. At the center of this environmental response stood Harry and Daphne, their bonded magic maintaining modifications while adapting to evolving tactical situation. Through their connection, they coordinated the Concordance distinctive approach, not direct confrontation but systematic neutralization of advantages while creating protective corridors for civilian evacuation. The three-way battle transformed the Ministry's normally orderly atmosphere into chaotic battleground where distinct magical approaches became visibly evident to all participants. Dumbledore's Order members demonstrated sophisticated defensive techniques focused on protecting specific individuals and information. Aurors employed Ministry standard combat methods emphasizing coordinated teamwork and procedural response. The Concordant implemented their environmental adaptation approach, creating zones of selective advantage while maintaining evacuation security. Death Eaters, encountering this coordinated yet distinctive resistance, found their carefully planned operation dissolving into tactical confusion. Areas they had expected to secure easily became increasingly difficult to navigate. Targets they had prioritized received layered protection beyond their intelligence assessments. Environmental conditions they had factored into their approach shifted unpredictably, rendering prepared methods ineffective. The confrontation reached critical point when Voldemort himself arrived, materialized dramatically in the Ministry atrium where defensive forces had established primary control point. His magical presence radiated cold power that distorted the very atmosphere around him, creating visible evidence of his unnatural enhancements and corrupted core. Enough of these games, his high, cold voice echoed through the vast space. Your resistance is merely postponing inevitable outcome. Dumbledore moved forward to engage him directly, their legendary magical capabilities creating spectacular display that forced all other combatants to retreat to safer positions. Meanwhile, Harry and Daphne implemented final phase of their strategic approach, not confronting Voldemort directly, but establishing environmental conditions that would reveal critical information about his remaining vulnerabilities. Through their bonded magic, they created detection fields specifically calibrated to identify soul fragment resonance. Not attacking existing Horcruxes, but establishing clear magical evidence of their general properties and potential weaknesses. The silver-blue energy of their combined magic expanded throughout the Ministry atrium, interacting with ambient magical signatures and patterns visible to all magical perception. Voldemort, engaged in direct combat with Dumbledore, suddenly sensed this distinctive magic affecting the environment around him. His reaction was immediate and revealing, genuine alarm breaking through his carefully maintained dominance as he recognized potential threat to his most carefully guarded secrets. "What is this magic?" he demanded, momentarily disengaging from Dumbledore to focus on the silver-blue patterns flowing from Harry and Daphne's connected forms. "What have you done?" "Created clarity," Daphne answered, her voice steady despite the immense magical pressure Voldemort projected. "Your fractured soul leaves distinctive signature that can be detected, tracked, and potentially addressed." "Impossible," Voldemort hissed, though his magical response betrayed recognition of genuine threat. No conventional magic can detect such carefully protected artifacts. "We're not using conventional magic," Harry stated simply, their bonded energy continuing to flow throughout the environment, mapping resonance patterns that connected Voldemort's current form to his scattered soul fragments. What followed was not direct combat but strategic demonstration, Harry and Daphne maintaining their environmental analysis while Voldemort assessed its implications with growing comprehension. Not victory in traditional sense, but critical intelligence gathering that would inform future confrontation while establishing clear evidence of vulnerability previously hidden from public awareness. The engagement ended with unexpected development. Rather than pressing attack despite this revelation, Voldemort made tactical withdrawal, taking his primary forces with him through methods that bypassed conventional anti-apparition protections. Not defeat in military sense, but strategic recalculation based on newly demonstrated threats to his fundamental security. In aftermath, as Ministry officials attempted to reassert control over damaged building and disrupted departments, the Concordant maintained its independent operation, securing evacuation routes, stabilizing affected environments, and implementing protection for vulnerable individuals regardless of formal affiliation. Most significantly, Harry and Daphne's demonstration had transformed public understanding of the conflict's parameters. No longer was Voldemort perceived as nearly invincible force opposed only by Dumbledore's isolated resistance. Their environmental analysis had revealed concrete evidence of vulnerabilities, not specific Horcrux locations, but clear confirmation that such weaknesses existed and could potentially be addressed through coordinated approach. The Daily Prophet's coverage, while sensationalized as usual, captured essential development with remarkable clarity. Dark Queen reveals Dark Lord's vulnerability. Unprecedented magical analysis demonstrates, he who must not be named, not invulnerable. Ministry battle establishes Third Force AS legitimate power. As May progressed, the wizarding world adjusted to this new reality. Conflict defined not by binary opposition between Dumbledore and Voldemort, but three-way dynamic with the Concordant. Established as legitimate independent force with distinctive capabilities neither existing faction could replicate. Within Hogwarts, this transformation manifested in formal recognition of Harry and Daphne's leadership beyond student organization. Professors acknowledged their advanced capabilities through modified educational approaches that incorporated their demonstrated innovations. Administrative structures adapted to accommodate the Concordant's functional role in school security and student protection. Most significantly, the magical community beyond school walls increasingly recognized their distinctive approach as viable alternative to existing paradigms. Neither conventionally light, like Dumbledore's sacrificial protection model, nor corrupted, dark, like Voldemort's domination approach, the Concordant demonstrated evolutionary magic that incorporated elements from multiple traditions while establishing new possibilities through balanced partnership rather than hierarchical control. The Dark Queen identity evolved from casual designation to acknowledged role within this emerging paradigm, Daphne embodying magical sovereignty based on balanced relationship rather than dominant authority. Together with Harry, she established precedent for magical leadership that transcended conventional categories while demonstrating practical effectiveness in protecting those within their expanding influence. As term conclusion approached, Harry and Daphne prepared for final transformative step in their journey, formal bonding ritual that would complete integration between their magical cores. Beyond the concordia they had already established, this ceremony would create permanent connection recognized by magic itself as foundational partnership transcending conventional restrictions. The summer solstice provides optimal conditions, Daphne explained to their core council at Western Sanctuary. Traditional timing for completion rituals that establish magical precedents beyond individual partnership. The specific effects are unpredictable, Harry acknowledged. But historical accounts suggest significant enhancement of our environmental manipulation capabilities along with potential new manifestations unique to our particular magical composition. The Council, having witnessed their evolving capabilities throughout the year's challenges, offered unanimous support for this progression. What had begun as Student Alliance had evolved into legitimate third faction with demonstrated effectiveness in protecting vulnerable populations while developing magical approach neither purely light nor conventionally dark. As they made final preparations for the solstice ceremony, Harry and Daphne reflected on their extraordinary journey, from reluctant allies in abandoned classroom to magical partners establishing new paradigm for wizarding society. Their bond had transcended initial pragmatic arrangement to become essential connection that enhanced both their individual capabilities and their shared purpose. The Dark Queen and her chosen partner stood ready to formalize what magic had already recognized, a balanced partnership that offered genuine alternative to binary opposition that had dominated wizarding conflicts for generations. Not through conventional power or traditional authority, but through evolutionary approach that incorporated wisdom from multiple traditions while transcending their limitations. Their path forward remained challenging, with Voldemort's forces regrouping and established institutions resistant to fundamental change. Yet they faced these challenges not as isolated individuals but as connected partners with growing network of allies who recognized value in their distinctive approach. The wizarding world had gained what it desperately needed during darkest conflict, a third option beyond corrupt domination or passive sacrifice. The Concordant offered protection through balance rather than control, security through adaptation rather than rigid structure, and hope through evolution rather than stagnant tradition. As the summer solstice approached, Harry and Daphne prepared to formalize what their journey had already demonstrated. Magic at its most powerful flowed not from dominance or submission, but from balanced partnership between complementary strengths. Their bonded magic had shown potential for transformation beyond conventional limitations, creating possibilities that could reshape wizarding society long after current conflict resolved. The Dark Queen would indeed ascend, not through corrupted power but through evolutionary balance that transcended traditional categories while honoring their essential wisdom. Together with her chosen partner, she would establish new magical paradigm for generations that followed, neither light nor dark, but something altogether more nuanced, adaptable, and ultimately more powerful than either conventional extreme. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.